Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to Whilton Mill. It's round 3 of the Junction 6 NKC. And if you were with us yesterday for the 6 heats that we brought you yesterday afternoon, you will have noticed that the action was very much aplenty, with great stuff happening. Lots of drama, lots of controversy, which we will endeavour to repeat today, because we're in the entertainment business, and the NKC always provides some great racing and some great entertainment. My name is Joe Bradley. Alongside me is Nick Damon. Nick, I thought yesterday's racing was perhaps a little bit distorted by the weather.
We had all the weather, didn't we?
We had everything.
We had dry, wet, damp, wet, dry, wet, and then at the end, teeming wet.
Didn't have any sleet.
Oh, you had to say it, didn't you? You had to mention
Didn't have any
sleet.
sleet or snow.
Yeah, I think in traditions, obviously, of any sort of British sports commentary, let's talk about the weather. It's currently overcast. It's supposed to stay that way either, according to your prediction, till midday for an hour, or according to my prediction, till 6 o'clock for a long time.
Well, the thing is, the reason why we talk about weather is not about being British. It's about being in. It's about
It
being.
is.
No, it's not. It's about being in racing. I mean, it is a massive factor, and it does play a massive part. Being on the right tyres at the right time, being on the right setup. Drivers are good in the wet, drivers are not so good in the wet. It all plays a part. However, what I can tell you is we've got very much dry and slightly breezy conditions, which means we've got, for perhaps the first time this weekend at Whilton Mill, a consistent track out there for these drivers.
Try and get a quick grid away.
Let's have a look at the grid.
Although you're going to have to help me out, because I'm a bit lost. What heat is this? This is heat 7,
So this is
it?
heat 7. This is Junior Rotax, Groups B and C. And we've got them being led out by a chap that's a young man that's probably going to be very much in contention for the final tomorrow. Benjamin Lawn, Lucas Hilton alongside. We've got Sam Green Gomez, Logan Hartshorn, Hugo McCluskey and Daniel Wisniewskis on row 3. Row 4 is Daniel Adamitis, Jacob Aston alongside. Row 5 is Tyler Rackham and Daniel Minto, newbie to the series this year. Hector Sadlowski and Sam Blamey on 6. Then we've got Harry Harvey, Barnaby Grubb, Lucy Lovell and Elijah West, Bertie Hodgson and Fenton Roderick, Eli Mann and Nico Webers, Finley M. Cass and Cody Longdon, with Lila Fitzgerald and William Spencer, Ewan Scott and Callum Wilson, George Theobald, Philip Jankowski, Leonardo Pelaggi, Libby Venus, Joe Stonehouse, James Gordon, Ryan Sadler rounds off 34 carts. As we get to the boot, everybody being, we had a few people having a little bit of a harmless spin on cold tyres.
They threw it out the front and then giving it a really big bit of a shake about, my cart's now facing the wrong way.
On very, very cold tyres.
That's all gone wrong. So Junior Rotax, Benjamin Lawn, I assume, is the hot favourite. He won in damp conditions yesterday for his first of his heats.
But he was penalised, Nick, and came second.
Oh, I didn't know that.
We are off racing, though, for the first time. Hopefully you're going to stay with us all day. Got a few carts off on the grass at Crook.
Oh.
But that is an Origin Motorsport cart that is off and into the lead. And that looks like we've got somebody rejoining. We've got Hugo McCluskey, I think, who has taken the lead. And he's already heading towards Ashby, into Ashby, the downhill right-hander. And then on to the left-hander, already pulling out a bit of a cushion here. Getting to grips with these conditions. When he passes in front of us, Nick, I'll be able to confirm, but I think that's Hugo McCluskey that's in the lead. Yeah,
that's a good start there by Hugo. I think Benjamin got a little bit wide in turn number 2. And they come round now for the first time. They're going to take the infamous Whilton Mill chicane. Here they go. Oh, look, which you pointed out, which I hadn't realised until yesterday, they have given that a good old shaving from last year, haven't they?
They really have.
Because effectively it was costing about 7 chassis a week, and now it's down to 3.
It was a welder's dream.
Absolutely.
As McCluskey has gone through in the lead, Adamitis joins in second. There was some sort of incident at turn 1, no doubt about it, because that grid has been completely shaken up, with Benjamin Lawn coming through at the first lap in 6th, Sam Green Gomez 7th, Lucas Hilton 8th, as a move for the lead.
A good move as well. The 14 of Adamantis gets straight. I say Adamantis, and all I can think of is stand and deliver, but there we go. And you knew I was going to say it, which is great to know. We started well. This is why we're together so rarely. Down the back straight now. So this is the running into the boot, and it's right, tight right. And of course, it used to be an overtaking opportunity. Now, not so much with the edition of the chicane, which is 1 by 1 by 1, and they come through and now fire themselves off down the main straight. And the reason that chicane is there is because that runoff wasn't enough. Oh, there's some water trapped in the curbs. You see that?
Yes, you've got to steer well off those curbs. As
Exactly, saw that there.
Yeah,
and it got a...
Adamitis didn't take their advice, didn't get the memo about staying off the curbs where the puddles are still very much present. Hugo McCluskey, I've got to say, has had a growing bout over the off-season and into this season.
These blooming kids.
He's grown about a foot.
I know.
Little Hugo, as I used to call him up in Warden Law, is not little Hugo anymore. He's kind of mid-sized Hugo now, and he's in second. But this is Benjamin Lawn down the inside now with Logan Hartshorn and into third.
Yes, he was.
What's that? All right, okay. I'd see what I've done there. Yeah. That's because of yesterday. This is the orange and blue with white trim on the Coles Racing cart that we are keeping an eye on here, Nick. Benjamin Lawn into third. Now, this is the driver that started on the pole, and he'll feel a little bit robbed, will Benjamin. We've got a great interview with him in the Paddock Show coming up at lunchtime, by the way, which is a little bit early this weekend, isn't it? About 11:30
we've got
on schedule.
They've stuck the lunch off. We have 8 heats. This is the first of 8 heats this morning. Then we have a lunch break. Then we have 8 super heats, and then straight into the finals. So because it's the O plate, we have super heats, which you don't normally have in an NKC environment. Everyone gets, I think, 2 heats and a super heat. And
let's not forget, it's also round 3 of the championship as well. So it is a massive part of this 26th season, as Benjamin Lawn is bringing Logan Hartshorn with him. Now they're beginning to bottle up behind the Origin Motorsport cart of McCluskey.
Yeah, you're going to need to get past him, because otherwise it was interesting coming into boot there. Lawn, who seems to be a bit quicker than most of the people here, was under pressure from Hartshorn because he's been held up by McCluskey. McCluskey now, I think, will find himself being swamped by left and by right. Lawn chooses the right hand as he sees it, and they both go through.
Yeah, Hartshorn following him through. It was Benjamin who created the gap, wasn't it? Benjamin Lawn creates the gap, and Hartshorn says, hang on, I'm coming with you. And now McCluskey, having got into the lead, he's now being swallowed up by those quicker, more experienced drivers. This is Hugo's first season in juniors. You can see the size of him. You know, all right, he's had a growing bout, but he's still, in comparison to the kids around him, he's still quite small. And he's still gathering data and gathering experience on these junior road and gathering muscle mass. Absolutely.
And then suddenly, if he has too much, has to go up early to seniors. But there we go.
So a change for second then, as Adamitis continues to lead by about 1.7 seconds from Benjamin Lawn, Logan Hartshorn, Jacob Aston up there, Barnaby Grove. Then we had McCluskey, Sadlowski, Harvey, Minto, Daniel Minto moving up to 9th, and Wisniewski's in 10th now. Sam Green Gomez dropping to 11th for some reason.
Yeah, it's an Origin Internecine battle, and it ends with Sadowski going past McCluskey. So McCluskey started well. Oh no, he's going to go over and under him, just stay ahead, side by side. And they go into Parker in the same position. But it's pretty obvious that McCluskey doesn't quite have the pace in these conditions.
Teammates as well, those
two.
It
didn't change. They didn't swap over, but it was definitely, look at McCluskey's dropping off the back of Grubb ahead of him. So, yeah, just not got the pace at the moment in the conditions. Interesting, really, how you set your carts up is completely different from yesterday, which was, I think they got a bit of all dry in the morning in practice, but then we had all sorts of rain, and I'm sure there's some setups which aren't quite where they should be, Joe.
Yeah, well, they've had plenty of opportunity to set the cart up for dry conditions for this morning, because from 6 p.m. last night they'll have been working on the carts, looking at the weather forecast, which is not just about being British in racing. It is a massive, massive factor. That's the second place cart there of Benjamin Lawn, who is chasing after Daniel Adamitis, who is off and away. Adamitis with the yellow and blue livery there of Roth Racing, who is leading by about 1.5. So that's came down a couple of tenths. Yeah. So Lawn is catching. And as long as this pack of, 4 carts there, as long as they don't start squabbling, then there's every chance that Lawn will catch Adamitis.
Yeah, I mean, the 4 of them, I don't know, I think there's 2 minutes. I don't think that Adamitis, to be honest, is actually that much slower than Lawn, and makes a tiny break there, gets 3 or 4 carts ahead of Hartshorn. But I don't think that Adamitis actually is going to lose this, because he's only got, he's got 4 laps to go. The thing, of course, is, as we have to remember, is that once you get within about, 0.7, 0.8, you're getting a helping hand from the slipstream. So it's really much, we haven't got to bridge the whole 1.4 second gap. You're really going to get half of that, and then physics will do the rest for you. But you need to have a couple of straights to get dragged along by. Lawn definitely having a little bit of a break from the 3 behind him, which is Hartshorn, Austin. Oh, an attempt there. I think that was by Aston to get up the inside, and that is obviously handing second place to Lawn.
Yeah, that's going to be tricky for Hartshorn to hang on to the rear bumper of Benjamin Lawn as he will pull away. Jacob Aston now challenging Hartshorn as Lawn has disappeared. Must remember that the North-South Challenge round 1 and 2 of the NKC this year was for the North-South Challenge Cup, and Benjamin Lawn in this class was the champion in the first 2 rounds. We have another championship in the middle 2 rounds, and then another cup to go for the final 2 rounds of the 2016. Now, I kind of like that idea.
Yeah, it means if you can only part of the season, you've always got something to go for. Next round, of course, is at Shedington, 4th and 5th of July. So that should be a nice hot one at the marvellous Shenny. But we are just starting, of course, Sunday here at Whilton. There's our Sadalewski and McCluskey has got past now, up at the front. Well, up at second place and third place, I say. This is the third place man. Hartshorn still in third. Grubb trying to catch him up, and there's Aston as well. That's the 3 of them. Aston actually dropped a place, didn't he? He was ahead of Ballyweb a couple of laps ago.
I think we just missed that. I think I think he challenged, and then it didn't come off for him. So better, another chance to maybe have another bash at that one.
Penultimate lap as they sweep round Christmas corner.
So it's going to be the last lap board for Daniel Adamitis next time by. Benjamin Lawn has pulled the gap back to just on 0.8 of a second as we just have a look at the beautiful lawns here. Well manicured.
It's well manicured, yeah.
Wilton Mill.
They are well manicured.
And no cats allowed.
Yeah, they don't really park on some of them either, which is irritating. And they've got the Wilton Mill parking is infamous, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a bit tight. Logan Hartshorn, Barnaby Grubb and Jacob Aston are coming back together there. They're battling for 3rd, 4th and 5th. Now, Benjamin Lawn has almost caught Adamitis.
Yeah.
And if he'd maybe had another lap or maybe 2, Benjamin Lawn might have been in a position to challenge. But if Adamitis can keep his head, and there's no reason why he shouldn't, he's got this in the bag. But look at this. The red and white Coles cart is coming.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, he absolutely needed the lap. He got the half the distance he got back. And then, of course, he just was moved up with the aero and with the slipstream, but now he'll get a little bit closer again as he's dragged along by the leader. But Adamitis now can only lose it by a mistake. There's no move that Lawn can make to take the win here. So he'll come over the second, and he'll be ruining whatever happened in corner 2.
Here we go then. Checkered flag will fly for Daniel Adamitis, who kind of stole that win at the first corner, didn't he? He got off behind Hugo McCluskey and then just got his head down and pulled a gap that he hung on to. Benjamin Lawn, who won on the road, he was the first across the line in yesterday's first heat.
Yeah.
However, he took a penalty which put him behind Jensen Hookie, and I'm not quite sure what the penalty was for. I'll see if I can find out
there was a lot
what that
of,
was.
in those damper races, there's a lot of slidey, contacty stuff which could either be construed one way or the other. So they're coming through, end of the first heat of the day. Shall we have a look at the result, Joseph?
Yeah, let's have a look at the result for that heat. Then Daniel Adamitis takes the win. Benjamin Lawn, Logan Hartshorn, Barnaby Grubb 4th, Jacob Aston hung on to 5th. Hugo McCluskey should be happy with that, Hugo, with the 6th. Hector Sadalowski's teammate behind him in 7th. Then we had Harry Harvey, Daniel Minto, Daniel Wisniewski, Sam Green Gomez dropped to 11th and stayed there. Bertie Hodgson 12th. And then in 13th, Tyler Rackham, Sam Blamey, Fenton Roderick, Ewan Scott, Nico Webers, Joe Stonehouse. And then we've got Cody Longdon, Elijah West, Leonardo Palagi, Callum Wilson, Zach Charles, William Spencer was 24th, Lucas Hilton, Eli Mann, Ryan Sadler, Finley McCass, George Theobald, Libby Venus. Then the last 4 carts to finish from 31st down was Philip Jankowski, James Gordon, Lila Fitzgerald, and Lucy Lovell, who didn't take the start by the looks of that. So a problem for the Origin Motorsport driver there of Lucy Lovell, who didn't take the start. We've got an onboard as well. Nico Webers was part of that heat there. Nico finishing 17th. We've got an onboard that we're going to be in a position. Let's have a look at that now, because we're going to give people an idea of just what the driver's view of Whilton Mill is, thanks to Nico. Something that we'll try and do every track we visit for the rest of the season. Here we go through the new chicane to start the lap out of the final turn and across the line. There's the grid markings, as you can see. Into Oblivion, the sweep, the very fast left-hander, and then the right-hander crook, just letting the cart breathe all the way up the straight and up the hill. I need that for next weekend. Into Christmas Corner, a very open right-hander. It's not tight hairpin at all, that one. It's very fast. Inkerman's is this right-hand sweep here. And then downhill, very tricky corner, this right-hand hairpin, off camber, Ashby, use all the curb, keep that momentum, and into the two left-handers coming up now. Parker, short burst on the throttle there, and into Chapman, all important for the run onto the back straight, through the kink there, towards the boot. This is a passing opportunity here. You get people coming down the inside, through the left, immediate right, and this has changed now because you have to take a completely different line at this part because of this chicane. Came upon, was redesigned into Whilton Mill a couple of years ago, and it certainly changed the nature of the end of the lap. But thank you to Nico Webers from LRG for that insight as to
that was a lovely full dry race in pleasant weather.
That was a practice, wasn't
Friday,
it?
Yeah. Actually, he gave me about. We had his entire practice clips, and I chose the sunniest one.
Oh, very nice.
It's not necessarily the fastest one, but it was the sunniest clip. Oh, that looked nice. That looked nice on the screen. I did the sunny one.
We've got the 177 senior Rotax out, 177 kilogram category, the heavier senior Rotax class. They're being led out by Will Murdoch, who will start this on the pole. He took a win in the first heat yesterday for the 177, splitting into two groups here. Will Murdoch, Harrison Crook, who's come here to steal a trophy. Harrison Crook alongside him on the front row. Ollie Owen and Ethan Wyatt are on row 2. Row 3 is George Walker and Louis Rees. Patrick Williams-Rawhidge and George Willis. Jason Gardner and Scott Clee. Archie Elliott and Luke Oliver share row 6 with Steve Gilly and Ryan Layton. Mark Gilly and Dan Milward share 8. Row 9 is Harry Taylor and Jack Taylor. Nathan Wells and Lincoln Bailey Arneson are on row 10. Billy Clark and Scott Smith share 11. Then we've got Rob Smith and Ben Hitch, Jake Davis and Lewis Judd, Taylor Bellini and Solomon Williams round off a 28-cart field. Louis Rees starting on the third row. Louis racing this weekend, and my heart goes out to that young man. His father passed away last week. We had a minute's silence just before we came on air to kind of pay our respects to Mark Rees, who has been a big part of this paddock for many, many years. And Louis and his mother Tan have chosen to come here and race because that's exactly what Mark would have said. Get off your butts and get out there and race this weekend. So my heart does really go out to Louis, who is out there and racing.
See some early breaks there as they come through the first two corners of Oblivion and Crook, but they've got to go, and they come running up the straight. It looks like it's in grid order at the moment. They sweep around Christmas for the first time. Tell you what, it's a very colourful. When you get the sun out, it's very colourful with the various sticker kits out there, because there's a lot more people, independent and teams within the 177. So it's all just a spray of beautiful summer colours. Joe was saying how much he loves late May, early June for the colours of the countryside. Well, we now have the colours of the countryside at Whilton Mill with the carts.
I also like the idea that we've got a full summer of motorsport ahead of us as well here in the UK. Now, this is an intriguing battle. Will Murdoch is a championship regular. Harrison Crook, who was a championship regular, he's gone off to new pastures and trying other championships and doing very well, I've got to say, for TH Corsa.
Really?
Harrison has come to Whilton Mill to steal the O plate, the pesky O plate, and he looks on form because he really is on form. Harrison, he was vice champion a couple of years ago, remember, and he's now took the lead from Will Murdoch.
Harrison came to the UAE for a weekend.
He did, yes. He won the competition. He won
Because he lost some weight, hadn't he?
Yeah, he lost some weight for it. He certainly lost some weight racing in the UAE.
Because he lost some weight going and went into, because there's no 177 over there. He went into the 162. So he lost a load of weight to race at the Dubai O plate. And I think he hasn't necessarily put that much more on. So he's probably absolutely on the weight limit.
Well, he won one of Henry Baudet's competitions, didn't he?
Yeah, Henry. It was a all expenses paid trip to the Oval.
Being run by the Mumbai Falcons, which is a prominent team in the UAE. Harrison Crook, though, mission objective on target here as he leads from Will Murdoch, Ollie Owen, Ethan Wyatt fourth, Louis Rees fifth. He's moved up one. Archie Elliott's moved up to sixth. George Walker up to seventh. Steve Gilly moves up 2. Luke Oliver and Jack Taylor round off your top 10.
Yeah, Luke Oliver there nicely backing it in. I think maybe we may get a replay of it. He's in the background there. He just backs the whole thing in. Here it goes, backs it in and just takes the position.
Oh, that was an outbreak, wasn't it? Last of the late breakers for Luke Oliver as he goes through there.
This is that battle there. I think he's 6th and 7th, isn't it? 7th and 8th.
Well, that's Louis Rees on the 47.
Right,
that's the young man who's
5th and 6th. That's Rees and Elliott.
Yeah, Louis is being challenged, and Louis, who's been a part of this paddock here with his dad Mark, who'll be a big miss in the NKC paddock. And it really is phenomenal that Louis has chosen. I mean, mental strength from that family to come here and race. And he's probably got his dad at the forefront of his mind here as his dad's voice is there, is telling him to keep those 3 carts behind him. It's going to be a big ask, Louis, for you to do that, but you're doing a great job so far. They are queuing up behind. It looks like a Roalf Racing queue behind. No, is that a Roalf cart in the middle of that one? That's Archie Elliott and George Walker. They're all on yellow and blue. George Walker, Luke Oliver.
Is there going to be a move up the inside into the boot? No, just so Harrison Crook has broken away from Will Murdoch, and there's a little bit of a gap. Olio and Ethan Wyatt are close on the track, but not nose to tail as these are here battling for 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's pretty obvious, actually. I think that Louis is a bit of a cork in the bottle here because he's driving well to keep him behind, but every single time we look, there's more and more cars behind him. And now it's a very hungry caterpillar of carts amount that's been growing on here, isn't it?
Yeah, he's doing a cracking job keeping that. Now, Archie Elliott's carrying the number 2. He was vice-champion last year, remember, going into the final round in contention to be the 177 champion. Didn't quite come off. He's wanting to make amends for that. He changed teams to Roalf from Sushi Racing, and now they start tripping over one another. And I'm trying to see the livery on that cart of George Walker. Please tell me, which team is George Walker in? Because that doesn't look like a Roalf cart. That's a Roalf cart that is behind Walker, and in front of him, Archie Elliott with the red overalls and black helmet. And Louis Rees
pulling away.
Is still sat there.
To get a cart gap between them.
In the top 5. And now we'll drive defensively. No, not this time. And Archie Elliott says, right, okay, Louis, if you're going to leave the door open, I'm going to go through it.
And they get that little hook there before Inkerman's, which I'm sure has got a name. That's got a name, hasn't it?
No, it hasn't. It's never had a name. No,
really?
The left-hander, I know.
Yeah.
It's odd, really. The outside of Christmas.
This one here. This is called. Anyway,
this
so
is
it's a no-name corner. He's just put himself hung a little bit out to dry.
You do end up there if you get overtaken. We've now got Archie Elliott, who's broken away from Louis Rees. Down the inside of Louis Rees goes George Walker.
Was that Luke Oliver going past there?
I think that was George
Walker. It was a 6. I could be wrong. I've been wrong before. I think it was the 6.
We'll find out now, Nick, as they come across the line, I think. It's Archie Elliott. It was Luke Oliver, yeah. Louis Rees now dropping to 7th. George Walker, Jack Taylor, Steve Gilly rounds off your top 10.
Apparently, the nose of all the Nib Sport carts do have a memorial sticker to Mark Rees.
Yeah, you can't help but think about Louis' dad. Certainly when we're watching him battling his way around Whilton Mill here.
Not doing a bad job.
He's doing a cracking job, isn't he? Remember Louis a couple of years ago came into the comms box, said he had aspirations to be a commentator, and he was far too good, and we've never allowed him back, have we?
Yeah, well, there's a few people, there's a few children who aren't allowed anywhere near our comms box anymore. So this is back to 3rd and 4th, which is the closest battle towards the front of the orange cart there. And that is why he's been slowly holding off Ollie Owen. Owen has been very happy to sit in the wheel tracks of Ethan for the last 6 or 7 laps. They've done 7 laps, so the last 6 laps.
Well, I'm not sure he's happy with sat there. I just don't think he can do anything about Ethan. Ethan Wyatt, who has grown a bit taller than he really wanted to and had to move into the 177 class. His brother Sam is still in the 162s. Remember, these two were in the junior category when we first started televising this.
Is this the 6th season doing this, or our 5th season doing this?
We started in 22.
We did what? Yeah, so 22, 23, 4. So this is our 6th year. So a lot. We are beginning to see a lot of the people who were little tiny mere specks at the bottom end of the juniors are now big hulking men and women in the other.
It was Sam Wyatt, of course, who was the junior champion in 2022, our first junior champion here on Karting Live TV. With the NKC. This is his brother Ethan, who's doing a great job. If anything, Nick, it looks like he's pulled out a bit of a cushion from Ollie Owen.
It was closer 2 laps ago, but as we know, during the course of any race, temperatures go up, temperatures go down, tyres come in, tyres go out, and also there's micro mistakes you don't necessarily see, which cost you a couple of tenths here and there. But it is just a little more comfortable for Wyatt as he begins his 9th lap. Well, he begins his 10th lap, he completes 9, beginning his 10th lap. And it is I would think it's on the cusp. It'll be the penultimate lap. Harrison Crook won't get round in 43 seconds. The lap times they're doing are 48. So this is the penultimate lap. So almost achieved by Wyatt, a virtual podium. No podium for heats, but it's always nice to be in the top 3.
Yeah, it's just acquiring points for your grid position for the super heats and then into the heats, the finals coming up this afternoon. As we've got Ethan Wyatt now, who's he could hear the engine, no doubt, of Ollie Owen getting ever closer, and then he's kind of switched it on and managed to pull out a bit of a cushion. So with Harrison Crook ahead of him and Harrison Crook in the lead by 2.6 seconds, Will Murdoch has got 3.5 seconds before this battle here. So the 177's uncharacteristically quite spread out here at Whilton Mill. As there is Will Murdoch on his last lap. Here is the battle for 3rd and 4th. Let's see if we can pick up the leader, Harrison Crook, who is...
There he is.
There he is, on the blue and white livery of TH Corsa. He's running the Veneto motor, and he's been running in different series for the last year or so. And here he is, out to pinch a trophy, Nick.
Let's just say out there, he's been very disloyal, but it's nice to have him back.
Yes, like an old girlfriend who's been off.
Yes, he's come back for a... they say never go back, but hey-ho. Great performance there by Harrison Crook, takes the win. Murdoch held the lead for a couple of laps, but he's got a bit of extra pace. We just see what happens when they combine all of the 177s. That seems relatively easy by the pairs and a bit of extra pace, but of course, and this isn't mixed grid, Joe, so it's not a case with somebody fast having to come through the field. The fact is they were all there already. So
that's right.
We've got not the whole field, of course. It is a selection of the field. You wait for the rest of them to come through, and we'll have a quick look at the result. And there it is.
So Harrison Crook takes the win in fine style from Will Murdoch. Ethan Wyatt making it an LRG 2 and 3. Ollie Owen was 4th with Archie Elliott for Roalf, making it a Roalf 4 and 5 actually. Luke Oliver was 6th. In 7th place we had Jack Taylor and George Walker with Jason Gardner. Louis Rees ended up 10th. Steve Gilly, Scott Smith 11th and 12th. Then Patrick Williams, Rohaj, Scott Clee, Nathan Wells, George Willis, Jake Davis 17th, Mark Gilly was 18th, and we then had Ryan Layton, Dan Millward, Rob Simpson, Harry Taylor, Ben Hitch, Billy Clark, Solomon Williams. We lost after 6 laps, or 5 laps I should say. Lincoln Bailey Arneson, a contender for top honours, we lost on lap 2. Not quite sure what went on there, but we lost Lincoln Bailey Arneson, the number 9. Fastest and quickest of the Masters, finishing in 9th overall, was Jason Gardner, with Steve Gilly 2nd in the Masters and 11th overall. Scott Clee was 3rd in the Masters, 14th overall.
In Carver 9715 says, what's the schedule? Well, the schedule is a list of races written on a piece of paper. That's the schedule, with a word called lunch halfway through. We've got 6 more heats, then we have a break, and then we have the super heats, which I believe there are 8 of, and then we move into the final, which are a few B finals and A finals. So it's a full day. It's heats, super heats, and finals. Is that going to be a nose penalty? So yeah, we look at that one, isn't he?
Yeah, that looks like a nose, doesn't it? down the order. What do we mean by nose?
I could do that job.
You could. That's a great job. I can sit on a stool.
It's nice.
He's checking nose cone. You see the front of the carts there, if you're new to NKC. They've got a mechanism. They attach to the front of the cart by a release mechanism that if you hit the front of the cart, if you clobber
something else.
Yes, if you clobber something else, the mechanism releases and drops the nose down. Doesn't detach the nose, just drops it off its mount. And you get an immediate 5-second penalty when you come in. And that chap there was sat on his little stool, just checking for noses. You will then get a 5-second penalty. And I'm wondering, and I can't think of why. You talk amongst yourself for a second. I'm going to ask a question.
What are you trying to think about? I can't think of why.
I want to know why Benjamin Lawn got a penalty for that win yesterday.
We did this first. There you go. So the next heat, I just heard they fired up the engines. And that will be the first, I think, today of our senior rotor hits. It's BVC, and the grid is Kieran Gifford, Jack Maidment, Macaulay Alston, Finley Underwood, Dylan Morton and Sean Rudge. They are the first 3 rows. And then came back to row 4. We've got a slight issue there. So it's Kieran Hammond, And then Reece Green, Bradley Howes, Carl Dunford, Jacob Felton, Ryan Shepherd, Joseph Mills, George Isgrove, Blake Ticehurst, Braden Hill, Arthur Thacker, Farrell Aaron, Callum Scrivens, Thomas Assoud, Ethan Lomax, Jensen Hartshorn, Via Malu, Jack Theobald, Joshua Priest, Isaac Reynolds, Cameron Davey and Oakley Garthwaite. They are your runners for the seniors. Now you're fiddling with stuff and you may go all fuzzy again. So is it worth getting out of position, walking all the way down and waffling down?
Oh, hang on, Tom's got something.
It was a bumper penalty.
Benjamin Long took a bumper penalty, which he had enough time to only go to second behind Jensen Hookey. This is all about seniors, though. That was about juniors, just catching up on something that happened earlier. Here we go then. We've got the junior field, senior field coming around. This was absolutely outstanding racing from this group of carters.
With some controversy as well.
There was absolutely loads of controversy, which the weather played a big part. As we go racing once again.
No way, surely not.
Yeah, we've gone.
Wow.
We've gone. We are racing.
Wow,
through.
one side was so far ahead. The inside side was so far ahead. The outside. Was that our leader's gone off?
That looks like Kieran Gifford, who's gone sailing straight on at turn one.
It is. He's not there. So pole to last. So race through for Gifford, get some points. He's not going to get to the front, I wouldn't think, but he's going to try and get through this field as much as possible. And there he is, tapping on the back, probably with several very naughty words in his head.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there. Couldn't quite see in the melee. That looks like 2-3 TT Motorsport carts that are off and into the lead of this race now. TT standing for Taylor Truman Racing. Taylor Truman Motorsport has got 3 carts heading the field as they head to the boot for the first time.
Yeah, wait for them to come round and see what the score will be. They come and cross the line. This is third, fourth, fifth and sixth. First 2 over the line. That is the 45. So Macaulay Austin has just inherited lead from Gifford. There's Morton, here in Hammond, Maidment, Howes, Finley Underwood, Joseph Mills and Sean Rudge, Carl Dunford and Jacob Filton are the top 10. And if you look at the top 10, the one name you didn't see was Kieran Gifford, because he is right at the back.
We've got Dylan Morton trying to get around the outside there. Let's have another look at this. As we get towards Christmas Corner, Macaulay Austin moves to the right-hand side there and just defends the corner from his teammate, would you believe? They're in the same ordering according to the livery on those carts, I think. Or is that? No, that's not
similar, but they're not
TT
the same.
Motorsport in second place.
Yeah,
what's that livery on Macaulay Austin's car?
No,
there?
it's not TT, that's for
It's
sure.
not TT.
Oh, he's going to nudge him around. Oh, it's our first one of the day. First nudging out through the boot. And that was, he gave him a little kiss and then another nudge and go up the inside. Great move there. We haven't seen that all day yesterday, even in the wet. Is it a mistake? That's a tin opener, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a little nudge on the rear bumper there. You saw the rear bumper of the 45 fold up on the right-hand corner at the back of that cart. That has now got Dylan Morton into the lead, and the number 17 loses out to... Oh, no, the number
Underwood got past Maidment for fourth there coming into Christmas. So
yeah.
Early moves.
Just
any idea where our pole man is now?
Well, we had a mixed qualifying in damp, changeable conditions.
Yeah, so didn't go out, did they?
So that even though we've got time qualifying, we have got a little bit of a mixed grid.
Gifford was 22nd at the end of the first lap.
Kieran Gifford's 22nd.
And in the second lap, sorry.
And he's got a contact warning.
What, with himself?
I don't know who he's been contacting to make his way up there. But that would have been that's quite devastating for the points haul going forward for the grid for the Super Heats. So Kieran Gifford will have lost a chunk of points there.
Another forward move there from Hammond, gets up the inside of Macaulay Austin.
Now Macaulay Austin waved him through there, Nick. That he allowed that. Macaulay Austin wasn't going to fight with Kieran Hammond at all, and he waved him through as they went towards Christmas Corner. So that's not like Macaulay Austin to not want to fight.
It's not quite there, or is he perhaps got his tyres set to come up on lap 6? That's a good point. You don't see much waving through in kart. Well, you shouldn't really, but you don't see much waving through in karting. Certainly not in short race. Sometimes in the endurance racing you'll see it happen.
Let's see, because we're still, we're 40 plus seconds away from half distance. So Macaulay Austin might not have the tyre pressure set to where
it
might be that he'll come back.
He's dropping off, so I'm wondering whether he's realised it's not quite where it needs to be this morning, and he's made a little bit of a mistake. Is he right? What I need to do now is cleanly get back at the best I can, and then I'll go back to the awning and go, yeah, we've set that wrong.
Well, I'm not sure that's a tyre pressure thing, because
he's going backwards. I think there's something not 100% right, because Austin should be a front runner. He's going backwards at the moment as Underwood takes him as well.
and he loses time through Oblivion and Crook there massively, which is going to absolutely devastate your lap time going up that hill.
I think he's down on power.
He's not punching out the corner at all, is he?
Perhaps they've chosen the wrong gear ratio. Perhaps on the wrong tooth, who knows? But anyway, there's two things that happen now. Either the second half of the race will start moving forward again, or whatever the problem is, will continue drifting back. Joseph Mills is the next person to be sniffing around the rear end of Austin. Gifford's up to 17th now. So obviously he is going to move through the field probably to about 12th or 10th. And then, of course, the actual quality of the people who's going past gets faster and faster. It's harder to get past them. That's the 140, I think, of Carl Dunford. Yeah. That's 6th, 7th, 8th. You see the SW plate. That's a Southwest plate. You win that at Dunk as well. It's Blake Ticehurst. And then behind him is the Sean Rudge on the 440. So when you see people who've got like 4 numbers or 3 numbers, they also race elsewhere. How could you believe it? Awful. The single numbers, they are people who have come in the top 10 of the championship last year in the NKC. The 0 is the O-plate winner. They're not actually in this one, but we have got some O's. Last time you can use it, unless you win it again. But you see like a 139 or a 460 or something. That means they have also raced in other championship where the numbering is different, and they've decided they don't want to buy new sticky numbers.
The number 45, Macaulay Austin, continues to drop through the field. He's now got Joe Mills, absolutely. In fact, Joe Mills down the inside into Ashby. And Joe Mills gets it all wrong on the grass. Hung on to that bit of rally crossing from Joe Mills there. Down the inside, slides very wide here, and just loses out, doesn't he? He gets it on the wet.
That's the very, very wet part of the... that's almost like stunt driving, rearing up in the air.
He didn't have any...
Oh, it was up there. Another person.
Somebody else.
Like Gifford again.
Like Gifford.
Like Gifford again, didn't it?
He's having a nightmare, isn't he, Kieran? He's having a nightmare trying to push on and get as far up this field as he can.
Yeah, he dropped down from where he was.
He was 16th. Let's see where he comes through here. They're just about to cross the line now. We're just monitoring the progress. No, he's up to 15th.
No, I think somebody else.
So, yeah.
Somebody else in the blue and white cart was having a bit of a nightmare.
But Macaulay Austin has definitely got a problem there. Joe Mills should have been in 5th now, but
I think second and third just changed. I think second and third just changed in a dramatic format. I looked out the window, and I think Underwood hit the curb on the exit of Ashby, jumped up in the air, lost all his drive, and I think second and third has changed around now. Hammond's back is into second. I mean, it could have been a back marker because you never tell these days, can you? But I think it changed. Let's see if I was right. We go across. And it's now Hammond who's in second after Underwood had a big moment. It is indeed had a big moment on the curb up in Ashby.
Easy to do. That exit curb does really, like a magnet, draw you to it, and it's all about keeping the momentum out of the corner. There's the leaders through. Dylan Morton, Kieran Hammond, Finlay Underwood, Macaulay Austin still fighting whatever is wrong with that.
Yeah, Mills had a problem as well because he was in 4th and now he's in 8th.
Mills was the one who went.
Oh, Mills was rallycross. Sorry, yeah. There's so much going on with Brady.
There's so much going on, absolutely. And significantly, if you do get it wrong, it's going to have a massive, massive payback because the outside of this, just a little bit off track on these curbs, and they're soaking wet.
So is that Austin gaining a position or losing a position? Yes, it's Austin and Hammond. What's Hammond doing? Hammond was in second. Now he's in 4th.
Hang on, here they come across the line. Dylan Morton, Finlay Underwood, Kieran Hammond.
Hammond's made a mistake.
Well, Kieran Hammond, you described being overtaken by Finlay Underwood, remember?
No, that was the previous lap. It was the other way around. Underwood, it was the other way around, the previous lap. And now they've swapped again this lap.
Here comes Ticehurst now, getting towards the back of that 45. Ticehurst on the orangey red Coles Racing colours, on the orange, white and black of the number 45. That seems to have...
Austin's moving forward again,
he's kind of switched on. Yeah. I wonder if it is a tyre pressure thing. That's a massive, massive difference between the half distance mark of this race and the end of this race. Because he's not dropping back anymore. Yeah, he's got or is he?
Well, he's got one more lap to go. We're about to start the last lap. Morton crosses the line now to get the last lap board. Let's see if Underwood's managed to stay in second for a whole lap. He has. And it's Hammond, Austin, Ticehurst, Rudge and Mills in the top 7. What has been a very, very eventful BVC event. There's our leader, finally getting a bit of screen time. And the bright orange overalls and the 3.35 of Dylan Morton. Going around Ashby, staying a bit more of the curbs usable now as it dries out. Still kind of overcast and kind of pretty much pretty typical early English summer day. And he comes out through the back straight, and all he has to do now is navigate the left, right of the boot, and then of course over the chicane And he will be taking, well, subject to any future penalties, taking the win in the BVC heat. And there he goes, across the line. Morton wins. And he's stretching his lead towards the end as well. With Underwood, Hammond, Austin. And there's the rest of the field, all quite closely bunched up, but no actual change of position on those last couple of laps. Gifford was running 13th, and he stayed 13th to get 12th. No, Gifford got to far from 13th, so from first to last to 13th for Gifford. Just wait for him to come across, and we'll let Joe tell you the exact order of all the teams and the drivers in a race which was so much going on that we only managed to cover about 70% of it.
At least, I think that I wouldn't even say 70%. It was certainly Dylan Morton that took the win, though, with Finlay Underwood in second, Kieran Hammond third. Macaulay Austin for DM Racing, that's who the team livery was fourth. Sean Rudge fifth, Blake Ticehurst sixth, and then in seventh, Joe Mills, Cal Dunford, Ethan Lomax, Jack Maidman, Reese Green, Oakley Garthwaite 12th. That's a better run than he had yesterday. Kieran Gifford, Arthur Thacker, Braden Hill, Jacob Felton, Thomas Assoud and Jack Theobald 17th and 18th, with Joshua Priest, Jensen Hartshorn, Farad Arian, Cameron Davey, Isaac Reynolds, Via Maru was the finisher in 24th. Callum Scribbins was 25th. Bradley Howes was 26th. And George Isgrove we lost on lap 7. Oakley Garthwaite from the back of the field after posting no qualifying time yesterday. And yesterday's time qualifying come through from the back of the grid again, up to 12th this time. So he's gathering points to assist where he will start the superheat. Macaulay Austin, of course, DM Racing is the team that he is running with. He wasn't here for round 2, and I forget the reason why he couldn't turn up. But he's back with DM, and not sure exactly where that loss of pace was from the start of the race going forward. But we'll see if they can rectify that. We stay with senior Rotax, though. We've got the other groups. This time A and D groups are out. And we'll have a look at their grid in a moment, Nick, when I get that in front of me.
Okie dokie. I'm just doing some housekeeping. Thanks for you watching. If you are watching on the YouTube, or if you're on the YouTube, if you are hello, it's on the YouTube. You children are watching on the YouTube. Can you let's have a comment? Let's come and talk to us. We love a conversation. And obviously, if you're watching on the Facebook, comment on the YouTube. Oh dear. I think I probably need to go lie down somewhere.
Like my mother-in-law. She calls Facebook face mask.
Really?
Don't know why. On face mask. Ollie Varney and Ben Ballou then lead this field of senior Rotax. It's the other group this time. It's C. Is it C and D or A and D? It's A and D. A and D, groups A and D are led out. We've got Ollie Varney and Ben Ballou on the front row, Jensen Watson, Mason Perrin on row 2. It's going to be a cracker, isn't it, with those 4 at the front. And then we've got Riley Thatcher and Bobby Rosie behind them on 3. Taylor Dixon and Sam Wyatt. The names just keep on coming. Luke Evans and George Hume on 5. Row 6 is Charlie Hume and Zari Visarek. Leo French and Kai Pepperell on 7. Row 8 is Sebastian Benson and Robbie Rigby. And then we've got John Hobbs and Ben Harper, James Wood and Harvey Lee Winteridge, Alexander Campbell and Zach Fletcher, Zenzong Lim and Nathan Jensen share 12. Jacob Mockler and Grace Lee Davies on 13th. Row 14 is Jamie Kidney and Chris Jordanov, and Jack Wilkes rounding off a 29-cart field. But look at the first 3 rows of this field. This is what time qualifying gives us. It gives us the quickest drivers at the front of the field from the very outset. And it bodes very well with the names that we see there, Nick.
Yeah, we really are going to see some action. Ben Ballou was the centre of the action, if we were honest, yesterday. There was an instant towards the race which managed to get, I think they are 7 people and got 7 different opinions on what was going on. And you and I were absolutely opposite in our opinions of what the incident was, weren't we? You said it was a racing incident, I said it was a penalty. And the only thing I would say about that is I won because it was a penalty.
Well, it was Tom Storer's decision at the end of the day who's the official.
Here we go.
Here we go then.
Much nicer start this time. 13 breaks out of line. Probably that's okay. And they sweep round now. Oh!
Ollie Varney gets caught out exactly in the same way that Kieran Gifford did on that outside line, which looks like it's a bit greasier. That looks like is that a TH Corsa cart? And I'm not quite sure who that's. Jensen Watts.
That's the 34 4 going for a bit of a grass track.
So Jensen Watts off into the lead by the looks of it. Has he got the lead out of Ashby? He has indeed. The orange helmet of Watts is being followed round by an LRG
43.
car. 43.
That's Taylor Dixon from 7th.
From 7th to 2nd. And Taylor Dixon, we saw how quick Taylor can be at Rara, a track he knows well, but he also knows Whilton Mill well. We've got a cracking race ahead of us with Jensen Watts now in a position where he needs to defend.
So Varney and Ballou both dropped massively on the field.
And the same as Kieran Gifford, though.
Yeah.
Exactly the same mistake, shall I call it.
Perhaps it just isn't that bite on the outside going to, as you begin to turn left, they just don't get the bite in, or perhaps there's a cart there. But either way, that's 2 heats in a row. We've seen the front row be a disadvantage.
Ollie Varney down to 7th, Ben Ballou down to 10th, Nick.
And that's a little bit of coming together in the back of the field there. The 333 of Leo French got involved with 2 different carts. I'm not saying it was his fault, but he got involved with 2 different carts going around Christmas.
Well, he got involved with Ben Ballou, who tries to side down the inside of, I think, John Hobbs there, or it was Leo French on the 333 who was involved in that coming together as well. That mids pack looks absolute chaos.
It does, and I think again, because you've got a couple of fast carts have ended up in the mid pack when they should. Well, they don't think they should be there. They are there because they deserve to be there. Top 4 now coming round to complete the second lap, and the top 4 as they go across the line, it's Watts, Dixon, Thatcher and Kazu Rizicek, and they go now running up towards Christmas. They're equidistant apart. Look at that, it's perfect symmetry. They're all 5 cart lengths apart.
Yeah, they are. It's quite a nice little race that's developing here as Riley Thatcher begins to latch onto the back of Taylor Dixon. Zari Visarek, who we remember in the junior class, I think he was in the car championship in the junior class, wasn't he? I think so. Look how tall he's become. He's head and shoulders above the back of that seat.
Well, this is the interesting thing. I mean, we talked about yesterday, but this whole idea about are the weight limits correct for karting, because people are just getting bigger. I'm not saying they're getting more; they're getting fatter. They are getting naturally taller.
Yeah.
There's more bones. You look at Formula One. So Formula One used to be a jockey's championship, didn't it? And now they're all 6 foot stick thin, aren't they? Having one bowl of pasta every 6 months.
Apart from Antonelli,
that is true.
And Lando Norris, who's average size now, he was tiny.
Yeah, Lando Norris was so small he couldn't drive Formula 3, could he? For a while because he didn't have power steering.
That's right, couldn't turn the wheel. There's a change for second as Taylor Dixon is absolutely getting mugged as the 43.
Rosier, brilliant move by Rosier. He's got 2 there.
Yeah, Rosier coming through.
Great. That was a fantastic couple of corners there by Rosier. He came through Incomes and Ashby. That's the lead on the shot man with the green and white helmet. Absolutely superb run by that. He just suddenly popped in and just did 1, 2 and 3. This is a bit earlier in the lap. And that's the 183 of Riley Thatcher. Just getting up past Dixon. That was the move for second just before it got past. So this lap has been a massive change around. And they come across that chassis braking chicane. Oh, and the 322 is too wide. Visicek just gets on the curb. And you suddenly saw on that outside curb, that lethal turn, or last pallet turn curb, so much water is still trapped in those ridges, Joe.
Yeah, you want to stay well off those curbs there, but sometimes you've just got to let the cart breathe and then deal with it. And unfortunately, when you've committed to that throttle being planted by the time you hit the apex there, you've just got to let it, and hopefully you stay off the puddles. As Bobby Rosier, the second cart in that frame there, the number 49, is now clamped to the back of Riley Thatcher. And this is a battle for a top 2 position here, because Riley Thatcher currently dropping off the back of Jensen Watts. They're just going in the forefront.
I'm getting 2024 vibes with Watts just driving off into the distance.
Yes, he did do that a little bit in 24, didn't he? He did a few guest appearances in 23, came along in 24 and won the championship as he set out to do. He was in contention right into
it was much closer last year.
Last year was a much closer championship for him, and he didn't quite pull it off at the last round. But he's still carrying. I still think he was he vice champion last year?
He was here after a very controversial very controversial last meeting. We probably better gloss over that.
It was, yeah. He's still carrying the 93 though, just to confuse me. The 93, hopefully bringing him. Look, there's the move.
Here. Now, as long as he can get the drive, that didn't work in the wet yesterday because you came up tight and the person on the wide line got much better drive. But in the dry, that's fine. The grip goes down, and Rosier picks up second. He's got half a race effectively, just shy of, to make up what was a second and a half last time round. I expect to be slightly more after an overtaking manoeuvre. There's Watts with the orange helmet disappearing through oblivion. Rosier, so still a second and a half. So you kind of think Rosier might have the pace. He's come through the field well, Bobby, and now he's going to try and see, does he really want to push hard and get the win, or are the points enough?
To be pedantic, Nick, you were right. You were spot on. It was slightly more, but just by a couple of thousandths or so. But now with Bobby Rosier with clean air in front of him, he's cleared Riley Thatcher. The race is now on for the lead. And now he can just focus on driving the optimum line around this track here, not thinking about tyre management at all, but chasing down Jenson Watts. Whether he's got time, though, 2.5 minutes remaining, that's a big ask.
Well, it's a good point, of course. Everybody on their fresh set of tyres for this event. You get one set of tyres for each pair of rounds. So everyone has new tyres this weekend. More importantly, of course, they didn't have to use them yesterday because it's wet. So these are actually, should be, for most of these drivers, I think, absolutely brand new, fresh tyres. So you got most of it, but then again, you have to start thinking about it. I suppose in a way, I don't know whether this comes into their minds, Joe, but if you are a guest appearancer and you're just doing this one, can you be more raggy? Can you be more aggressive on the tyre when you don't have to run it at Shillington in a month's time?
This is not from my experience, but this is from my research. The Maxxis tyre does not respond well to overly aggressive driving. You get drivers that transition from other series where the Mojo tyre is the tyre, the spec tyre. They find that the moment they try to drive the tyre like they drive a Mojo, it doesn't work. It absolutely ruins the tyre and it goes off and it overheats. So you've got to be a little bit more conservative. You've got to be a little bit more delicate and have a little bit more feel with the Maxxis tyre. It's a harder compound for the correct reasons, and so you've got to drive it differently. The moment you try to overdrive it, even when they're new, you can ruin a set of tyres in one heat, I've heard.
Well, yeah, but I mean, that is it. You know, it doesn't matter what motorsport it is. It can be grass track, it can be speedway, it can be motorcycle racing, it can be car racing, kart racing. The most important thing are the black things which contact the ground.
Nick, it's all about the tyres. As you well know, I've run karts, I've run British touring cars with my mate Gary Robertshaw, who's gone on to win Le Mans in the LMP2 class as an engineer.
And he'll be giving it a go in is he in the McLaren team for the...
He's not. He's staying well out of it.
Is he? He's not doing the LMP2.
You should hear his reasoning. But that's another story. Maybe for I can't even mention it next week. But yes, it's all about the tyres. It's all about getting the tyres to work, whether you're running a kart, a Mini, a Clio Cup car, a British touring car, or an LMP2 prototype, or even a hypercar, which you'll see at Le Mans next week. It's all about getting the best of those tyres. It's all about the tyres. And a little bit about the driver, and a little bit about the chassis.
I've heard the drivers.
And a little bit about the engine.
I've heard the driver's slightly important.
Really
Come back, Olivani's got himself back to 6th, and Ben Ballou's got himself back to 5th. This is the penultimate lap, give or take half a second, because Jenson Watts is right on the cusp of getting another one. He's just going to miss it, I think. It's going to get a last lap board by half a second, I think, on the next one.
Significantly, of those front runners, Ben Ballou was behind Olivani, who was also, both of those drivers, behind Taylor Dixon. They've both gotten now ahead of Taylor Dixon into 5th and 6th, but Ben Ballou significantly ahead of Olivani.
It is the last lap, so it's a reasonable recovery as far as points are concerned for Ben and Ollie. But Jenson Watts, you've let him away, and whilst Bobby Rosier has been slowly gaining by about 0.2 or 0.3 a lap, I don't know. I think Jenson had this completely under control for the entirety of this race. Running with TH Corsa now.
Can you imagine, Nick? You're Jenson Watts on row 2. You see Olivani and Ben Ballou spear off, and you think, "Thank you, boys. Get me head down." And that's exactly what Jenson Watts has done.
Do you not sit around trying to find your calendar and say, "Is this a Christmas day?"
Yeah, thanks for the present. We have got Bobby Rosier catching ever so slightly,
but he's got one straight to go.
He's got literally meters as the checkered flag flies for Jenson Watts. Rosier with a very strong finish in second there. Riley Thatcher third. Zari Visarek a very strong fourth, I think, but then a recovery drive for Ben Ballou and Olivani.
Yeah, I mean, a good race again. The seniors are throwing it. They are. I think one of the reasons they're throwing it is because the leaders keep throwing it off.
Bizarre that, and I would be interested to find out from either Kieran Gifford or Ollie or Ben as to what the problem was.
Was it coming together? Was it a nudge? Or is it the fact you go in there, you give it a bit of left hand, and the cart goes, I haven't got any grip, I'm really sorry.
Looking at the entrance to Oblivion, the track looks completely consistently dry.
Yeah.
So I'm not quite sure what that was.
Let's look at the results for that one, the full result.
Here we go then. There's the results then. Jenson Watts, Bobby Rosier, Riley Thatcher, Zari Visarek, Ben Ballou and Olivani 6th. 7th, Taylor Dixon, John Hobbs, Charlie Hume, Luke Evans 10th. James Wood in 11th with Mason Perrin 12th. In 13th place, Jamie Kidney and Leo French was 14th with Harvey Lee Wintridge, Sebastian Benson, Ben Harper, Kai Pepperell. 19th was George Hume, Sam Wyatt, Robbie Rigby, Jack Welch, Alexander Campbell and Nathan Jensen 24th. 25th was Grace Lee Davis, Jacob Mockler. Zen Zong Lim was 27th. Zach Fletcher we lost after lap 6. And then on lap 5, Chris Yordanov was lost.
Yeah.
I have a question for our timekeeper.
You're going to knock all the. You're going to do it again. You're going to knock all the products around, and everything's going to go wrong.
Talk about the calendar.
I've been handed a piece of paper with the calendar. Very exciting. So talk about the calendar. I've been ordered to talk about the calendar. Obviously, we've had 2 rounds already, which was Dunkerswell and Row. This is round 3 and the O plate of the NKC, Whilton Mill. Next month, round 4 is the second of the Midlands Double Cup, and that's at Shennington. Lovely Shenny near Banbury on the 3rd, 4th and 5th of July. That's Grand Prix weekend, which is making the hotels expensive. And then we have the Andy Wagstaff Cup, round 5 at Warden Law on the 7th and 9th of August. So the broadcast on the 8th and 9th. It'll be interesting to see what weather Sunderland throws at us in August. And then Clay Pigeon for the final round of the championship. Possibly even, given the news about Clay Pigeon, might be the final ever visit to Clay Pigeon. Hopefully they can survive the foreclosure notice they currently have. But that's the major hope. But yeah, that's the last round, 11th and 13th of September. Maybe the last ever visit to Clay Pigeon. Let's hope not. Right, this is now the Inter-Rotax, the ever-growing class of Inter-Rotaxes. And I'm very much hopeful that young Mr. Joseph's back from doing whatever he was doing. He can't stay in his seat. It's like he's got worms. But possibly he can give us the grid.
Let's have a look at the grid then. Alfie Phillipson and Ethan Manzi lead this field of youngsters round. Jack Daniels and Bradley Beggs on row 2. With Callum Miller alongside Thomas Gulliver. Travis Owens is alongside Freya Bond on 4. Row 5 is Oscar Tarsi and Ayrton Goldsworthy, with Aurelia Simpson and Rishan Kostler on 6. Kian Kostler, his twin brother, is on row 7 with Lucas Gray, with Billy Barnes and Mai Maru, Max Tomsit and Deacon Thomas, and then Zane Williams, who is uncharacteristically down the order at the back of the grid. He's second in the championship in Intermax, and so we expect to see Zane coming through the field. However, this one, Nick, is always full of drama and controversy.
Given the fact,
I expect it not to be any different.
Given the fact all the other races have been full of drama and controversy, it's going to have to go some to out drama and out controversy.
These youngsters tend to. We've got an all-cold racing front row as they head off towards the red lights going out.
They're going to get it.
We've got a start, have we? We have indeed.
Travis Owens was out of the line to the left, which is quite a rare concept. It might work. I mean, I'm not going to say something wrong there, but he came out with, I'm going to go left rather than right. He did get a bit of clear track in front of him. It looks like we've gone away pretty much in order. Certainly Alfie Phillipson is leading. Yeah,
Alfie Phillipson and Ethan Manzi pulling a bit of gap. There's a lot of racing going on at the back of the field as we are already at Ashby, out of the right-hander now and heading towards the left-hander at Parker. It's Coles Racing 1-2 with a TT Motorsport in third in the form of Jack Daniels. So in grid order, Nick, as they're onto the back straight in front of us. I think what happened is
you predicted massive activity and it's going to be a procession.
Proven me wrong.
You've literally cursed and commentated it down to just running. A good start by Tarsi. He's up into 7th.
That's a cracking start by the young man.
And you got Gulliver and Ayrton Galsworthy.
Yeah, Oscar more at ease in the dry conditions. Oscar Tarsi on the number 15 coming here.
Top 2 together.
As a fat champion. Not fat in stature, but the FAT Electric Car Championship, which he took part in last season. He came here as the cadet champion and his first season in Rotax Max petrol engine karting.
And he's picked another place up to 6th. But this is where the pictures now are showing you our lead battle. Alfie Phillipson under pressure from, I assume, his teammate based on the sticker kit, of Ethan Manzi. Manzi actually was a little bit closer, about 2 corners back. Behind them, Jack Daniels, Bradley Beth, Callum Miller. And they go shooting up into the boot, and they're going to come through and over. I wonder how much, they're not sure how much of the, no, they take the same amount, even though there's a lot, that's virtually the whole cart goes over that bit of, because it's such a narrow cart, but the whole lot goes up, so it's perhaps less violent, I think.
Since they've lowered the curb to virtually nothing, you can use,
I heard
you don't even have to turn right a bit.
I heard there was a letter from OTK asking them not to do it.
Was welders, the welders
union. Could you go higher, please?
Yeah, the welders union were fully for it because it was a bit of a card break. It wasn't really.
It was great.
Able to sustain it. We've got the 2 Coles guys out there controlling the race here.
They're pushing hard. I mean, Manzi was a little bit close to Phillipson. Phillipson, I think, looked over his shoulder. Oh, Blimey, you're there, are you? And
Manzi, remember, Manzi's carrying the number 4 here. He was 4th in this Inter-Rotax class last season.
I think did the top 3 all move up? I know that. Obviously,
Elijah West has moved up to juniors. Casper McAllister has now moved up to
one
juniors.
Race, did a farewell win at Dunkerswell and then moved up.
Yeah.
I can't remember who was 3rd, actually. I don't know. Freya Bond was 6th. Of course, she's got number 6. This is great 8 while he's carrying 8. That was in last year, but we sort of averaged 11-12, didn't we? We have more.
Yeah, we did.
11-12.
9 to 12, wasn't
and
it?
we're averaging 17 really, and this is a better one for the O-Plate 19.
Tarsi has got Ayrton Goldsworthy there. Tarsi on the orange cart, the LRG cart, the Origin Motorsport of Ayrton Goldsworthy now coming up behind him with another orange cart. Can't quite see who the livery is of Thomas Gulliver. And this is a fight for 6th, 7th, and 8th. That's the leaders. We were just monitoring their 6th, 7th, and 8th there for a moment.
Little bit of thought there by Manzi of perhaps trying up an inside of the boot.
There's the 6th, 7th, and 8th there, and these two are. For a moment there, I thought Goldsworthy was going to be right under the bumper of Tarsi. That's not seemingly the case. Tarsi driving a controlled race so far, and if anything, pulling out a little bit of a gap there. And I think that was more of a mistake from Goldsworthy.
Up the inside, beautiful move there by the 22 of Thomas Gulliver. Takes Goldsworthy. You're right, he carried that mistake the whole way up the hill, unfortunately.
Yeah, here we go up the hill there after a mistake at Oblivion, and he didn't have anything really that he could hold. That Thomas Gulliver, number 22, behind.
He didn't try and force the issue. He realised that was it for this time. He would try and move forward. Here's the top two again. Line astern. Marvellous news if you run Coles Racing. You've got a couple of leaders.
4th place cart of Bradley Beggs has got Callum Miller right with him. They're just about to come into shot now. There they are there. So 1st and 2nd across the line, 3rd across the line, 4th and 5th there. Callum Miller has proven to have a lot of good pace about him. We know how good Bradley Beggs is. He was really strong in the first 2 rounds. He's with Cartel on the Cartel motor as well, so he's managing to hold off the is that an Ollie Hancock competition livery, the blue and white?
I'll say yes.
He's got, Ollie is running the Kosler twins as well. So he's got a big. No,
we have an interview with the Costa twins, and my gosh, they are twins.
They are, yes.
They are. You just said I'm going to. I'm loading up, going. Well, I'll take your word for it. That's which one it is.
Yes. Yeah, Kian and Rishan, by the way, are on our paddock show at the moment.
11th and 15th.
Rishan's just gone up to 15th ahead of Billy Lucas Gray, and Kian is 11th. So that's going to be a little bit of a sibling rivalry going on in the awning there of Ollie Hancock's team.
111 Miller, who's right on the tail prior to going through those first 2 corners. He just dropped a tiny bit back off Beggs. The aero pulls him back forward as they go into Christmas. Now he's right behind again. Oscar Tarsi in no man's land behind them, a bit behind them and a bit ahead of the next 2.
Significantly, Nick, I'm feeling a bit of heat in the sun through the window, which is great news for the tarmac. The tarmac for the first time this week.
In here anyway.
It is warm in here, but I'm feeling the actual sun beating down, and that's going to heat the track temperature up. That's going to set the track temperature, and that's going to affect the handling of these carts going forward towards lunchtime when there's a rain forecast.
Well, it's very early lunch, so you don't know. You've got forecast rain. We don't, so it's going to be a battle. It's a battle of the forecasting apps. There's a little look there from Miller. Beggs just went a little bit defensive into Oblivion. And a change for the lead. Manzi gets through and past Phillipson. He just caught that one on Leicester's camera. He's been eyeing that one up, and suddenly I've been very happy to sit behind Phillipson for a really long time. Manzi goes past, carts come on, and he comes throwing into Parker now. And Manzi now, will he be able to pull away, or will the aero enable Phillipson to stay with him?
This is a great little race. That's going to be inter-team rivalry. When they pour over the data, it's going to be Alfie Phillipson wondering how on earth he's allowed or enabled Ethan Manzi to get by. We know how quick Manzi is. 4th in the championship last year. He's got a lot of experience. Maybe that is what the data will uncover.
I think the data might say you can't beat physics.
Then it was down to physics here.
And again, you see there's the aero pulls by the aero I mean the slipstream pulls Phillipson close. You get a little. I mean, these are smaller carts. They're still punching a hole, so you're still going to get a couple of tenths just gained just by being there.
And remember last month's round 2 paddock show with Alan from Cartel explained to us just how intricate these carts are with the restriction on the engine. The exhaust is all important. The induction is all important, and you can make those very, very small margins. Can be created if you've got enough of those small margins. It becomes a big margin, and it makes a massive difference.
Well, you know how important the exhausts are because they're pulled exhaust. You don't even bring your own exhaust. You get given a pulled exhaust because with the restriction of these engines, you know, the air restriction is such that, okay, you've got to try and work out how to get that air back out again, and that's the exhaust and the two-stroke. And
the back pressure created by the exhaust is all important in a two-stroke.
Scavenger. That's what scavenges out the fuel. I mean, two-strokes are the blackest of black arts.
Yeah, and even more so when you put a restriction on how much air you're allowing in, and how much air, and at the speed of the air exhausting out of that exhaust valve.
Two-stroke engineering saw some of the most interesting dark arts and Cold War intrigue of all. The defection of the Cold War. If you ever want to find out about Degner, who has 2 curves named after him in Suzuka, look up Degner, the East German genius who really worked out two-strokes and what happened to him after the war. It was positive stuff, but it was you don't think you're going to defect over an exhaust, do you?
No, but he did. A great story. As we enter the final lap, and the question is, can Alfie Philipson do anything about his teammate? He's looking down the inside of Ashby. He's going to make the move. They're side by side onto the curbing. Philipson's made the move and has made the move into the lead. Now Manzi has got maybe one opportunity as they head towards the boot. Out of this left-hander here at Chapman, heading towards the boot. He's got one opportunity down the inside into the boot, and here it comes. Down the inside, side by side. This could end up in tears through the boot now. There's not really any passing place here. And Manzi has to slot back in behind his teammate as Philipson comes out of the final turn and across the line to take a very fighting win there. Cracking. It might be I tell you what, there's no team orders there.
No, I mean, and as we said, it took a while and then it kicked off. That's fine. That was coming
his last opportunity.
That was fine. He knew what he was doing there. He thought, I'll give it a go. It didn't quite work, and we had another excellent race. You're going again? Pardon? Oh, he's gone for a long time then. We're missing Joe for some time now on this one. Let's have a look at the final result for that particular event. He says he's just speaking loud. He tries to find the button he needs to press. So there we go. And it was Alfie Philipson from Ethan Manzies. Jack Daniels was next, then Bradley Beggs. Behind Bradley was Callum Miller and then Thomas Gulliver, who got past Oscar Tarsi towards the end. Then it was Aaron Galsworth, Ayrton. Aaron would be like many years. He probably called Aaron when after Elvis, and they called Ayrton after Mr. Senna. Aaron Goldsworthy in 8th, Travis Owens in 9th, Freya Bond was 10th, Kian Kostler was 11th, Shan Kozla was after that in 12th, so the two brothers were 11th and 12th. Then you had Zane Williams, Billy Barnes, Aurelia Simpson, Max Tomsit, Lucas Gray, Mahi Mahu, and at the back and not making the trip was Deacon Thomas. So we are now getting ready for the Junior Rotax Heat 2, which will be AVC. Obviously, there's more than a complete set of racers in both Senior, Junior and 177. So they're split into various subgroups and then raced against each other. So you have Group A, Group B and Group C. So Group A will play Group B, and then Group B will play Group C, and then Gray will play Group C. So they each get 2 runs and they race against everybody. So it's a fair way of doing it. Obviously mix and match, and certainly obviously with yesterday's initial heats being in very different conditions, it's going to throw up some really interesting combinations. Next race is that Senior Rotax race. Just waiting for that to come through. Don't forget, if you are watching on the YouTube, it'd be great if you could just press the subscribe button. I realise that everyone normally on YouTube is desperately saying subscribe please and press the bell. We always forget to do it. Subscribe, please. If you are on the Karting Live, you'll see that next week, Karting Live morphs for 1 week only into Radio Le Mans Studio Vision, powered by Karting Live. We're all myself and Joe are going down to the greatest race at Le Mans, as we have done for them, in my case, for the last 20 years, and for Joe's case, the last 30 years, working for Radio Le Mans. And we put up what's called Studio Vision, which is your chance to see the commentary team in action. It also provides the sound in a very, very high quality for Radio Le Mans. It's actually the highest quality version of the sound you can get for Radio Le Mans, actually taking off YouTube, rather than taking off some of the other internet sharing devices. So you are interested in Le Mans and you want to take it with you, and you can take it, we haven't got to sit in front of a TV and watch it wherever it may be. You can take it with you on a number of portable tracks on Radio Le Mans. And of course, we will be with you with Studio Vision, which is very popular actually. A lot of people want to watch John and Johnny and the team. You'll even see me and Joe occasionally, which is probably a reason not to watch. and we'll be there from Wednesday. We start broadcasting Studio Vision, and we start with Radio Le Mans on Wednesday. There is practice and the first part of qualifying Thursday, more practice and qualifying Friday. There's a 3-hour endurance race called Road to Le Mans. The main race starts at 4 o'clock next Saturday, and of course, being a 24-hour race, it runs till 4 o'clock on Sunday. So there's a little bit of hold on this one. Looking around on the track, just to finish up, you basically, if you are subscribed, which I've just asked you to subscribe because I forgot to do it. Please subscribe. You'll get a chance to get notified when the Radio Le Mans Studio Vision is on. But just for 1 week only, we become Radio Le Mans Studio Vision, and then we stop being that. And the following week, we go and do the Gearbox Festival at Fullbeck, and then the week after that, it's going to be the next round of the NKC at Shennington. So, as you can see, we are now sitting in almost sunshine. The cloud is still there, but it's lightening. It's a lightening cloud. And just wait for the engines to turn. I'm just trying to see what they're waiting for. I can't see them clearing a cart anywhere. Don't have the official start. We've had a slight issue with some of these. Let's see if we can get the grid. We've had a slight issue with some of these grids, but let's see if this is going to be working this time. It's Jack Dimbleby from Lucas Hilton, Jensen Hookey, Logan Hartshorn, Liam Crosby and Hugo McCluskey are the top 6. On the AVC, then it's Daniel Vizinukas, Eden Salvage, Jacob Ashton, Harry Wright, Daniel Minto and Ethan Hunt. That's your next 3 rows down to 12. Then it's Sam Blamey, Emily Davey, Barnaby Grubb, Birdie Hodgson, Elijah West and Jesse Widmore, taking up to row 9. We're going about 30 minutes, and then we go for row 10, Eli Mann and Freddie Wall, Finley McCass and Jake Blamey, Lyra Fitzgerald and Zach Cahill, Ewan Scott, Aaron Maidman, George Theobald, Harrison Matthews, Leonardo Pelagi and Reese Kelsall. Bring up the end, and then just bring up the end. Joe Stonehouse, Charlie White, Ryan Sadler and Jacob Jarman are up and running. And we wait to get this one through. They are now just bringing themselves down the back straight. So Dimbleby, we didn't see Dimbleby or Hinton or Hookey in the first of today's races. Jensen Hookey took the win after a penalty for Benjamin Lawn in the heat yesterday. That was in the damp conditions. Hookey, of course, the winner at Dunkersville. We got a chat with Jensen as well on the paddock show. He's coming up very soon because the lunch break is going to happen in about 3 heats' time. It's a weird sort of mix of the day where the breakers and they put down the power and away they go. And it is a clean start. It's into oblivion. 34 carts. And again we've got some problems at the start. I think that's more in the middle of the field has taken the carts out. There's a couple stuck. They're off left, they're off right, and they come running up towards the top. And it's it's even gone worse again. That's the 20, getting into all sorts of problems. Eden Salvage there having a nightmare of being rammed up the backside. I don't think it was any particular issue he did. Let's have a look. It's a red cart, 4 carts back. He's out of position, and he got himself too far to the right, went over the grass, and that effectively put himself in the firing line. So no harm, no foul, just one of those things. And they're away in the lead. I'm trying to see who that is. So let's have a look at the leaders as they go past. This is the middle of the field. That's the 12 cart there. And I've absolutely no idea where we are in the pack. We're a little bit too far back at the moment. As they sweep down through the chicane for the first lap. Aston's got the lead. Visnokas is second. Minto is third. And again, the people on the front row have had an absolute nightmare. I can't even know where Hookey's... Jensen Hookey has gone down to nowhere. So it was that accident we had, that big slide off at turn 2 in Oblivion. This for the 3rd out of 4 races, taken out the front row. In fact, no, Hookey was 3rd, taken out the top 3 or 4. So now we come down, that's racing through, and that's a move through by Visnurkis for the lead. So there's the lead now, so for 4th or 5th. So that was the move for 5th place there. Sorry, that was just trying to read numbers very close. It looks like Ethan Hunt that was. That's Hunt going past probably McCass. But there's been a huge shuffle about. Looking like 3rd and 4th maybe really up. So the 6 cart leads. It's Visnikas, Minto, Whitmore and Cass. And then Barnaby Grubb was that 12 cart you saw moving away. Right, coming up towards us now. It's the 3rd and 4th machines, I think. And there's a move for a position there. And the 55 of Whitmore comes up the inside of the 128 of Minto. As they come down through Inkermans and into Ashby. Trying to see what the recovery rate of Hookey at the front. He doesn't seem to be going too near the front moment. They step down. So you just see just appearing onto the left-hand side of the screen. That's your leaders. Now there's 5th and 6th behind. So they're going a bit 2 by 2. It's a bit of a Noah's Ark race at the moment. We've got the first 2, then 3rd and 4th, and then 5th and 6th. This is 3rd and 4th at the moment. I think 5th and 6th are a little bit closer as they come over the bump there. And there he is. That's Hunt and Grubb. 23 Hunt, 12 Grubb. Grubb with the dark overalls. And they're going through Oblivion and Crook. And that's caused just so much trouble, hasn't it, during the course of the last 3 or 4 races. A number of people's dreams of high-scoring points have disappeared. And this again is 5th and 6th. First 2, a little bit of a gap now. Aston's got about 3/4 of a second over Visnokis. And then Whitmore's back a 1.5 seconds. And this is the 3rd pair, I suppose you say. You know. He's the coming round onto the back straight. 23 in the light blue and white. And you've got the dark blue and white. But, you know, you can work out which ones they are. Around the boot. Just looking further down the field, see what's going on at the moment. And it's the top 6 comes. There's 7th on his own, which is Crosby, Wall. You see it's just really quite spread out. Hookie has got himself a little bit further up. I think Hookie might have got himself to 15th. So Jensen Hookie, he's also to come through the field after a disastrous start, up to 15th. McCluskey is out the race, I think, from the front of the. Theobald's out the race, so we've lost 2 or 3 of the people right at the front out of the race. Hookie did keep going, but this is going to really shake up the grid orders for the superheats, and then they're going to have to do something about trying to get before the finals. There's going to be a lot of people. It's almost made itself a mixed grid by having these poor results. So yeah, we've had time qualifying, but the whatever's happening in the first couple of corners has turned it into mixed grids because these top drivers, or the drivers who are faster, so far at Wilton Mill, have ended up having bad races and have to come from the middle of the field in the superheats and probably from the front middle in the main final. So this O-plate, don't forget, not only is this points for round 3, but it is the glory of holding the O-plate. It's throwing up action aplenty, even though it's dry. We had quite a bit of action in the wet yesterday, and now the dry is doing the same thing. Aston still from Visnukis, and the lead is just drifting out. I think Whitmore actually, though, is beginning to bridge the gap slightly in 3rd place. And a move there for 5th. And Hunt fed up of having it. Maybe the 4th, actually. Hunt is fed up heading behind Minto. So, as it's Grubb. So it's Grubb going past Hunt. So Grubb goes past Hunt. Had a 1 point round there. 12 is Grubb. So Binary Grubb takes Hunt. And they are catching up. Is that Whitmore they're catching in the 55? Yeah, it is. That's the 55 is behind 27, so 2nd and 3rd are right together. So the 55 of Whitmore is up behind Visnukis, so it's the green Tony Kart. He's got Visnukis, I think, just let him through there. So Visnukis didn't really put up any sort of battle into the boot. And the 55 of Whitmore moves into 2nd place and now will start chasing down our leader, Jacob Aston. That's a basic overtake. I mean, it was almost a case, I think, that Visnukis could see the gain that Whitmore was making. He was thinking, well, I don't really need a battle. 3rd place, given the grid start's pretty good. And there is Whitmore, who now needs to find half a second or 6/10 of a second to get up to Aston. He's got plenty of time. He's got 2 minutes and a lap. And I'm wondering perhaps whether Visnukis' idea was, if I just hang on the back of Whitmore, I might have a chance of pulling myself towards Jacob Aston. No, actually 1:28 of Daniel Minto is beginning to get on the back of them as they come down into the boot for the 8th time. As you see immediately now, Whitmore is pretty much on the tail of our leaguer, Jacob Aston, one of the Aston brothers in the event. Now, Sam Aston being the other. Up through and towards Christmas Corner. Will there be a move this time by the Tony Kart in full Tony Kart livery? Tony Kart overalls, the green and white, which actually often looks grey on TV screens, of the livery of the Tony Kart, which Whitmore has. Now 1, 2, 3 together. So it's kind of worked for Snookers in letting Whitmore go, because they have now all bridged the gap and they have a 1, 2, 3 together. Goes defensive to Aston. Not sure that's necessary, but I think he was just trying to prevent a move. Right behind, he's now being helped along. In fact, the 3 of them are helping each other along. Again, defensive from Aston as Whitmore looks up the inside, gives him a nudge, gives him another nudge, gets up the inside, tries to get a 3rd nudge. And look at that, coming round the outside straight in there is the 27 of Visnukas and the 128 of Minto, really getting involved there. Visnukas was temporarily out of third place, but Minto in the end dropped back behind, and it's all over this, swinging across the track as he tries to see that. Interesting, Ashton there was defending air, thinking that Whitmore was going to come up to him towards Christmas. Didn't happen. And they come down to Ashby, and again, now will Ashton go defensive again on this inside left into Chapman? Not as much, a little bit. I'm wondering really where Whitmore thinks he can get past. He did seem to have a bit more speed going into the boot, but again, very tight line by Aston. No, you're not getting past. Whitmore again giving him a couple of little nudges. Much more sedate than last time around when all four of them were occupying the same bit of tarmac for about half a second. And another lap is completed. They're just dropping a little bit Visnukas as Minto's got past Visnukas, and they're just dropping him a little bit now. It's moving into 2+1+1. Very defensive by Aston, but no move by Whitmore. I think Whitmore thinking about perhaps I can sweep round, but it's really hard to get past that King part of Christmas. It's not really two carts wide. And up the inside, oh, lovely move there by Minto. He's absolutely caught Whitmore napping there, just dived up the inside. Whitmore thinking about what he was going to do about Aston. Suddenly there was a space there. It was in fact a Minto-sized space, and in he goes. And they're now battling all the way through. And I think Minto may have lost. Oh, and off the track. And round the whole way around the outside comes Visnukas. I think he has. It's now second place Visnukas. He's got a huge movement on there. And it's Visnukas go for the line, the lead. It's the last lap, and they go across the line. It's finished. Aston gets it. Visnukas is second. Let's watch this again. It moved there, and it was actually a move by Minto. Oh, and they're up at each other. So the Minto and Whitmore came together. That was such a I didn't notice it was last lap, and then suddenly Whitmore got on the side. Can we see that one again, Frank? Play that one again. So it's all going on here. Whitmore thought I might get second, I might get first. There was a mistake in the lead by Aston around the outside cover of Visnukas, but suddenly there was a decision by Minto and Whitmore to try and make an extra cart there as they mounted each other, and we ended up with a fantastic result and a great piece of driving there by all the drivers. I don't think any of that needs to go to the stewards. That was all just good racing fun. And the net result was Jacob Aston from Daniel Visnukas. Visnukas, brilliant result for him. He really came back. Absolutely opportunist move there. Minto is going to be disappointed. He came through well. Whitmore's going to be really disappointed because at one point he was absolutely going for the lead. Aston was defending thin air to him. Then we have Barnaby Grubb, Ethan Hunt, Liam Crosby, Freddie Wall, Ewan Scott, Elijah West. Nice result for the first-year junior. Jensen Hookey came up to 11th after that terrible start, so he's going to be not happy, but less upset. Stonehouse, and then we have Finney McCass, Harrison Matthews, Logan Hartshorn, Eden Salvage, Lyra Fitzgerald, Sam Blamey, Amini Davey, Harry Wright, Bertie Hodgson, Jacob Jarman, Charlie White, Leonardo Palagi, Zane Cahill, Reese Kelsall, Aaron Maidmont, Hugo McCluskey, don't forget, started at the front, and he got as far as 28th. Ryan Sadlier and Eli Mann. And then we had George Theobald, Jack Dimbleby, I think actually started right at the front of the grid, and they've had problems on that first lap issue. People going into Bolivian, Jake Blarmy and Lucas Hilton. So we are now getting the penultimate heat of before the lunch break. I'm assuming, if you gathered the orders. Because obviously it's a very good point that Lester, who's up on this camera, you can see here, is up at Christmas. He's made a very good point that lunch is so early. Is it actually just breakfast? It's brunch. Oh, should we get some white wine and some rosé? Have a bit of brunch. It's some lovely. We've all gone. This has all gone very Sex in the City, isn't it? Now a bit of brunch, everyone. Can I have a crushed avocado? Oh, marvellous. Yes. Join us later. So the penultimate race, which is going to be the Rotax 177, I think. Have I got ahead of myself here? I know this is the last one, isn't it? Oh no, it's Rotax 177 Heat 2, isn't it? Or was it 17? Yeah. So we've got the Rotax 177 Heat 2, and they've got a TKM race before lunch, and that's it. And away they go. So it's Harrison Crook on pole, then Ashton Parsons joining on the front row. Ethan Wyatt, Marcus Baisley, Louis Rees, Toby Case, Ryan Taylor-Truman, George Willis, Scott Clee, Josh Pickford, Luke Oliver, Michael Cheek, Ryan Layton, Dan Millwood, Tyler Fossey, Max Marson, Jack Taylor, Lincoln Bailey Arneson, Carl Bryant, Alexander Colatuno, Scott Smith, Cole Edwards, Ben Hitch, Richard Edwards, Ian Bramford, Martin Manson, and Solomon Williams. And that is the... So, here they go. And they spin round for this 177 race. So, Joe's back from a very important job he's just done.
Yep, bit of a research mission.
Really wouldn't call it that.
Well, you've upset Louis Large.
Have I haven't done that?
Crackling.
Just keep talking.
I'm crackling.
You're not. No, because you were just fiddling with stuff.
Yes. Colony's cart's orange instead of red and gold. Anyway, we're about to go racing here for the second heat for the 177s. As we head towards Oblivion, Harrison Crook, Ashton Parsons. As Parsons heads on, Harrison Crook is right there into the lead by the time we get to Christmas. So a little bit of a
cracking race, by the way.
Yes, so I hear. Very typical. Harrison Crook is now into the lead of this one, so it's all about second and indeed all about third place there. As you've upset Louis Large, he spilt his pina colada there this morning as Ethan Wyatt loses out to Toby Case, I think. Is that the 69 that's just gone ahead of him?
Oh, what's happened?
Oh, we've got a full start. We have to do it all again.
Well, you know why? It's because we didn't lose the pole position on the first corner, which you had done for 3 of the last 4 races. We got wrapped. We got
all right.
Because you know we did it again.
Did they
top
really?
Top 3 went off.
Did they really?
Yeah, Hookie had to come back from the back to 13th. Yeah, so they lost the top 3 on the first corner again. 2 of them didn't complete the strip. Right, so they're going to try again, 177s. This is the penultimate before lunch. Here we go. And we are running. This one looks a bit better. Are we getting a yes? We are getting a yes. Oh, they've stayed on the track. Great work.
And this time Harrison Crook has to do it all again. Can he make a move at Christmas like he did on the second formation lap? Around the outside of Christmas goes Harrison Crook. Absolute amazing amount of speed that he was able to carry there on the TH Corsa kart. And he's off into the lead. Ethan Wyatt is dropped to 5th place already. That didn't go quite as planned. And we've got the kart of Marcus Basley. Is that the number 11 in 3rd? But it's Ashton Parsons now, who's the first driver, Nick, to give chase to Harrison Crook in the lead. Yeah,
Crook's got a good start. They've all made... I don't know whether this is just whether 177s are heavier or older or more sensible. That's one of the more sensible the starts we've seen recently. A lot of people have really gone very heavily in the first lap, and they've often found themselves in the wrong part of the track. That bit of grass there on the left mainly. So, bit of battle there. I think it's a battle for 3rd and 4th. Is this? Didn't actually move there. I think it looked like Blazy got through there. Quite hard to run there. The 11, yeah. But Michael Blazy has dropped down to 4th now, so Case has got past him. So it's Case now in 3rd behind Parsons and Crook.
There's somebody, it's Ryan Taylor-Truman coming back into the 4. We missed Ryan Taylor-Truman at round 2. He's back in there. That's a midfield battle there involving George Willis there that we caught a glimpse of there. George Willis on the with the blue and white overalls. There's the number 1 of Taylor-Truman though.
You've got the 3 and they've got the 11. That's certainly the 2-2T car. Oh, and a massive tank slapper there for the 11 of Basley. As he can take too much of that curb.
Let's have a look at this.
Destroyed that.
So the number 11 Basley gets launched in the air and the kart snaps sideways. His team principal tries to get down the inside. The number 1 has to slot back in as Basley regained his momentum coming out the corner, but he was fully airborne there.
I mean, that was just, you take a bit too much of that curb, and you've given the kart a little bit of an instruction to go left. It's in the air. It's going to go left an awful lot more because there's absolutely no resistance to stopping it from turn. You land and you've got to do what you can do, and that didn't help anybody apart from the people ahead of them. So that just gave a half a second free gap for our 3rd place man, Toby Case, who is beginning to get a little bit close to 2nd place man Parsons. So Case and Parsons now quite close together, but Harrison Crook really comfortable in the lead already.
Well, this is where the action is. The 2 TT Motorsport karts with Ethan Wyatt with the purple overalls on for LRG, just following them round, trying to get on terms. And if anything there, a little bit of a sideways moment for TT as he goes now down the inside of his teammate, and Ethan Wyatt follows him through. Oh, the number 1 wasn't.
Ooh.
It was side-by-side action, and TT fell foul of that one and lost a place
to Ethan. That's the 11 that's going backwards.
That's
right.
Not
the 1, that's the 11 going backwards.
Where's the
that's
number
Baisley.
1?
The ones at the lead, Baisley's had the nightmare and gone backwards 4 places. So it was actually Truman who's okay, and his teammate not.
Right, so it's Basley, Porth, TT.
Hard to tell when one's 1 and one's 11, and they've got the same colours.
Especially when he was bouncing around in the air off the curb.
I might even be wrong, actually.
No, that is the number 11.
I might even be wrong. I just looked at that close up and went, do you know what, I've got the numbers all wrong again.
Nope, there's the number 1, definitely through in 4th place. Ethan Wyatt now
I was right then. So I was right, and we need to go and have a chat with the TT people and say, for goodness sake, get your numbers a bit clearer.
Yeah, it looks like he might have lost a 1 off the side, actually. And number 11 has become 1 like his teammate. Louis Rees is up to 6th with Michael Creek going with him. Marcus Basley down to 8th, as you mentioned. That's Louis Rees on the blue and white cart, the Nib Sport cart there. Behind him, Michael Creek's on the all-white cart. Now, Michael is a former 177 British champion back in 2019. And as
is there a British Championship 177 anymore?
Not anymore. No.
Weird.
I mean, we've got Louis Large and Matt Easton, who is looking after Louis Large's team, looking after LRG. Both 177 British champions.
Is that because Louis Large is just too busy being on a beach?
Louis Large is off. He had a family commitment which consists of lying poolside.
Family commitment.
A family commitment. His mother-in-law's 50th, I believe.
Oh, okay.
And it basically consists of him listening and watching you describing his cart as orange, which he's complained about, and he spilt his pina colada. He's on his 3rd, by the way.
I'm not surprised in that, but do you know where he is?
He's not on that much time difference,
do you know where he is?
I have no idea.
Is he in Europe?
I think so. I think he's on the Med.
If he's in Barbados, he wouldn't have got up yet. So.
That's right. Well, he'd still be on his 3rd pina colada, though.
That is true.
Pina colada. A lad from the North East drinking pina colada.
You're right. It'd be a strawberry daiquiri.
That's right. That's right. Louis Rees on the blue and white cart there. The blue, white and black of Nib Sport is under massive pressure from Michael Cheek, making a comeback to karting after a bit of a layoff. As we watch things begin to spread out in front of them, Michael Cheek just getting to grips here. You don't really lose the ability to drive fast here. And Michael Cheek getting straight back on it and challenging Louis Rees. But we've seen how good that Louis Rees is. He's really quick. And you've got to rely on Louis making a slight mistake before you even get a chance to maybe come by. Josh Pickford's joining in as well. That's the Origin cart there, just joining in, making it a 3-card battle for 6th, 7th and 8th.
Yeah, this one's, apart from this battle here, it's a tiny bit processional at the front. The top 4 who have pleasant gaps. Rees, again, showing great racecraft, perhaps missing that last nth of actual pace in the cart, though.
Well, certainly to maybe close the gap to Ethan Wyatt as he defends into Christmas here. Cheek has now got pressure from Josh Pickford as Josh there on the Origin cart gets onto his bumper. Cheek goes back onto Louis Rees's bumper. Louis, again, racing in the memory of his dad, who we lost, a big character in the paddock here at NKC, who we paid tribute to with a minute's silence this morning just before we went on air. And Louis and his mum Tan here racing for his dad, who would have been very disgruntled with him if they hadn't turned up for round 3. That's why they're here. And he's having some good races. He had a great second heat, didn't he? And he's having a cracking third heat. Oh, sorry, this is his second heat. It's the super heat that comes up later.
Yeah, this is the AVB, CBD. So he obviously avoided getting out in the wet yesterday, so that's quite good news for him.
There's Pickford ahead of Cheek. Cheek just was taking too much time to get ahead of Louis Rees, and here's Joshua Pickford on the black and white cart there down the inside. That was just a textbook overtake, wasn't it? Momentum out of Crook.
Yeah, you get a bit of free time with the slipstream.
Now
they've dropped Cheek, haven't they?
Yeah, Cheek's dropped by. Maybe a little bit of race fitness creeping in. Remember, he's making a comeback here. As we're inside the final minute, it will be the leaders have gone round.
After we did 15 minutes in those Rotax carts, which are half the pace of these ones, I was absolutely shot.
No, exactly. I'm not criticising there, it's just an observation. Harrison Crook crossed the line, Nick, and I'm pretty sure he's right on the cusp of the time. Did use a tin opener there. Cheek taking advantage and round the outside of Louis Rees before they even got to Inkerman. Let's have another look at this.
You're right, by my maths, it's going to be as close as it could possibly be for an extra lap. And that's a lovely bit of move there.
Yeah, and then Cheek takes advantage of Louis Rees being held out of position now on the outside.
That's really good opportunities driving by Cheek, because it's hard to get through on that little kink after Christmas.
And now Rees has got Scott Clee to deal with. Harrison Crook across the line with literally No time on the clock.
Missed it by 0.2 of a second. So we are on the last lap.
So Harrison Crook continues. Toby Case, Ashton Parsons, Ryan Taylor-Truman, Ethan Wyatt, and then this battle here. And that is Taylor-Truman right on the back end of Ashton Parsons now, it looks like. Or is that Toby Case? No, it's Toby Case. So Taylor-Truman into third, and now on the back end of Toby Case. That's the leader, though, the number 402. The TH Corsa driver making a guest appearance to snatch the O plate as we head towards the boot for the final time, out of the boot and into the chicane. There is the leader.
Look at that.
And again, just vice champion a couple of years ago, Harrison takes the win, and look who's second. The current champion, the double champion.
Ryan's not been able to work from as good grip position as Harrison has. They're going to be much closer for the superheat if they're in the same superheat.
Well, remember 2 years ago where we had an absolute beautiful battle between those two. It was 2 years ago. It wasn't last year, was it?
No.
It was 2 years ago.
But I think that can happen again. I think we may well see that hopefully in the finals. It's just this case they haven't been able to be together at the start due to qualifying. That's fine.
We're going to see that revisited, I think.
Freddie Farrell 16 says Jack Dimbleby equals the goat. You say
greatest of all time,
apparently. Dylan does Q, but this is brilliant. Some of these names. He says, "Come on, this is from the last 10-15 minutes." So I'm just saying we are reading them. I'm not sure about the context on some of them. Come on, Barney. Chin up, Liam and Ben. Go get them, says Katie Cross. I think it was one of the races where people fell off at the first corner. And Adam Pottle 2796 says, let's go Lucas Hilton. Was he in the last race, Lucas?
I think he was a junior.
So we are reading them, but sometimes due to Joe's decides to disappear for 20 minutes. That's the result for this one, by the way.
Do you want me to read that?
No, I'll read it. No, you read it. No, Harrison Crook from Ryan Taylor-Truman, Toby Case, Ashton Parsons, Ethan Wyatt, Josh Pickford, Michael Cheek ended up in 7th, and Scott Clee, Louis Rees was 9th as he kind of got shuffled down towards the end of the race. Cole Edwards, Luke Oliver, Jack Taylor. Then we have Scott Smith, Ben Hitch, Ryan Layton, Richard Evans, Luke and Bailey Armisen, Alexander Colantuno, Ian Bramfield, Carl Bryant, Dan Moore, Tyler Fossey, Martin Morrison and Max Marston. And you can see the rest of the names as they roll past your name, including a couple of drivers who didn't make the trip. Last race before lunch now.
Yeah, senior TKMs out for their second heat. This is race number 14.
Is lunch. We've decided it's brunch, haven't we?
It's brunch, yeah. Yeah, it's an early, because of the format of the meeting with super heats, followed by the finals.
There was a toss-up. Well, do we have lunch before the super heats or after the super heats?
Well, yeah, exactly. So the grid for the super heat is formed from the results of the two heats.
It's not they don't play the qualifying in points in as well, then?
No. Qualifying defines the grid for the heats.
Sometimes, for example...
Stop.
Let me just...
Stop. No. We don't need to complicate it with other things. This is it. So the heats form the grid for the super heat, and then the points from both the heats and the super heat form the grid for the final.
Okay.
We don't need to talk about other formats. Let's not complicate it. Well, before, we've had a race where we used to... No need.
Sorry.
No need.
Sorry. Was that your impression of me?
Yes, it was. Whining.
Right, Joe's not taking part in this show anymore. How are you going to get home?
Oh, really? You really are a bickering old wife, are you? Let's have a look at the grid then for this TKM heat. The second time we've seen these carts out. Alexander Lehman, our O-plate holder, here to retain that O-plate if he can. There's a chain guard already gone missing from someone, so a technical flag. We'll wait to see who that is. As Jake Cox lines up alongside Lehman on the front row. Ben Watson and Matthew Harris share 2. Jamie Scott and Charlie King. Look out for that number 7. He came through to take the emphatic win yesterday. Leo Crabtree and Will Cregade are on 4. 5 is Tom Johnson and Sam King. Joe Booth and Matt Slate are on 6. Row 7 is Michael Cornell and Dominic Pine, with Sean Abbott and a slow qualifying Al Patterson on 8. We then have Ian Calichurn and Mitchell Ball, Matthew Horton and Chris Whiteside, Matthew Temple Purcell and Jack Morrison. Ryan Messer lines up on 12 with James Hull. Yelena Osbal Scott and James King share row 13, and D. Bolt and Sam Jones round off the field. Here we go towards the start. Then the number 10 looking very ominous. Is that the number 10? Is that...
Yeah, Matthew Harris in 4th place. They're going round again.
Well, Matthew Harris was on the front row of the grid there.
Sam Johns
where's the front
didn't
row
get.
of the grid gone?
Sam Johns didn't get a start. He's just kind of joining up now. I don't know where he was supposed to be because it's kind of the grid is difficult to define. But you're right that
Matthew King shouldn't have been on the front row of the grid. He should have been behind Jake Cox and Alexander Lehman. So he should have been behind Alexander Lehman. Is the O-plate holder there?
I haven't.
He's on a yellow and blue car.
Yeah, at the front.
Yes, he's at the front. Yeah. Then we've got Jake Cox lining up alongside. Sorry, not Jake Cox. We've got Matthew Harris on the number 10 lining up alongside him. Look. The number 9, Jake Cox, is slotted in behind. Let's have a look and see. Now, as the two-stroke TKMs, we are having a few drivers making their way up from a bit of an incident on this rolling lap. That's the number 3 lining up behind. Here we go towards the start, though. It's definitely the O-plate holder, Alexander Lehman, that leads into the tram lines. The red lights go out. We are racing to oblivion into turn 1. The TKMs all make it round that first sequence of corners at Oblivion and Crook, and now up the hill towards Christmas.
Yeah, good. At least we used to clean starts up until today, and then we weren't getting them. So they all get through. Quite clean run through by the TKMs, actually. Hello to AF Motorsport from Bathurst. I'm a regular viewer and listener from the centre of Australian motorsport. But it is in British kart racing. It's Alexander Lehman leading this TKM heat at Whilton Mill for the NKC Round 3 and O-Plate, of course, which is why the finals will be so much more important at the end of the day. Second place is his fellow front row starter, Matt Harris, in the entire black cart, and then it's the green and dark grey machine. I think that's Jake Cox in third, but I'll just wait for a confirmation they go across the line. And it's Lehman, Harris. No, it's Charlie King who's in the green and dark grey, and then it's, in fact, Cox has a terrible start down in 8th.
Yeah, Jake Cox come through in 8th. Charlie King has made his way up from 5th. He started 5th on the grid.
Lost a place, though, because Ben Watson's just taken him.
Oh, this is a great battle. The Paul Klassen Racing teammates there are now squabbling for 3rd place there as the number 2 pops out, the vice champion Ben Watson. And Charlie King finished 7th there, was very, very good in the wet changeable conditions for these karts yesterday, wasn't he? Quite unbeatable, just went off and led. Now we've got a race in TKM on our hands. We'll keep an eye on Al Patterson, the winner of round 2, last time out at Rowrah. He's up to 15th, but Mitchell Ball has gained more places. They're up to 13th. They had I was talking to Al this morning at the urinal, would you believe?
I do believe that.
And he was telling me that Mitchell Ball in himself got caught out in time qualifying by being at the wrong place at the wrong time. Just finding traffic there and not being able to get the best out of their karts during time qualifying. Yeah. And with time qualifying, you then pay the price for your starts in the heats as the number 2 continues his progress.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting. The thing about TKM is it comes a bit of an NKC travelling circus. TKM is kind of the premier TKM championship in Britain, so it's kind of illustrated by the fact that every single person, I think, of the top 10 has taken part, is back this year.
He's back, yeah.
I think Alexander Lehman came 8th, and therefore he's got the O-plate. But they're all back to race. So it's not like you the other class where you see 3 or 4 come back the following year because they're either moving up or doing something different. In TKM, it's what you do, it's how you race. You like these smoky karts,
and you've got a 4-time champion in the form of Mitchell Ball, who was champion in 19 and 20, and then 23 and 24. He just missed out last year to Scott, didn't he?
So these karts are these karts are, I suppose, much more within the spirit of, they're not obviously modernised, spirit of 90s and early 2000s karting. Much more visceral 2-strokes than the road taxis, but obviously with the flip side, they're a little bit slower, and they are a little bit more unreliable.
Well, not completely different, but slightly different insofar as they're now 115 cc's. I think
retirement. Who was that retired?
Who was that going in? We're going to find out now. Lehman across the line. Ben Watson, Matthew Harris, Jamie Scott. It's Charlie King that has gone into the pits.
Right.
He will score no points. And was it Charlie King who got the mechanical for the... No, so we recovered a chain guard, but nobody's been given a mechanical. So I'm not sure exactly what's happened to Charlie King. What I can tell you is he's a retirement and will score
0 points,
zero
very
points.
few points. That's going to be he'll be starting from
Down
best
the order.
halfway if he's with a good score in the first one. But yeah, he's going to have to battle his way through the superheat. But he's now got 2 races to get the front again, the superheat and the final.
That number 2 of Ben Watson there, vice champion from 2025, looks like he's about to challenge our O-plate holder, Alexander Lehman, on the Flex colours. Ben Watson is with Klassen. These are the 2 main teams in TKM. Paul Klassen's team and the Flex team have been duking it out for years now in this class. And this, as you said, Nick, the premier TKM championship in the UK. This is effectively the British championship of the TKM class, the 115cc air-cooled, single-barreled, 2-stroke TKM engine, direct drive. It's optional whether you want to put a starter motor and a clutch on.
I noticed that most people are on an engine, but I did see 3 or 4 getting manual starts out there, so it's still a kind of a...
Most of them on a starter motor, you mean?
Yeah, but again, of course, if you've got a starter motor, you have a clutch, and you have a different. It gives a different drive than the direct drive versions, which are just starting without motors.
Yeah, you've got to consider clutch slip, haven't you, in the way that you set up the clutch.
I mean, it can be. You actually would prefer the delivery of a little bit of a slip, or you may want it to be, it's a different driving style, and it's a different feel to the car. But more important, of course, if you do spin off, you haven't got to get out and try and bump it again, which is,
there's no way I could do
the way that Joe and I used to enjoy accidents. Who's that sitting in the side?
Well, he's lost a wheel.
Oh, yeah.
That looks like the number
18 or 19.
18 or 19. That could be Jack Morrison.
Is that Yelena Osbar Scott? It's not. She's 19 at the back.
She is 19. I'll find out next time by. This is a great scrap, though, for the lead. We've had a change of lead as Ben Watson has gone ahead of Lehman.
Beautiful move. Swept round the entry into the boot.
Yeah, well, he's already ahead, though, Nick. That happened at Parker, I think.
No, that's me looking at the timing screen.
And Lehman was coming back.
It's gone.
Towards him. Lehman, if anything, is going to be dropping away now because Ben Watson has absolutely pulled. Guess who's fastest, though? The number 1, Jamie Scott, the 4th card there in 4th place, has just put in the fastest lap, and it looks like he may be challenging Matthew Harris, who was the first of the Masters, by the way.
2 minutes and a lap to go, so I don't know whether these carts are coming on song or perhaps other carts are going off song. And up the inside goes Scott. Nice move, not fought too hard by Harris either. A little wave saying, let's do it again, or thanks very much, as Scott picks up a podium position in this heat. There isn't a podium, but you know what I mean. 3rd place with the Flex machine, so it's 2 Flexes in 2nd and 3rd. Now, I'm not quite sure. It's Harris, whether they can get any closer.
The 22 cart, Nick, Sam Johns there, who is trying to move up the order as well, just in part of that train. He's usually races gearbox carts, and we'll probably see Sam out at the Gearbox Festival, which we'll be telling everybody is our next Karting Live TV broadcast.
Super close at the top. Oh, and Watson there having to go very defensive to keep Lehman back. So Lehman's had a bit of a second wind after losing the lead and driving back. The 2 of them have broken away from Harris, who's in 3rd, and looking defensive now. Watson, Lehman looking left, looking right. Orange overalls. Or red overalls, so I've got to be careful with the orange and the red. It gets me in trouble.
Look at how Ben Watson has just got to make it really, really difficult. He's closing the door down the inside at pretty much every corner here. Lehman needs to think about this. He's got to get as close as he can, using the curb across the left-hander here at Oblivion. Stay off the curb at Crook here, and now the momentum and the science takes over. Can he slipstream? Look at Ben Watson looking to see where he is. There is no gap down the inside. Last of the late breakers. Here comes Jamie Scott, though. Yeah, if anything, Scott's going to get past his Flex teammate here and then have a go at Watson himself.
Yeah, that's brought the entire field together. I don't know whether Watson suddenly lost pace or he's over-defending, but what was 2 and a gap is now 9. And up the inside for 2nd place goes Scott. Lehman gets squeezed out. He's going to drop 3 places. Lehman's going to go best place 6th. Everything was going really, really well for this penultimate lap, and he was looking to get the lead. Now he's in 6th, Joe.
And Sam Johns has gone through into 3rd here. This is all allowing Ben Watson a bit of a breather there, because everybody caught Ben Watson. And now with that squabbling and a change for 2nd there, as Jamie Scott will show, now in 2nd place with Sam Johns, Matthew Harris, Tom Johnson, Lehman down to 6th, would you believe? But look who's in 7th. Al Patterson, who started in 15th, up into 7th place. Leo Crabtree 8th, Mitchell Paul up to 9th. They've been on a recovery mission after, as I mentioned there, the time qualifying was a disaster.
I have absolutely no idea about Watson's pace, because Watson was suddenly caught by Oberoi. Now he's quite happily staying ahead of them again.
Yeah, well, it takes a little bit to catch, doesn't it? Once you catch that. And there's time's run out because we're about to see the checkered flag.
I think it's probably there. Lehman's going to be sitting there going, what happened there? Why am I sixth?
Yeah, he's really going to have to question that. In fact, I think he's dropped even further.
I think he might have a slight issue.
Yeah, here we go then. Ben Watson out of the boot for the final time across the curbs at the chicane. He will be under pressure across the line from the number 1. It's the number 2, followed by the number 1. That's the vice champion, followed by the reigning champion for first and second.
8th place for Lehman.
Ben Watson, Jamie Scott, Sam Johns, Matthew Harris, Tom Johnson, Al Patterson, Leo Crabtree, and as you said, Nick, Alexander Lehman drops to 8th place there on the final lap.
AFF Motorsport. I recently raced retro pre-2000 karts with a direct drive Yamaha KT100S. It was a blast. It was 33 years since I last drove these engines. P4 outright and P1 in the over 50s. Over 50, well done AFF.
Where's that then? Where is that?
That's our Bathurst fan.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, brilliant.
He said it at Orange Kart Track. But
how many laps did you last
before you
needed oxygen?
It's fine. You did all right. You finished the race. Yeah, what can you do?
Class.
Was that it? Is it lunchtime now? Or is it an interview?
It is.
It is lunchtime.
We're about to break for lunch. Let's have a quick look at the full rundown of results from the Senior TKM second heat.
Hold on a second. Give me 2 seconds.
I'm going to talk about
I just pressed a different button, and I'm now ready to give you that information.
So Ben Watson takes a very, very demanding win there, as Jamie Scott was right on his bumper. Sam Johns was 3rd, Matthew Harris 4th, Tom Johnson, Al Patterson moves up to 6th. This is going to be a cracking superheat and a final with this class. Leo Crabtree was 7th, Alexander Lehman drops to 8th, Mitchell Ball 9th, Jake Cox. Then we had outside the top 10, Sam King, Michael Cornell, Matthew Horton, Matt Slate, Will Cregeen, Sean Abbott, Dominic Pine, Matthew Temple, Purcell, Chris Whiteside, James Hull, Ian Calichurn, James King, Jack Morrison, Dee Ball, Joseph Booth, and then, in fact, we lost Joseph Booth after 8 laps. Then we lost Ryan Messer. Then we've lost Yelena Osbar Scott. It was the 19 who lost the wheel. And then Charlie King, as we saw, pulling off into the pits. Let's go for lunch.
Well, you can't just go to lunch. You've got to introduce what's going to fill the gap for a few minutes.
Well, that's your job.
Oh, well, this is getting very, very officious at the moment. Yeah, thank you. We are back with a lot more racing. We've only had a third of the racing, but they've chosen this as the break. It's lunch half an hour, which means you get to the paddock show, which I think that Joe did a very good job yesterday of talking to some very interesting people who we haven't spoken to before. I think all the people were new people. We hadn't spoken to any of them before, which is always good to see. So a complete set of new people who haven't been interrogated by Joe before. It's time for the paddock show. We'll see you in half an hour. So it looks like about 11:15, but we look forward to see you back. And then there's non-stop racing, probably to about 5 o'clock. Well, hello and welcome to Whilton Mill, the jewel of North Hampshire's karting scene. We are here, of course, for the NKC Round 3 and O-Plate, Joe. O means, oh my God, great racing.
It absolutely does, but it kind of brings out some one-round warriors. There's people here that are just going to poach and trophy hunt for that O-Plate and then potentially disappear. I don't know why you would do that. A returnee of a vice champion, Harrison Crook, comes to mind for that very thing. He's off doing other things in other championships. But also it's a little bit different, Nick, because an O-Plate in previous years have been a one-off event. That doesn't seem to have worked with regards to adding an extra round with regards to costs and everything. That would have been about the win on the day, nothing else. However, by amalgamating it with round 3 of the NKC, the drivers have got 2 things to worry about here. They've got championship points and the O-Plate. Whichever they put to the forefront of their objectives is down to them. But you know what? If you're a championship contender, it's sensible to think about championship rather than just a different number plate. But it's there and it's an accolade.
But of course, the drivers have been fighting the weather, and they've been fighting that during time qualifying. So no mixed grids and superheat, different challenges, isn't it really?
Well, we had a chat with Jensen Hookey, who, if you remember at round 1, he's a dunkswell. Jensen Hookey is an absolute dunkswell expert. Snap chin in time qualifying. That means for all of those 3 heats, he's starting off the back. Now he came through and he took the win. And I'm hopefully we'll catch up with Jensen and get the inside on that when we have a wander around the paddock. But time qualifying is all about that, 2-3 lap section. You've got to bring your tyres up to temperature, and then the pressure is on the driver to maximise and optimise that lap to get them as far up that grid as possible, the fastest line. Add in that the complexity of the team with regards to engineering the chassis setup, engineering the engine characteristic, the gearing. That's why we're commentators.
And we'll be commentating right after you watch this, because it's lunchtime. Anyway, I think Joe has confused me with his tense. He's either already talked to Jensen Hookie or he's going to talk to Jensen Hookie. In any case, go and talk to Jensen Hookie and other people in the paddock.
I mean, record it. Yeah. Junior Rotax this year has been, well, at the front of the field. It's been all about where we are now, Coles Racing. And juniors, this gentleman here, Benjamin Lawn. Benjamin, you've been very, very fast, I've got to say, in Junior Rotax. So far, so good this season?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, final at Dunkerswell was suboptimal, but...
Well, Dunkerswell, you did dominate until the rain came for you in the final. Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, it was my first time on the maxi wet, so it was just finding things, and there's not really much I could do other than just try my best.
Well, you could tell because you were firing into the corners expecting the grip to be there, and there just wasn't, was there?
Yeah, there was just nothing, yeah.
Yeah, so you came back really strong at Rara, though. Tell us a little bit about round 2 at Rara, because you were really, really good, did well, especially with the mixed grids. You had a lot of racing to do.
Yeah, well, it's just a strong field, so the racing's quite difficult sometimes, but I just got a bit lucky sometimes with the overtakes, and in the final, got a good start, and then that was that pretty much.
You said there you got lucky, but how much luck did you create? I've got to say.
Probably about 50% of it.
Was it good fun though, driving through the field?
100%. It's really fun, like really fun.
And then in the final, you had a lot of composure about yourself and went on to take the final. How did that feel?
It felt amazing. It was just first win in junior. It just feels really good.
Now that you've done it, is the pressure off? Do you think it's going to be a little bit easier for you to achieve that?
Yeah, I'm a bit more relaxed now because I've done it already and I just feel like I can do it again. But it's still a tough field, so we'll have to see. Yeah,
a little bit up for grabs this weekend. It's not just about round 3, but also about an O plate. Which one have you got your main target on? Is it championship points for you, or is it that O plate?
Championship points. It's just the number really on the side of the car. It's just 0. I really like my number 185, so it'd been amazing to win it, obviously. But
well, you might end up both. That's the objective, isn't it? To win everything.
Yeah, 100%.
And how hard is it going to be here? What's your thoughts on Whilton Mill as a track?
Well, Whilton is just an amazing track, but when it comes to the racing, it's always really close because people like get good at it easily. So, well, some people don't, but you know.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Is it a track that is easy to overtake? I personally think Rowra. See this, Ash? See this, all attempting to put us off, but look at that footwork. Rowra with those hairpins can be a little bit. I say easier. It's not. You've got to get it right. But at Whilton Mill, it's all flowing. It's going to be a different game to play this one.
100%, because most of the corners are just really fast and high speed. Except for the boot section, so the racing's going to be difficult. Like if I mess up qualifying, the weekend's pretty much over.
And you've just said something there, Benjamin. I was going to ask you, timed qualifying, it's completely different this weekend for you, is it?
I think so, yeah, because you know, if somebody else who's fast gets a slipstream, they could be really fast, and I could end up near the back, and then wouldn't go to plan.
Well, and you know what? That is a lot of pressure, isn't it? Because you've got to get that lap right. You've got to get that. What do you get? About 2 or 3 laps in time quality?
Yeah, 3 or 4. Yeah, so it'll be difficult.
Do you feel that pressure of needing to perform the lap?
I mean, not really. I'm like leading the championship at the moment. Like as long as the final's good, I'll be all right because I've got some heats I can afford to drop.
Right, and you've proved last weekend that you can get through the traffic. So. Your trusty mechanic here is your dad. What's his name?
Duncan.
So does Duncan prepare all of your kart? And where does Coles Racing come in? Because you've got a lot of team around you.
Yeah, well, in the week it gets like prepped, but it comes almost fully stripped down. So he has to build it, and he works really hard, and I'm really thankful for that.
Yeah, and he clearly does a good job because he puts you on a winning kart.
Yeah, 100%. It's really fast sometimes.
Ash, this is Duncan. Grafting away there. Just what's he doing exactly, Benjamin?
I believe he's attaching the engine to the car.
Is that your quali engine, or is that just the weekend engine?
I think it's the quali engine.
Excellent. It's his number 2. Are you bothered about it? The forecast is could be rain, could be dry. What's your thoughts?
I mean, if it rains whilst we're on slicks for the quali, that would be really, really difficult and exciting. But I don't really mind. Just the wet's a little bit harder.
And you've now got experience on those Maxxis wets, which are completely different from the other tyre, or if we're allowed to say Mojo, but I'm going to. You were more familiar with the Mojo. The Maxxis completely different.
Yeah, it's entirely different. The prospect of like how you do it is really different, but I think I'm getting the hang of it now.
Yeah, I think you are too. Wish you all the very best of luck, you and your dad, and I'm sure he's doing a great job for you there, Benjamin. Now it's just down to you, mate. No pressure.
Thank you.
A driver that went missing in action at Rowrah are found here in the paddock at Whilton because he's back. Jensen Hookey on the 33, Rotax Max, Junior Rotax Max, I should say, winner at Dunkswell. But you really like Dunkswell, don't you? Because you really go well there. Tell us about round 1.
Yeah, it was amazing. I mean, with that heartbreaking qualifying with the chain snap on lap 2, meaning we started 45th overall. And in the heats, yeah, we just sort of made our way up the grid from starting 30th in both heats, finished 7th in both of them. Then I think it was like 5th or 7th on the grid to 1st in the super heat, and then, 5th to 1st in the final, and won by quite a big gap. So, yeah, it was really enjoyable, like that one.
So, Jensen, when that chain came off in quali, you knew, I'm at the back.
Yeah.
Does that take the pressure off you, in a sense?
Yeah.
That tell us about how you sort of got your head around that and how you went forward in the day.
Yeah, I was a bit gutted after for the sort of 30 minutes after, but then tried to collect my head together and watch the other junior heat because I wasn't in the heat that day. I talked to my dad and we were like, it's still possible to go and win this thing. And the person who helped me loads, my engine builder Sam Stansbury, he was like, go on Jensen, you can still do this. So it was nice of encouragement from them, and yeah, I just sort of collected my head together and was like, sort of just how many karts can I overtake and just see where I end up.
Because with time qualifying, just to explain to everyone, that means your 3 heats, you're starting at the back.
Yeah.
So you had to, and it was just then a damage limitation exercise.
Yeah.
So when did you be honest, right? When did you really start believing I could win this final?
Oh, I think it was after heat 1 when I got P7.
Really? At heat 1?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Because the way you came through?
Because I was doing the maths and I was like, I'll be 14th overall for the super heat if I get another 7th, which I ended up being, and I was like, then I start 7th again, and I was like, I think I can do this.
Wow, that's a great. It was kind of a fairy tale story. Chain off in time qualifying, seeing you take that checkered flag in the final. All right, so you missed the second round at Rowrah for other championship commitments, which we'll not mention. But you're back. You're back for Whilton Mill. Is this a track that you like and that you're good at?
Yeah, I mean, I won it last year as well, and yeah, I'm going for the O-plate this year, and hopefully I can get it.
Yeah, I mean, how important is the O-plate? Are you thinking O-plate or are you thinking championship?
It's more a championship, but the O-plate is sort of a cherry on top of, if you like, it's sort of be nice to win.
Yes, and obviously that's your objective, isn't it?
Yeah, so it'd be nice to get the O-plate, but then main thing is holding a lot of championship points in for this weekend.
What's the key then? I mean, time qualifying here at Whilton Mill for round 3. What's the key to a fast lap at Whilton Mill, if you want to give a few secrets away to the viewers?
So I try to set the car up so it doesn't bounce too much because it's a very bouncy track. And the car grips up a lot, it sort of tends to bounce low, so they can lose you a lot of lap time. But it's also a short qualifying here, so you've got to really fire the tyres after the opening laps.
Right. And the weather, I think the weather's going to play a part in qualifying, isn't it? What's your thoughts on that?
I don't actually mind this weekend. I mean, we've been quick in the dry and the wet, so I don't mind, to be honest.
Do you have a look and see who's turned up to race, Jensen? And do you kind of think, do you pick out where your competition's going to come from?
Yeah, you do, sort of going into the weekends. And I think my main rivals this weekend will probably be Jacob Aston, who finished right behind me last year here. I think probably the main one here, with the number 6 seed as well. But I think I still favour my chances.
Of course you do. You're Jensen Hookey. Right, Jensen, I wish you all the very best of luck. I suppose my next question is a bit stupid, really, because winner at round 1, what will Jensen Hookey be happy with on Sunday afternoon?
Win.
Yeah, I knew you were going to say that. Thanks, mate. Ollie Hancock Competition is a team that's been part of the NKC for some years. Ollie himself racing, but 2 drivers that he has in the Intermax, the Minimax class, Kian and Rishan Kosler. Yes? They're not the same person. They are twins. But boys, I'll talk to you first, Ken. First question, of course. Who's the quickest?
Well, I think I am, but he's always quicker on Saturday, and I'm quicker than him on Sunday, so I finish better.
All right. What page of the book of excuses is that from, then, eh? Rishan, who's the quickest?
Probably me.
There you go. That's what I mean about brotherly rivalry. Ken, how long have you been racing karts?
So we started like midway through 2024, and we started like owner karts at like the beginning of 2025.
And Rishan, did you start with, what sort of karts did you guys start with, is what I'm trying to say?
Indoor karting, and then halfway through 2025 we moved up into these.
And was it a thing that you both kind of enjoyed at the same time and thought, I want to do more of this?
Yeah, because we both like F1 and we like cars in general. So.
Right. You were F1 fan as well, Ken?
Yeah, me. Yeah.
Who's your favourite driver?
Charles Leclerc.
You're supposed to say Carlos Sainz because you're on a CS55, aren't you?
Well,
Try that again.
Okay.
Should we try again? So who's your favourite driver?
Carlos Sainz.
Yes, and why is that?
Because I'm racing his chassis.
Exactly, the CS55. Rishan, who's your favourite driver?
Same, Carlos
Same,
Sainz.
of course, because of what?
I'm on his chassis.
Yes, you're on his chassis. Now then, we're here at Whilton Mill. Is this somewhere that you guys have been before, Rishan?
Yeah, we've been here a couple times.
Right. Is it a track that you like, Kian?
Yeah, it's probably one of my favourite tracks in the country.
Oh, really? Why is that?
There's a lot of corners, it's long and it's really fun for racing.
Is it a particularly fast kind of track?
Yeah, there's lots of quick corners and there's lots of like good overtaking opportunities.
Is it a track that you like, Rishan?
Yeah, it's really good. It's really like, it's a bit bumpy, but it's like fast and flowing, and yeah.
Do you prefer the fast tracks to the slower, sort of tighter ones?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, so it's a bit about speed for you guys.
Yeah.
Right. You're both on Carlos Sainz CS55s. Do you find that when you talk about the way that you want the kart set up, do you guys set the karts up pretty similar, or do you have totally different driving styles?
Most of the time it's quite similar, but sometimes we try out different things and see what works.
And is that an experimentation thing to see what works? You try one thing, he tries another?
Yeah, most of the time.
You've got a bit of an advantage over other drivers then who hasn't got a twin brother to test things for you.
Yeah.
And have you made that pay off?
Sort of.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, you're only in your second full year of karting, aren't you? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I'll ask you this, Rishan. What will you, Rishan Kosler, be happy with on Sunday afternoon?
Probably top 5.
Yeah.
But we're not that quick right now. But I think we can gain some time.
Right. That's an honest answer. Thank you. Kian, where will you be happy?
I'll be really happy if I get top 4.
Right, top. He was a bit more decisive, wasn't he? Well, boys, I wish you all the very best of luck. Is there a massive rivalry? Is your primary to beat your brother, and is your primary objective to beat him?
Yeah. Well, yeah, because that's the main person I want to beat.
Love it, boys. We'll all be watching you, and we wish you all the very best of luck with Ollie Hancock competition as well. Thanks, guys. TKM is arguably one of the most competitive classes in the NKC, and as ever, 2026 is no difference. Jan Kalichern here. It's been hectic at the front of this field, hasn't it? I mean, one minute you guys are like running mid-pack, the next minute you're dominating at the front. I mean, have you had a turn at the front yet in the last 2 rounds?
I mean, in the last 2 rounds, not yet. I'm just sorting stuff with the cart. But yeah, as you said, it's kind of different, as in like you would be in a mid-pack, and then on some tracks or even on some days you'll be towards the front. But it all kind of just depends on the track and the driver and kind of the conditions as well. But the karts are pretty much all the same, so it's like highly competitive.
Yeah. We're at Whilton Mill, and where are you going to be, Jan? Where do you expect to be on this one? Is the track you like, for instance?
I mean, it's a track I like, but the kart doesn't seem to put up with it, so I'm hoping at least like a top 5, but I'm not sure. I haven't been in a kart for a while.
All right, I did not know that. When was the last time you raced then?
I think about 4 or 5 months ago.
What was it? Did you miss the first 2 rounds then?
Yes, yeah.
Oh, right, that's why I haven't seen you in the mid-pack. Right, so you're back? Are you back for the season?
I'm just back for this round because I've got plans for next year.
Right.
So essentially, I'm prioritising that.
When you say plans, you mean motorsport plans for next year?
Yeah, motorsport.
Are you going to let us in on that?
So I'm going to try transition to Formula 4 single-seaters. Right. So currently I'm working on that for this year. Essentially, that's why I'm only doing one round.
Right.
But yeah, Formula 4 next year, hopefully.
Right, well, good luck with that, mate. You're running the E-plate. So all the viewers that are going to be watching this afternoon and in all day tomorrow, hopefully they will, they'll see this E-plate and wonder, what is that E-plate? You and I know what it is, but explain to the viewers what it is.
So the E-plate is basically the English champion. It's a one-off race, and if you win it, you get to put the E-plate on your kart for a whole year round until the next race. And yeah, it kind of just identifies you and like says, I'm an English champion and this and that.
Well, when you're trying to put a Formula 4 deal together, you need to stand out there, don't you? So where was this event?
This was at Shennington. Most times it's at Shennington, but I don't think they were running one this year, hence why I've kept it up. But yeah, it means English champion. So yeah.
And also, you could replace that with an O if you win the final.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully. It depends how tomorrow and the heats go, but yeah, hopefully I can get another O.
And then if you do, you're going to have to come back, aren't you, to parade the O in front of us.
Yeah.
But it's also good practice for Formula 4.
Yeah, I mean, I guess so, yeah.
Wish you all the very best of luck, mate, in all things, not just this weekend, but also in the Formula 4 thing. And look forward to seeing you, whatever you're in, look forward to seeing Jan Kalicha and everybody. Best of luck.
Hello, everybody. That was a brief sojourn for brunch. And the next race, which is the first of the superheats, is already... that's right, Frank, superheat. Frank says, "What? You can't hear Frank off camera."
Well, Frank,
what is a superheat, Frank?
We actually rehearsed that this morning.
Really do.
Frank says, "What's a superheat?" Well, Frank, let me tell you what a superheat is. It's another name for a third heat. But
it's super.
The difference is that the grid for the superheat has been formed by the results from the two heats. When we've completed the superheat, you will take your superheat result and conjoin it with the results from your two heats from yesterday and today, and that will form the grid for the all-important final.
I thought I'd
Does that answer your question, Frank? No, not quite. Because usually when you just have three heats, all of the results just go. It's not the three heats.
Isn't there more points for superheat?
You see, I didn't want to get into
Isn't
other
there more
formats.
heats for the superheats? So
More heats for the superheats.
The superheats are worth more points than the heats.
You said there's more heats for the superheats.
More points. I said.
Let's stop bickering and let's just leave
I
it
said
at that.
more points.
Yes, I don't know. Ask Tom.
I'm not asking Tommy.
Is there more points for the superheats? Championship points wise? Yeah.
No, I'd probably say so. It's an interesting. Again, it's not particularly accurate on this one. Luckily, the organisers don't know what's going on either, so that's good news. He's a steward. Okay, that's a bit of a slopey shoulders response there. I'm a steward.
Well, Tom is VAR.
Is he?
Tom Storer is VAR.
Is he?
Tom
might explain why so many arguments.
Tom is an NKC champion in 2021. But nobody knows. You know why?
Because
we weren't live streaming
it. It never happened. It wasn't filmed. Tom's also asked me to say, don't forget to subscribe. Apparently, he's very keen on me saying liking and subscribing the YouTube.
The YouTube.
What is wrong with me?
The YouTube.
Why have I become 90 overnight?
What's your face mask name?
I don't know. You on that snappy chatty?
Ticky tocky. Right, shall we have a look at the grid for our first super?
Should we give it a go, see if it works?
Which is actually for senior Rotax. We've got two senior Rotax super heats because of the size of the grid.
Back.
49 entries for senior Rotax class, which is up on round 2. Hopefully that will be the case across the season. We've got Jensen Watts, who is the 2024 champion and the 2025 vice champion, if my memory serves. Dylan Mortons is alongside. That's your front row. Ollie Varney shares row 2 with Kieran Hammond. Taylor Dixon, who we've just found out was running the wrong gearing. He had a wet gearing on.
Are we allowed to say that, are we?
We absolutely are. His dad, who is his trusty mechanic, has put his hands up and taken full responsibility for this. Taylor Dixon was punching well out of the corners, but running out of revs at the end of the straight, which is vitally important on the run up to Christmas. That's why he did really well at the start when everybody's on cold tyres.
Oh, right, yeah.
But then he started to fall back. Well, the fact is, they've rectified that now, so he should be with full dry conditions.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
How many teeth different would a wet and a dry set be? 2 teeth on the
One.
sprocket? Just one
maybe
on the,
2.
Yeah.
On the front sprocket?
No, back
maybe
rear
1.
sprocket, but 2?
2.
2 teeth, yeah. Well, I'm sure you change the rear sprocket at the front. The front's much more of a job.
No, the
isn't
front is. No, it's just a
Is the
different
front
clutch.
easier?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just one. Yeah, of course, one bush comes off.
They
Retaining
haven't
nut.
got. Oh yeah, of course you think. Yeah, you're right. Because the rear, you got to get the things.
Yeah,
I've just thought about it. Massive faff. It's a bit different from a motorcycle.
Take the wheel off.
Yeah. The motorbike is a bit easier.
You get those split
Yeah.
sprockets, but I was never keen on them because they kind of tended to
I
warp.
couldn't afford new sprockets.
You know,
I don't think you understand the shoestring. You know how I'm. Yeah.
what do you mean new sprocket? You did have a selection of numbered sprockets, though, didn't you? Changing
Probably
teeth
3.
and stuff. 3.
Yeah.
Did you only race up one track?
2 tracks. Still being Buckmore. But no, the point is, I think I don't think you understand the shoestringness of my karting, because I think you're used to me just, as I am now. As I was
points are the same. Going back to that question
okay.
about championship
as I
points.
was then, it was significantly less disposable. Anything.
Oh, well, the thing is, we had somebody on the YouTube who was interested in when our Intermax Superheat was, but he mentioned about see if you can get the YouTube up. Nick.
I'll get there's the YouTube. There we are.
Where is he? Ninja Charlie. Hello, Ninja Charlie. I've always wanted to do one of karting, but it's just mega expensive. It is mega expensive, but you can do club level karting at a track wherever you're close to, and it can be as cheap or as expensive. Now, Nick here did it as cheaply as possible.
Yes.
And I did it by remortgaging my house twice.
Yes.
And throwing away lots of money.
I didn't even. I slightly troubled the access card. That's how long ago it was. But yeah, I think I ended up, from memory, I think I was doing 1,400 a season or 1,500 a season. So that had been 10 meetings.
You know something?
10 or 11 meetings.
I have no idea.
Because I didn't race. No, I'm talking about, when 10 meetings, it would have been probably about. So I didn't race in December and January because I couldn't be bothered. In practice, I don't race in February either, actually. So I think so. It's 9 months, 2 meetings. Didn't do them all. So about 15 meetings, I think. Did you race during the winter?
No, there was no racing in the winter.
Well, the club meetings happened in December, January, and February.
I think I spent about 10 grand in '91.
That's a lot of money in real money.
I got sponsored though
by a bookshop.
And others.
Did we do the grid in the end? You didn't, yeah.
There's the grid on the right because we've got them coming around now as Jensen Watts as Nick
back down memory lane again.
Back down memory lane of our own karting careers.
Isaac McHugh says, "Come on, Jacob Mockler." I'm not sure if he's in this one or the next one.
We'll have a look for him on the right-hand timing board here. Here we go though. We've got Dylan Morton for TT Motorsport.
Here we go.
And Jensen Watts for TH Corsa, who sized across and into the lead. The blue and white cart there into the lead with Jensen Watts, the 2024 NKC 162 champion, is leading towards Christmas.
Yeah, it's a good open start there. Everyone actually making the first couple of corners. Pretty, yeah, not too bad that one. A bit of a shuffle out towards the front.
That number 43, who has gone around the outside and into the lead with the right sprocket
there
on,
we go.
is Taylor Dixon.
Well, it's amazing, isn't it, when the cart's actually set up properly.
What a move. Or he's got the wrong sprocket on again. That's why he's punching forward in the early stages.
He's disappearing off the distance. He's had a fabulous start. He's certainly fired up whatever was in that car, engine, tyres or whatever. That can be good. He's having a fantastic time. Or worrying, he's got set up a bit too set towards the first part of the race. Ollie Varney's in fourth, and then you get Varney's car, the 25. And I think one of it's Morton and Hammond. No, it's not. It's Dixon from Watts, from Morton, from Varney. Hammond's the big loser there, down to 7th place. So Watts now, can he bridge the gap?
Well, here he comes, Dylan Morton down the inside of Watts there. He can't bridge the gap because Dylan Morton has filled the gap between first and second as Taylor Dixon continues to disappear.
And this is great news for Taylor.
Jensen Watts down the inside again to take that second place back. Behind them, Ollie Varney wants to get involved as well. He says, hang on, boys, I'm getting involved. And behind Ollie Varney, Mason Perrin and Sean Rudge not that far away from getting involved as well.
Well, this is all very exciting for us, but not great tactics because they're going to let Dixon get away for a hatful of points. The same level of points as the other heats. This heat's called Super. So the overall positions of those 3 heats will make everything a bit decided for the finals, which is a bad news for some of the people who've had bad heats, and they probably hoped it would be a reset, like this would almost be a pre-final. It's not. It's just extra points to aggregate for the grid for the finals. Varney comes under threat. In fact, he kind of eased out there by the Mason Perrin. Yeah, good move by Perrin, aggressive but fair.
Yeah, now Ollie Varney is under attack from Sean Rudge. If Varney can compose himself and get back towards Mason Perrin. Perrin, of course, a former champion in juniors here in the NKC. The question is, Nick, Taylor Dixon has pulled out a gap of just on a second there, and we wait and see whether now that the tyres have come on,
they're getting close
on lap
to him.
3, they are pulling him back in. So he's got a setup that's absolutely enabled him to be fired out of a cannon in the first lap or so, 2 laps. Into lap 4 now.
It was a second.
The gap has come
down
to half.
It's halved, yeah. Going through and up towards Christmas again. And now we've got an excellent run there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 carts, all about 3 cart lengths apart from each other.
And now Jensen Watts' cart has switched on because he's right now back onto the rear bumper of Taylor Dixon. He's pulled away from Dylan Morton. And as I say that, Dylan Morton closes up. But definitely, we've got a situation of Jensen Watts needing to find a way by that cart ahead of him, which is Taylor Dixon, which is, of course, no real mean feat here because Taylor is a very quick driver.
We're going to see how defensive Taylor gets. His first chance to rebuff Watts is down through the boot this time. And then now over the chicane. Don't take it too aggressively. You might find yourself pointing in the wrong direction. Right now, beginning the 5th lap over the line. Sweeping up through Crip and Oblivion, and now they go into the main straight. This is where most of the overtaking takes place. Come to Christmas, it may well happen this time as well. What's up? And this is what you would describe, Joe, as a textbook manoeuvre there.
It was there, out of crook. Momentum carried all the way up the hill here. And then look at that, he's alongside way before the braking area even. That was all about momentum out of Crook there. So Jensen Watt's kart switches on to where he wants it to be, a balanced situation here, and already beginning to pull out a gap. And Taylor Dixon under pressure now from Dylan Morton, Mason Perrin, Ollie Varney and Sean Rudge, who are queuing up.
I think Varney's has picked up as well. I think Varney's was a little bit timid for the first couple of laps as far as the kart's concerned. Now I think he's picked up as well. But the good news for Watts is he's managed to get past and pull 3/4 of a second, because I think that Dixon is running a little bit slow. Now, this is an interesting thing. Now, is Dixon just unnaturally towards the front of the field because of a great first lap, or does he actually have a setup that's really not quite right for how it should be at the moment?
I'm not really sure. I'm going to have to ask his dad
again,
as to why.
He's sitting there going, "Oh, I forgot again."
Why all of a sudden he's dropped back towards the pack that he was pulling away from. And Taylor Dixon now struggling with that kart to keep these karts behind him. He's already lost out to Dylan Morton, and next on the list behind him is Ollie Varney and Mason Perrin, and behind them too Sean Rudge, not that far away, and coming on is Ethan Lomax, with Sam Wyatt getting involved as well.
Yeah, big trend of karts now third and back. Good to say, and this is kind of, I just think that Dixon looks a little more comfortable than he did. Still going to try and pick up him. Varney's going to pick him up for third. So Varney now moves into third place, top of the hill. Oh, and he's also lost down to fourth as well. And he may even lose to fifth. So just held on there. I don't think that Perrin got past him. He did. So, no, Perrin did get past him.
Here we go. That's another textbook move. That was more on the brakes for Ollie Varney.
Yeah, and then Perrin gets him as well.
Yeah, how many times have we seen that on that little king out of Christmas there? Because you're exposed, aren't you? You're on the very outside there, and you're losing speed to go around the outside line. Now then, the question is, Ollie Varney, Mason Perrin latching onto the back end, can they, of Dylan Morton, while meanwhile out front is Jensen Watts, pulled a gap of almost a second and a half out there in the lead, with a massive cushion between himself and that second plate, the orange kart there of Dylan Morton.
Yeah, looking at the most racy at the moment appears to be Perrin, having a little think about getting past Varney. Now dropped into fifth place. Dixon seems to have found his pace. He's not really been under threat from behind in this lap. Obviously it's quite difficult going past you to get your rhythm disappears very quickly. Radiator change there for Perrin. Lifts up the flap. Just wants to get a little bit of air into the radiator. These engines are designed to run the best at a very narrow temperature range, and you adjust the flap on the radiator to just try and keep the engine running exactly where it's producing the most power and it's most happy. Two strokes. These are nothing like old-fashioned two strokes. They're still temperamental though, Joe.
Yeah. They're still very demanding to get the best out of. The thing is, Nick, we've got from second down to ninth there. Kieran Gifford in ninth at the rear of that trainer, so we've still got people moving ahead of Taylor Dixon. That was Ethan Lomax, and he's been completely mugged, as Kieran Gifford tries around his outside and has indeed made that move. So Kieran Gifford, we're moving ahead now. Taylor Dixon dropping like a stone, and I think by my estimation we might even have Taylor, who's now come upon Sam Wyatt is his teammate in LRG, and now Sam Wyatt is about to overtake Taylor Dixon.
Yeah, something's not right there.
Yeah, so whatever the pace was that pushed him ahead at the start has completely and utterly disappeared.
Yeah, he's down in eighth. He'll be in ninth quite soon. Moving back towards a bit further up the field. Our leader is away, but then second, third and fourth are in a kind of a loose chain, and this is a run now.
Sam Wyatt down the inside of Taylor Dixon.
The ninth has gone around.
So Taylor Dixon now gone to ninth place from the lead at turn one for the first lap.
This race isn't going to be on his highlight reel on the YouTube.
Well, that first couple of laps are, for sure.
Good point. Good editing. That's fine.
Yeah, absolutely. Sam Wyatt has moved ahead of his teammate, Taylor Dixon, trying to get on terms with the four cars ahead.
Closer there, running a bit further forward. There's a battle there. I think it's the 30th Perrin and Morton, is it?
Ollie Varney into second place.
Right.
And look at that. Ollie Varney moves ahead of Dylan Morton there on the blue and white kart, and already pulls the gap to the orange livery of Dylan Morton.
And Perrin's right on his tail as well, so it looks like, again, it looks like there's a lot of karts coming and going from their sweet spots, aren't there?
Yeah,
because people are getting ahead and then coming back. I mean, it's quite an ordinary day. You wouldn't think it'd be that difficult to get it set for this.
Yeah, I mean,
we're not running extreme heat. And up the inside goes Perrin.
You mentioned that, Nick. you've got sunshine, then cloud cover, then sunshine, then cloud cover. That's going to affect the surface temperature of the track as Mason Perrin goes down the inside this time of Dylan Morton. And Dylan Morton's doing a Taylor Dixon.
I know, he's going back.
Dropping back.
Very strange. I mean, certainly, because we've got a situation where the fastest carts are at the front, we've not got a mixed grids where you do see this because people are out of position. These people have been put in the correct position by 2 rounds of qualifying, 2 heats of qualifying. But they are being caught out, I think, by whatever this particular weather, combination. You say very rightly, the fact that the sun coming in, the sun going out, the track warming up, track cooling down.
It does make a difference.
And people are chasing the setup, and some have got it really right. Like Watts took him a lap and a half, and he had it absolutely nailed. And it does look like Varney's got his now, because Varney went backwards at the start as well. Do you remember?
Yeah.
And now he's moved forward again.
Yeah, maybe a bit of complete lottery there. The blue and white cart there in that train of 4 is championship leader Kieran Gifford, who has come from 14th. Was his starting position. That's a 6th place at the moment for Kieran Gifford, and he looks like his job's not done until he tries to challenge Ethan Lomax and Dylan Morton ahead of him. Ethan Lomax is on the white cart there. That is Mason Perrin heading this train of carts, by the way.
Yeah, Lomax has been moving forward as well, stealthily through the last few laps. Taylor Dixon, unfortunately, is down in 9th. Kieran Hammond, who started at the front, he's dropped down to 10th, so he's not had the thing at all set it up properly. So Hammond, who was on the front of the grid, he's down in 10th. So we've had a right old shuffle about, really, haven't we? From in a number of the carts who look good at the beginning or who look good from their grid position, not enjoying whatever this combination is, which is like 20-degree temperature and sort of clouds. So we now start the last lap, and Watts has been away, and after lap 2 has been the absolute class of the field. We've seen him do this so often, and he kind of beginning to think now, who's going to stop him, Joe?
Well, it was a case of just waiting for those tyres to come on lap 3, wasn't it? He didn't get flustered by Taylor Dixon snatching the lead from him. He waited, the cart came to him, and then he just pulled the gap back to Dixon, got ahead, and then just pulled out. And he's maintained a gap of about 2.5 seconds to Ollie Varney since Ollie Varney got into that 2nd place. This bodes very well for the final, Nick, because all of these drivers who are at the front of this field of senior road tax carts are all going to be starting on the first 4 rows. And then you've got people like Taylor Dixon and Sam Wyatt, Ethan Lomax, Dylan Morton, and the like. They're going to be wanting to be in on the deal as well.
I just realised something, because one thing we didn't mention, of course, is these super heats are 2 minutes longer than the heats. So there are 10 minutes each. So I don't know whether people have made assumptions about their setup that they've got wrong. So it's 8-minute heats, 10-minute super heats, and 12-minute finals. So it's a bit of a longer race. And perhaps they made adjustments which worked for some of them and didn't work for others.
We didn't mention that when we should have.
I know.
We got too engrossed in the point-scoring process, which wasn't any different to anything else. Let's have a look at the result then, as Jensen Watt takes quite an emphatic win there at the front of the field. Ollie Varney chasing him down, got the gap down from 2.5 seconds to 1.8 at the end. Mason Perrin was 3rd, Dylan Morton 4th. Then we had Sean Rudge and Sam Wyatt. In 7th place was the challenged Taylor Dixon, with Kieran Gifford up to 8th. Kieran Hammond was 9th, and then we had Ethan Lomax, Joe Mills, George Hulme. In 13th, we've got Finlay Underwood with James Wood, Thomas Assoud, Robbie Rigby, Harvey Lee Winteridge, Sebastian Benson was 18th, and then Kyle Dunford, Jack Theobald, Ryan Shepherd, George Isgrove, Zenzong Lim, Isaac Reynolds, Luke Evans was next with Cameron Davey and Alexander Campbell. We lost Chris Jordanov on lap 5, and we lost Zach Fletcher on lap 4, it looked like. We've got another senior Rotax, Max, for their superheat. It's the other group, of course. I'm just going to get there. Here it is, Superheat 2.
We have some information from base.
Base?
Well, Peterborough.
All right, okay.
Keep an eye out for Oakley Garthwaite. No time in time qualifying.
That's right.
It was.
Yeah.
In 2 heats, he's made 31 positions, 18 and 13.
We've seen him do that before.
He goes from 10th in the grid. Last heat, he had a 5-second penalty for nose cone. Oh. So he's on 10th. So we expect Oakley to move forward in this 2nd super heat.
We did mention that move. We did mention. Thanks, Gaz, for that information.
Oh, Bruce is doing all right, isn't he?
Yeah, he is doing very well. Here we go then. Let's have a look at how these will line up as they make their way around. Macaulay Austin and Ben Ballou are on the front row. Then we've got Bobby Rosie and Riley Thatcher. We've then got Blake Ticehurst and Braden Hill. Jack Maidment and Charlie Hull are on row 4. John Hobbs and Oakley Garthwaite are on row 5. and that he's got, from no time in qualifying to qualifying in 10th, he'd be happy with the top 10 start there, even with that penalty, which stifled him somewhat. We then got Jacob Felton and Reece Green. Reece been off the pace, it seems, the number 4 here. And he came into this season as a bit of a championship contender, but he's been off the pace this weekend, it seems. Arthur Thacker and Ben Harper are on 7, with Zauri Visserek and Leo French on 8. Then we've got Bradley Howes and Jamie Kidney, Farad Arian and Nathan Jensen, Joshua Priest and Kai Pepperell, Jensen Hartson and Jack Welch, Grace Lee Davies and Via Maru, with Jacob Mockler and Callum Scrivens rounding off 28 carts.
Let's go Mason, says Demi 1801. I think that's a bit delayed.
That was
from
the previous,
seat,
yeah. Well, he did well. He came 3rd, didn't he?
And Carl Mills just goes Freddie Wall, number 21.
Here we go then. We've got Macaulay Austin in the orange and white of DM on the left. We've got Ben Ballou of KGR on the right, and we get racing. The red lights have gone off.
They're going
into oblivion. Everybody around turn 1 this time. Nobody firing off to the right, as we have Macaulay Austin leading. We've got a Ralph Motorsport card.
What happened there?
As Bobby, that's Bobby Rosier in 2nd, by the way, on the Ralph Motorsport.
Who was in 3rd?
Ben Ballou went
Ben
absolutely straight
Ballou
on.
was trying to get it stopped. Yeah, I couldn't work out. It was one of the blue and white carts.
The red
stop it.
The red and blue is Cole's Racing livery, and that's Blake Ticehurst on the SW plate, who looks very good. Those tyres are where he wants them pretty much from the very off, as Macaulay Austin, who was devastatingly quick in round 1 at Dunkswell, missed round 2 at Rowrah. Here he's back, hopefully for the rest of the season, with DM, and he's leading, and he will lead out the chicane and across the line for lap 1.
Yeah, it's quite a closely fought first couple of corners. Let's see how they've shaped out. As you say, it's Austin from Rosier from Ticehurst. Ballou did manage to get stopped eventually. Braden Hill, John Hobbs, Riley Thatcher, Charlie Hume, Jack Maben and Ben Harper. That's your top 10. Top 2 now challenging. Little bit of a thought there by Rosier, having maybe a nudge at Macaulay Austin at Christmas, but decided against it. And they now go back down the hill to what he decided to do Ashby instead. So change for the lead as Rosier in the 49, the yellow and blue, takes the lead and now begins to see what he can do about drifting away. We saw in the last heat how there's been a massive ebb and flow. Will it be the same in this one?
Bobby Rosier, remember, the champion in this category into 2023. He was the youngest NKC champion at 17 in a senior class, just into seniors. As he continues to lead, then Macaulay Austin will now have to focus on trying to get back on terms as Blake Ticehurst puts pressure on. And then we've got Ben Ballou, whose tyres have now switched on. Less of a handful into the braking areas. Yeah. Ticehurst has a look over his shoulder, but Ben Ballou is not there. Who's that on the LRG cart as well?
Ballou's 4th. So Ballou's 4th in the blue and white at the moment. He's going to go to 3rd because there's a kind of a mistake by the 3rd placement. I think Ticehurst made a mistake.
No, that's
Austin.
It was
Austin made a mistake, and Austin now dropped down to 4th. Ticehurst in 3rd, Ballou in 3rd, and the leader is Rosier. So somewhere along the way, Macaulay Austin's made a mistake.
John Hobbs is coming onto the rear bumper now of Macaulay Austin there and challenging into the boot here.
I think he got him, didn't he?
Still Macaulay Austin ahead.
Oh, yes. So I'm looking at different levels because they've moved around a bit.
That might be Braden Hill, actually. No. It's John Hobbs, Braden Hill, Riley Thatcher, Charlie Hume. In the lead, though, Bobby Rosier on the yellow and blue cart. Blake Ticehurst now under pressure from Ben Ballou. Macaulay Austin dropping back. How many times have we seen that? He seems to be dropping back there. He had the pace to lead on lap 1, and now he's coming under pressure as dropping down back towards the pack.
Yeah, he was a little bit awry going through Ashby last time, lost in 2 positions. But the SW plate, champion of Dunk as well, that is, of Blake Ticehurst now leads Ballou in the blue and white for this battle for 2nd and 3rd. Running through the boot. A bit slower, and how much the curb you take. Enough that you don't put the cart completely out of position.
Ticehurst kept the cart off the curb there, and it cost him a bit of time. The cart went sideways. He's in 2nd place, but Ben Ballou couldn't really take any advantage of that, and it didn't really. I mean, the car was fully sideways with right-hand lock on. Quite a bit of oversteer for that 2nd place Blake Ticehurst car, but that didn't cost him any time across the start-finish straight. We're halfway around the lap now, almost 2/3 around the lap, and still Ticehurst looks very commanding. And if anything, Nick, let's keep an eye on the gap to Bobby Rosier. It was just over a second.
I still think it's going out, but
I think it is.
But Ticehurst is now happier and not really under pressure from Ballou. But my guess is that lead is going to be the same, just slightly longer. So across the line goes Rossi. Let's have a look and see what the time is. And it is... No, it's gone down 2 tenths.
It's gone down 2 tenths.
Good visual spot there, Joe.
Blake Ticehurst puts in the fastest lap of the race as well with a 46.798. Might as well call that a 46.8, mind we. He is now he's responded to the advances of Ben Ballou on the blue and white kart and managed to focus, hit his marks, and he's pulled out the fastest lap, and he's closing that gap to Rosier. Ben Ballou is clever enough to sit there, follow in the wheel tracks and leave it. We've got 5.5 minutes.
Yeah, it's a long race. By the way,
we're not even at half distance.
Those of you following Oakley Garthwaite, he's made no positions at all. He's still 10th.
He did drop down to 11th, so he has fought his way back. Yeah,
race died. So yeah, it doesn't mean anything. As you say, we are looking at a race that's not even halfway over yet, and the top 3 go through. 4th place is at the bottom there. So 6th John Hobbs, but a little bit kind of.
5th place has got a train of carts behind Braden Hill.
Yeah, let's look at this. Let's look at this.
Here they come.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I think you find there.
This is
so
the
just
pack.
7 or 8 of them.
35 is Braden Hill, and he is a bit of a cork in the bottle here, isn't he? You get a feeling that if Braden Hill disappeared...
Well, it's all gone wrong at the back there.
Yes.
And that's 3... That very shot purple and... I don't know who the purple and blue and red kart was, but he's just been... Basically, he was trying to turn in, but there were 2 other karts on where he wanted to be on the track. And that's been a really bad result for him. A bit unlucky, really.
You know how we saw... pardon me. You know how we saw Macaulay Austin dropping back? There was a problem with that kart. He's pulled in after 3 laps.
Ah, right, okay.
He completed 3 laps and then's pulled in.
There they go again. That's led over by, say, Hill from Thatcher. From Garthwaite's up to 7 now, so he's moving forward. Garthwaite in the 40 moves up to 7th. I think he's the 2nd or 3rd kart in this run.
And that white, the number 4 there, the blue and black kart, the Nib Sport kart, that's Reese Green, who I mentioned has been a little bit sort of missing in action here, but now he appears, and this is where the action is.
183 is Riley Thatcher with the little cyan epaulets on his jacket. And I'm trying to see where there's a 4. You're right, there's some movement by the 4, isn't there? Reese Green, who after you said was having a bad time, has decided to prove you wrong.
Yeah, I'm going to have to wait until these come round here because so much has happened while we went to that replay. Mason Perrin has dropped back, I think, 3 places here. Sorry, Braden Hill has. Braden Hill is now crossing the line. It's Riley Thatcher, Oakley Garthwaite, Zari Visarek, then Braden Hill, and Reese Green is the only driver in that train not to get past Braden Hill. And Reese Green just in the background there on the outside, tries to get round the inside. The number 17 is Jack Maidman, who's trying to take advantage of the situation.
And that's it. There's people that are always waiting to pounce on someone else's mistake if it's not yours. And again, this dive up the inside of Ashby, certainly working a lot better in the dry than it did yesterday in the wet. And it's side by side, but you see you get eased out. And there is poor old Reese. He got eased out of the position and up the inside. There's never enough room for 3 karts there.
No, and it was very, very...
off the track entirely there is the purple machine. Or deep blue, I suppose. Oh dear. That's a racing incident. That was just too many karts into not enough space. They come through. Rejoining is that kart. And, yeah, that's just one of those things, isn't it?
The blue and red kart, who we still haven't identified, have we, Nick? Just turned in on his line, and that caused the yellow and blue kart. Again, still unable to identify that as we get straight back where the action is. Braden Hill under massive pressure. This is 8th and 9th place here, with 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th joining in as well. The number 14 is Arthur Thacker.
Off camera, Ballou's got 2nd place from Ticehurst.
Right.
So that's a change of 2nd and 3rd.
There it is. Ben Ballou, who was playing a waiting game there on Ticehurst, it seemed. But Ticehurst, if you remember, Ticehurst switched it on. And now, I think we said there at half distance, about 5 minutes, the clock has just spun away from us with less than 2 minutes remaining now. We've got Bobby Rosier leading by 2 seconds with Ben Ballou and Blake Ticehurst now circulating together. Ben Ballou was on the white and blue card. The orange and blue and white card is Blake Ticehurst. And Ticehurst not done by any means there. He's still there with Ben Ballou. But Ben Ballou, the number 3, 3rd in the championship in 2025, seeded number for him this year, cannot shake off that Coles driver, Blake Ticehurst.
In this race, and getting past is one thing, staying ahead is the difficult part.
John Hobbs is having a very lonely race behind these 3 carts. Now, what colour would you say John Hobbs' cart is?
Orange.
Yes, that's another pina colada over his
No,
chest.
Look. I mean, I realise one thing you realise about cameras is cameras never represent colours exactly as you see them with your eyes. But if you look at that camera, that's an orange cart.
Well, let's look outside.
Okay, I'm looking outside now.
What colour is John Hobbs' cart? Here they come.
4th. That's orange. Orangey red. It's an orangey red, isn't it?
Louis, but you're spoiling his holiday.
Oh, he's spat out. He's spat out his 3rd pina colada now.
He's left the team in good hands with Matty Easton and his dad Darren looking after things this weekend. As he's got that family commitment of being poolside, sipping pina coladas.
Poor thing.
And getting disgruntled as Nick describing his carts as orange instead of red and white. He's a Sunderland kid, you see.
Well, he knows how to specify the stickers. Penultimate lap. This one will start the last lap. Rozier's away by 2 seconds. It's a battle for 2nd and 3rd. Then Baloo, who had an incredibly inconsistent season last year, from winning easily to being nowhere from one week to the next.
Oakley Garthwaite, by the way, in 6th. When the dust is settling, he has got Zari Visarek, who is right there on his bumper behind these two. Onto the final lap goes Bobby Rosier. Ben Ballou, Blake Ticehurst, John Hobbs. It was forecast.
It does smell of rain.
It was forecast at midday. It's 11:52. Anyway, there's the leader, Bobby Rosier. We're going to get this done before any kind of rain.
It's not raining though, but it does smell of rain.
We're going to get this done and sorted before we have any hint of any rain in the air. Here is Bobby Rosier, who's had a very emphatic win here, and that's because there was a lot of racing going on behind him with place changes in the form of Blake Ticehurst, Ben Ballou, John Hobbs, Riley Thatcher. We've got Oakley Garthwaite still ahead of Zauri Visarek by the looks of things, hanging on to that position of 6th, making great ground here. But this is all about Bobby Rosier, as we've got Rosier crossing the line now, a defending Ben Ballou from Blake Ticehurst, with John Hobbs catching them every inch of the way. Riley Thatcher 5th, Oakley Garthwaite hangs on to 6th, and Zauri Visarek in 7th. And then this huge train of carts.
All the carts now. It's next to come all the carts.
And it's Braden Hill who hangs on to it from Charlie Hume, Arthur Thacker and Joshua Priest, with literally Reece Green ending up in 17th.
How'd that happen?
On the number 4, because that huge train of carts, there was all sorts of things kicking off. We had to go to the leader though, Bobby Rosier, the winner, as it says there. Ben Ballou 2nd, Blake Ticehurst 3rd, and then we've got John Hobbs, Riley Thatcher, Oakley Garthwaite. He's got to be happy with that, hasn't he? And then we've got Zauri Visarek, Braden Hill, Charlie Hume, Arthur Thacker, Josh Priest, Callum Scrivens in 12th. 13th was Ben Harper with Nathan Jensen, Bradley Howes, Jack Welsh, Reece Green ending up in 17th. We know not how. Farrad Arian in 18th. And then Jacob Felton, Grace Lee Davis, Jensen Hartshorn, Jamie Kidney, Jack Maidment ended up down in 23rd. And then we had Via Maru, Leo French, Kai Pepperell. Kai Pepperell actually was the first of the retirements after 12 laps. Jacob Mockley we lost on lap 8, and Macaulay Austin did 3 laps.
I've got a message for you.
For me?
It's a message for you from Demi1801. Cheering you on from work. I think that's actually... hang on, no.
All right.
That was actually not you. That was one of the other races.
Yeah.
Side note for Joe, was great to hear you on the Nürburgring 24-hour races the other weekend.
Thank you very much.
Stephen Mottram sent his best.
Oh, hello, Steve. Why aren't you racing, Stevie? Been a long time since I've seen Steve. I think he's... let's call it taking a sabbatical, Steve, because you never give in. So Demi was watching... was she watching Sky Sports F1?
Were you on Sky Sports F1 then?
We were on Sky Sports F1
and where were you the following week?
Fullback. Okay, mate. Back down to earth. Into Max next, Nick.
I'll be on BBC News.
Into Rotax. What, sorry?
I've been on BBC News.
It's not a competition.
Oh, it just became one.
And I'm glad to hear that they enjoyed that.
It
was a great race at the Nürburgring with Max Verstappen. It was a class act. But again, he was surrounded by class acts.
It wasn't bad yesterday.
And he didn't do bad yesterday, absolutely. Don't spoil. No spoilers.
No spoilers.
Qualifying.
And
certainly no spoilers for the race.
Yes.
So this is into Rotax.
Superheat.
Alfie Phillipson and Ethan Manzi are with Coles Racing inside the same awning. It's going to be a bit intense in there, isn't it? Because these two are starting this superheat after quite a dominant run in the Heat 2 heats we've seen from these two. Alfie Phillipson has got the honour of starting on the pole, Ethan Manzi alongside. On the second row, we've got Jack Daniels and Bradley Beggs. On row 3, we've got Callum Miller and Thomas Gulliver. Ayrton Goldsworthy and Oscar Tarsi appear to be joined at the hip this weekend. They're on row 4. Zane Williams doing very well in the championship, had a torrid time in qualifying. He's now on row 5 alongside the first of the twins, Kian Kostler. Rishan Kostler, the other twin, is on row 6 with Billy Barnes. And then we've got on row 7, Freya Bond and Travis Owens. Max Tomzit and Aurelia Simpson start on row 8. And then row 9 is Lucas Gray and Mai Maru, with Deacon Thomas rounding off a 19-cart field for Inter-Rotax.
And there they are, parked on the side there.
Right, shall we have a look at an onboard from just in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen?
No, we shan't.
Oh, no, we can't. There's Nico Verbers, who's given us our onboard footage for this weekend.
But they've decided to get the Inter-Rotax off.
I don't know. I thought there might have been a big enough delay to have a look at the perspective of the driving seat. But no, we're getting very much on with our
10 minutes for these kids to run through.
Formation lap then. Formation lap number 1 usually for Inter-Rotax. Let's see if they can get themselves sorted and get a clean start after just one formation lap. We will wait and see. As already the Coles Racing duo at the front of this field. The championship and the Summer Cup winner, Ethan McNally Roberts, has not turned up for round 3. I'm not quite sure. He's certainly leading the championship after 2 rounds. Missing round 3 for whatever reasons.
Well, there's a lot of exams going on.
There is that.
These are a bit young. They're a bit young, aren't they?
10 to 12, aren't they?
No, that's...
so a little bit young.
11 plus? I don't know. Does anyone take the 11 plus anymore?
Showing your age now, mate.
Well, I passed it. One of the few exams I passed.
Callum Miller in 8th place is the top privateer in the North-South Challenge from rounds 1 and 2. He's been run by his dad, and I'm sure his mum's taken part as well. That's Callum in 8th as we get this nice pack of Inter-Rotax into the tram lines and underway for a very, very clean start. As we head towards Oblivion and into Crook for the first time, Nick, we've got a change for second place.
We have. Those Coles carts have been split temporarily.
Jack Daniels into second.
Fourth place is actually Bradley Beggs running the blue and white machine.
No, that's not Bradley Beggs. Bradley Beggs in the purple and white. I think that's Callum Miller, would you believe?
All right, and then it's enabled, hasn't it? Phillipson to make a little bit of a break there, but immediately Manzi goes, no, come on. I didn't enjoy being in third place those 4 corners. I'm going back into second again. Yeah,
Manzi into second, taking what he thinks is rightfully his. It is Callum Miller on the 111, the top privateer in the first 2 rounds, heading towards the rear end of that Jack Daniels cart in third place. As they come out of pit bend, though, through the chicane and then through the right-hander, which is now a sweeping right-hander, it is Alfie Phillipson from Ethan Manzi, Jack Daniels, Callum Miller, Bradley Beggs, Ayrton Goldsworthy, Zane Williams, Thomas Gulliver, Billy Barnes, Rishan Kostler, Kian Kostler. What happened to Oscar Tarsi? Because he's dropped down to 12th place there, just ahead of Freya Bond and Travis Owens.
Yeah, Oscar's not had a great start, but that can happen. It gets very, very busy, doesn't it, in the middle of the pack. But the top 2 are still the Coles racers. The battle mostly here is 4th and 5th, Joe. The all blue 111 of
3rd and 4th.
Miller and then 4th and 5th.
4th and 5th, yeah, sorry.
I know I get a lot of it wrong.
Sorry, I missed out. I forgot Jack Daniels. Well, how could I ever?
Unlike Johnny.
Yeah. Unlike Johnny Palmer. Yes. This is...
this is getting quite scrappy,
isn't
it?
Getting, 3-cart train there.
That's it, and Goldsworthy in the Origin cart.
And Zane Williams and Thomas Gulliver.
And the 22 there come at the inside. That's quite an aggressive move trying to get the inside of Oblivion. Didn't work. And 157 Goldsworthy held him. You can see now there's a huge gap now. Back down between those two, and then back to Kian Kostler. Kostler go there a little bit. Kian's doing a good run. He's not normally as high as top 9. So again, this thing is the point about Intermax is that you watch the first race. You go, all right, A's better than B, better than C. You watch the second race, you go, oh, A's better than C, but he's now better than B. And then you watch the third race, D, she's now up here. And because they are learning so quickly during the course of the season that you can't take anything for granted, which happened the previous week, will happen next week.
You literally see these youngsters develop as drivers on their karts over the course of the season. And it's great to watch how they pick up speed. All of a sudden, then they're not just hanging onto the back of the field, they're absolutely in amongst it. Certainly,
second and third now.
Yeah, second and third have come back together with Ethan Manzi dropping back towards Jack Daniels. Ethan Manzi looked comfortable. I tell you who is looking comfortable. Alfie Phillipson is way ahead of these two in the lead of this race. So far ahead, we're losing sight of him. We've got a yellow flag at turn 1. That's not going to be a problem for our leaders quite yet. But if that yellow flag remains, it's going to be a problem for maybe Jack Daniels, who might be just lining up a move. I doubt very much, though, because it's a very fast entry on an inter-rotax into turn 1. We've now got a static yellow that these drivers will see, and now the yellow goes in.
So someone had gone off the first two corners. They've either taken either the driver is no longer there, or they've managed to get these things going again, which of course you can because they've got clutches and starter motors. So they run through. We've got a leader, we've got a pair, and then we've got a trio.
The leader just puts the fastest lap in, a 49.832. As Bradley Beggs down the inside of Callum Miller has to settle in behind Bradley Beggs as they come out of Christmas. Let's have a look at this, Nick.
Yeah, it was a good move. I think it was a little bit of a late move, not in a bad way. I mean, it kind of unsighted Miller, and he's sitting there going, I think we're supposed to be fifth here, but that's fine. I'll follow Beggs around.
Well, on these heavily restricted Rotax engine karts, Christmas Corner is a very fast sweeping bend. There's very little
Another
speed
place
difference.
lost by Miller there is Zane Williams. That was really opportunistic. Good driving by Zane there. Just suddenly could see a little bit of weakness in the way that Miller came off the corner and just went up the inside.
Well, that orange helmet of Zane Williams, he is making hay while the sun shines, because championship leader Ethan McNally Roberts is not here for round 3. Zane Williams is second in the championship, or very few points in it, and then when you consider dropped scores towards the end of the season. The thing is, Zane Williams had a torrid time in qualifying and has been working his way up. Now he's up to 5th place, just behind Bradley Beggs, but he's been wanting to maximise his points haul to claw the gap back and in fact take over the championship lead going into round 4.
Bit further ahead, Manzi and Daniels are still really going for it. Daniels look at the inside into the boot, but it's not happening. He positioned himself. It's a little bit of a camera fall short in there, and often it looks a little bit more like it's going to happen than it is. But it's good for us. It gets you and us excited.
It does.
Actually, that's not where he is at all. But hey, we've had a bit of a laugh about it. It's fine.
Much. And the thing is, we've only just clicked by half distance here with these longer superheats of 10 minutes. They've got plenty of time to go racing. As Jack Daniels, does he have a look? No.
I thought he had hopped out there.
No, because I'll tell you why, Nick. Because there's very little speed difference.
Oh, there's less braking,
into Christmas. It's not like the other classes where you've got maybe a heavy braking area into Christmas. These inter-rotax are barely touching the brake. They're turning in at massive amount of speed, and just really just sending it through the corner. You're really, really brave. They get used to turning in at high speed.
The thing is, though, that they're kids. They've got no fear.
No. Absolutely not.
You know, it's like, okay, I'll do that. Yeah, you'll go for you. I'll go faster. Yeah. I'll fall off. I'll back on again.
Yeah, keep the throttle in there. Here we go. This is where Jack Daniels needs to get momentum through this one here, the left and then the right at Crook here, and then let the science take over. He bounces across the curb. Not enough momentum to get alongside Manzi, or indeed is he playing a waiting game?
Well, no, I think if he could get past, he'd get past. I mean, they are now 2.5 seconds behind Phillipson, so they're not going to catch that up unless something really weird happens. But Daniels is really sitting on the backside now. Look at that 4th and 5th. He's having a bit of a go. They go wide through Ashby, and that's Beggs and Williams. Beggs is behind Williams, so Williams has picked up 4th during that instant just then. So 4th and 5th has changed around. It's now Williams ahead of Beggs. So Williams absolutely on a roll, as you pointed out. Now suddenly everything's come on song, and he's moving us up to 4th place.
He absolutely has to. He has to claw back and increase.
Minor mistake though, coming round the exit, but he's got away with it.
Yeah, Bradley Beggs is quick. We saw that at Dunkswell. We saw that again as a move for 2nd place. Then as Jack Daniels down the inside of Manzi, but no, again.
Yeah, this is like a braking.
The outside line as the speed and momentum to keep him there. As Ethan Manzi continues in 2nd. This is all playing nicely into the hands as Alfie Phillipson continues to put in fastest laps. Lap 8, last time by, 49.655, the fastest lap of the race. And he continues to push on and just continues round and puts in fastest lap after fastest lap and has got a 3.1 second gap.
It's an absolute masterclass by Phillipson. These two are having obviously
and of
slightly
course,
staying to the down.
Of course, these two are not exactly optimising their lap times when they're scrapping and defending.
So the gap they're still gaining on Zane Williams though. That was his first lap entirely.
You mean they're pulling away from Zin?
Yeah, still, despite the fact, yeah. So it's all going well. Down to the last 2 minutes. This race is not fired up into excitement. We've had a bit of a move early on, but I think you've got a leader who's really dominated, but not beyond the range. If he doesn't get the break early on, that might not happen in the main final. Certainly Manzi, who will know everything that Phillips is doing. He's been the same morning. You can ask the engineers; they'll share information. But Jack Daniels, after being discarded in many ways by these two in the heats, has managed to hold on really, really well. Not quite had that last nth to get past so far, as they start another lap, and they start it with a minute and a half and 1 lap to go.
Here we go then. Can Jack Daniels have a go this time? He pulls alongside Manzi. We saw out again, Manzi's got the momentum around the outside. He just sits there.
It's really interesting, Joe, because this is not something you could do in any other class.
No, none of the other classes would allow this because there's a heavy braking area there. It's a braking area, but it's not a heavy braking area, so you can maintain momentum around the outside. And because the narrower 950mm chassis, there is room to go around side by side.
It's interesting seeing how differently these guys are racing at different parts of the track. There's certain parts of the track there's nothing they can do because they're all just flat and that's it. And there's nothing going on.
Alfie Phillipson continues in the lead ahead of these two. Don't worry, we'll pick him up on the final lap. It doesn't matter what's happening with these two, because these two, I think, are going to race like this to the flag. Jack Daniels, this is where Jack can get perhaps the biggest kind of challenge that he can muster is on the straight towards Christmas Corner. However, the momentum he's got is just not quite enough to pull him alongside. This is a very fast track for Interrotax with there's very little slow speed corners here, and through here this is Chapman through the left-hander, perhaps the boot, but then the entry to the boot, the left-hander, that's really, really quick. And then the right-hander, if you're really cheeky, but even then, look at the speed difference from the straight to the corner. It's very little.
Yeah, racing hard. Now, there's nothing to say that, of course, we won't see Daniels back past Manzi at any moment. He could go back past, actually pass him. I think he was ahead for about 3 yards earlier.
Right, let's stay with this before we pick up the leader, because we're on the final lap here. Manzi.
No.
Not even he doesn't close. Even have to defend. He doesn't even have to defend. He knows that Jack Daniels just hasn't got enough in the toolkit to maybe have a go at him. Let's pick up the leader then. That's the leader right there. Good spot, Lester. Well done, Lester, picking up our leader, Alfie Phillipson, because this race, this Rotax into Rotax, I should say, is all about this driver here.
We never know the title of this class, do we?
I know, Mini-Max,
Micromax,
it's not Micromax.
It's Mini-Max, it's Intermax, and it's Alfie Phillipson at the max to take this win.
Absolutely.
Like that.
Well said. I like that. I like what you did there. Well done, Alfie. That was, I can only use the word emphatic there, because it was, all right, he was helped a little bit by Ethan Manzi and Jack Daniels having a cracking little battle there. And then we had Zane Williams, who
punch to the air by Zane there. He was happy with fourth.
He was, I think
he's recovering from a bad start to the weekend, basically.
He knows what his objectives are this weekend, and that's to gather as many points as he possibly can.
Both Costas in the top 10. Your interview's obviously done them well.
Yeah, so
let's have a look at the results, shall we?
Yeah, let's have a look at the results as we get them in front of us. Alfie Phillipson then takes that emphatic win by just over 3 seconds from his teammate Ethan Manzi. Jack Daniels are fighting third. Zane Williams gathering points for the championship in fourth. Bradley Beggs, Thomas Gulliver sixth. And then in seventh place, Callum Miller, the privateer. Cian Costler in eighth. Ayrton Goldsworthy ninth. Rishan Costler inside the top 10. Just outside the top 10, and not be happy with that, Oscar Tarsi. Within 12th place, Billy Barnes. And then in 13th, we've got Freya Bond with Travis Owens, Max Tomsit, Mai Maru, Lucas Gray, Deacon Thomas, and Aurelius Simpson, rounding off 19 carts into Rotax. We've got 2 junior Rotax heats coming, super heats, I should say, coming up next, Nick. And
Demi's got another message for you after saying about. Demi now says, we've bought a house closer to Warden Law, move at the end of the month. So just visiting and watching this season, hopefully back soon. This is Steve Mottram, I take it as well. So, yeah.
Right, yeah.
So
Demi, Steve's girlfriend.
So basically,
Right.
they're moving closer to you.
Well, Steve's from Sunderland.
No, they're moving closer to you, Joe.
Closer to
They
Warden
just
Law.
want to be close to you, as the
I
Carpenters
wouldn't
would
say
say.
that. Steve wants to be closer to Warden Law so he can get in the skip to get the used tyres
Do you think so?
quicker.
Very,
Yes.
I'm doing this very quickly, so go for it.
Here's the result.
No, I'm doing it. We've done the result. It's the on-board lap.
Oh, the on-board with Nico Webers. This is the driver's view of Whilton Mill. We're just coming out of the boot and across the chicane at the new chicane, across the start-finish line. This is Oblivion. Get across the curb there, through Crook, let the cart breathe, out onto the back straight towards Christmas here, and look how fast this corner is here. On the brakes there for Nico, through the kink and on towards Inkermans, which is pretty much a right-hand kink. And now this is tricky. Ashby, downhill, right-hand hairpin, off camber. That curve just like a magnet draws you to it. Through the left-hander at Parker, then a short burst into the next left-hander at Chapman. Across the curb on the exit there, heading towards the boot in the final stages of this lap. Very fast entry to the boot, and then get the brakes on, turn into the hairpin at the top of the boot, through the new chicane, and then through the final bend to complete the lap. We've got the grid of junior Rotax out at the moment, with Benjamin Lawn and Daniel Wisniewskis on the front row, Daniel Adamitis and Freddie Wall on row 2, Hector Sadlowski and Fenton Roderick on row 3. Newcomer to the series, Daniel Minto and Jesse Whitmore. Nico Verbers are on board, is on row 5 with Harry Harvey, and there's the rest of the grid there on the timing bar.
They literally released that as soon as I pressed play.
I know they did.
But we got it, and it was in play. And it was, let's go.
We're about to go racing here.
He's off the
We're outside the tram lines.
Never.
Yeah, we got a full start there, and that was
terrible.
Well, who I think was that Daniel Wisniewskis who moved across on
Somebody
Benjamin Lawn.
I don't know whether it was out of the tram lines before even
and
close to starting.
The problem was for Daniel, he was on the front.
Waving upset.
He was on the front row, and it was easy to spot.
No, there's a. What have you done?
I'm very
upset.
Very disgruntled young man. I've no idea.
Wonder where his cart is. Where's his cart? The cart's off. Yeah, I can see the cart. No, there's going to be some fist waving. What are you thinking about?
That's Cody Longdon, by the way.
What are you thinking about?
Cody Longdon has been ushered off the track. I think
he's been. Somebody somebody in his opinion has ruined his day.
Somebody has ruined his day.
We don't know. In his opinion, we don't know.
That's right.
It's only his opinion that it was worth a good arm waving and an annoyance. It's very likely it did happen, but we don't know for sure.
So the red and white with blue trim is Benjamin Lawn. He has been the driver to beat in this
Freddie
class.
Wall's got a fan, hasn't he? Yes. Carl Mills is a big fan of Freddie Wall. Starting in 4th place, or starting around 4th place anyway.
Yeah, he is. Nice pace.
This wasn't the problem last time.
Well, yes, it's the cart on the right-hand side going away from us, the number 14, which is now Daniel Adamitis. We've lost Daniel Wisniewskis, who doesn't seem to be there on the front row.
Might be there. It might be just waiting for where the timing picks it up.
No,
there they go again. I didn't like that one either, but they've let it go.
Definitely the 14 that was alongside on the front row. Not sure what was going on there, but I can tell you Benjamin Lawn is at the front of this field and down the inside into Christmas. It's the 14 of Adamitis who slots in behind and hangs onto the bumper of Lawn as they get through that Inkerman's right-hand kink and down towards Ashby.
Yeah, so quite a clean start after all the mucking about in the first full start. And up the inside, and then Lawn loses the lead again. I don't think Lawn's got a cart that initially comes in the first lap, and he may well drop out in the third here as both the Coles machines go past.
No, that's not a Coles machine, that's a Rolf.
A Rolf machine, no.
Yeah,
I was giving it a
Coles
Coles.
on the Coles, yeah.
Oh,
and there's an Origin card.
I've only got one brain, son, Coles.
Benjamin Lawn's tyres are not switching on at all here.
Oh, that was nice back up the inside.
He's struggling for grip, though. This is when his tyres will start coming on, I think.
Yeah.
As we've got Daniel Minto, who's a very experienced karter, been in Micromax, Intermax, and now Junior Max. And Daniel, who's come here to snatch the O plate, finds himself in third place ahead of the favourite for top honours, Benjamin Lawn, who's now on a recovery drive back to the front of this field.
There's still a bit of scuffling going about, but a good start there by Adamantis and Wall moving ahead with the row of carts. And then the Origin machine of Minto. Lawn, my guess is, will start within the next lap or two moving forward. Oh dear, that was very aggressive up the inside by the 55.
Harry Harvey.
Harvey.
No, Harry
No,
Harvey was on the
No, it was
outside.
Whitmore. Whitmore's the 55.
Yeah, the 25, isn't it?
No, it's the 55.
Yeah, but the 25 is the
Yeah,
one
being
that
pushed
goes
out.
off.
Yeah, sorry, absolutely right there. So it was Harry Harvey gets pushed off, and the 55 did it. That's probably going to need the stewards to have a conversation, but we are not the stewards. So let's carry on enjoying the race as they continue running up the hill for the third lap, and a bit of a breathing space for Adamantis now. And up there comes Lorne, and he's coming back forward through the field now. Benjamin, he's had two laps. The tyres have got some temperature in them. Let's get about the leaders, shall we?
Well, the thing is, he's obviously the Coles Racing have obviously pressured those tyres for the longer superheat of 10 minutes. His tyres had no grip at the start of this race. He was fighting the grip at every point. Now they're coming in. They're on lap 3. His tyres are going to be exactly where he wants. So keep an eye on that red and white and blue cart of Benjamin Lorne. The blue and yellow carts ahead of him of Freddie Wall and Daniel Adamitis. They are on his checklist. Daniel Minto dropping off the back of Lorne in 4th. Daniel Wisniewski in 5th. Sadlowski, Roderick Whitmore, Harry Wright, Liam Crosby rounding off the top 10.
So Lorne's gained a little bit there on Wall. Not in a position to actually get past him at the top of the hill, but they come down to Ashby, not looking for the dive. I think the other thing is that, all the drivers, Lorne included, know this is a much longer race. You haven't got to make any immediate moves. It's not as though Adamantis is really breaking. I say that he makes an immediate move.
Yes, he's in a hurry, isn't he? Young Benjamin, who we had a great interview with him. I hope you enjoyed the interview with Benjamin Lorne, the driver we were about to talk about, going down the inside of Freddie Wall, catching him napping somewhat, wasn't he?
Yeah.
But the thing is, it's a late apex into that left-hander of Chapman because of the king coming out of it.
And if you want to see that move not working, go to yesterday's broadcast, because when it was wet, it did nothing.
Yeah, because you're not on the optimum line. There's Daniel Minto on the black and white Origin cart having to defend.
No, I think was he defending? Was he?
No, he was defending from Wisniewski.
I think he was slightly behind. Yeah. Oh, inside the 45 of Hector Sadlowski there. Nope. There's kind of a lot of nudging about, thinking about stuff. Lorne immediately though has broken Wall and is now trying to bridge that gap, which he has got halfway through to Adamantis.
Yeah, he's about to challenge for the lead, is Benjamin Lorne, before not too long, as that battle for 4th, 5th and 6th rages on. Oh,
we'll nudge there.
Let's keep an eye on the lead, because Benjamin Lorne is now drawing up to the back of the leader, Daniel Adamitis.
Yeah.
There he is through
Oblivion and through Crook, and then up the hill towards Christmas Corner. And it is, I think, a matter of time, Joe.
There he is.
And the time is now.
The time is very much now. Lorne on a mission
and
here.
With the junior cart, you can do what you can't do with an Interrotax cart. You can't then come sweeping back across the top again because it's the braking.
Because it's an outbreak. It's an outbreak here, and you see the carts slithering around with the rear ends just barely locking up there, and Benjamin Lorne now says, thank you very much. Thanks for keeping the first place warm for me, Daniel. I'll have that back. Thank you very much. And who's going to beat this kid? Who's going to beat Benjamin Lorne this week, this season? He was on cracking form at Dunkswell. He was caught out by the wet tyres in his first Uta Maxis. And then at Rowra, he was like this. And here we are at round 3, he's doing it again.
The most likely, Jensen Hookie, but Hookie's had some problems this weekend. He had
Hookie's in the next one.
Well, yeah, but he had a bad second heat, so he's not going to start in the front.
Well, he won his first heat.
And he was 13th in the second heat.
Ah, right, okay.
So he had a bad second heat. He did the thing they were all doing, coming up at the first corner. I mean, he did. In fairness to him, he came back from 28th to 13th.
That's what I missed, isn't it?
The one you missed because you were doing something personal.
Yes.
Sounds worse than it was.
Yes, it was.
Now, interestingly, both the Ralph carts managed to hang on to the back of Lorne now, and certainly Wall is a bit close to Adamantis. So it's a kind of a situation here where they are now enjoying the free ride of the airflow from Lorne's machine, but. My guess is that Benjamin will not be challenged, but it is a way, of course, of the three of them dragging away from the rest of the field. And that gap to Minto, which was just shy of 2 seconds last time around, I don't think it's got any bigger this time, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, it's...
No, it has. It's 2.2. So they are just doing that thing where they're doing a few laps to cement the top 3 positions.
Well, if anything, Nick, it looks like Adamitis is coming into being challenged by his teammate, Freddie Wall.
Yeah, that was the first time Freddie had even shaped up... to pass Adamantis, so it does look like Wall now is thinking a little bit about shall I move into second, but I don't think Lorne's going to get. I mean, as you said, who's going to challenge him? I don't think anyone in this heat has that ability. What are you giggling at?
Adamitis is kind of reacted to the challenge from Freddie Wall, and he's been able to pull a bit of a cushion. That cushion did not exist the last time round, and so we've got a very sort of spread out in karting terms, with the first three. Behind these three, though,
It's like 4 and 5 are having a battle.
that's
Minto,
where
Vizinikas,
that's
yeah.
where the action is. These two here.
Side by side.
And, oh, look at that. Vizinikas says, I'm in front of you, Daniel. Let's go and catch the others. It's Nib Sport there, I think. Nib Sport colours for Vizinikas, and Origin Sport comes back towards him.
Is that going to be a big one for Whitmore? Yep, Whitmore gets both.
Jesse Whitmore says, thanks for opening the door,
I
Daniel.
do think Whitmore's got to visit the stewards, though, from the early instant with the 25.
It's the two Daniels, isn't it, that he's just overtaken. Daniel Minto and Daniel Vizinikas.
The pure Tony Kart machine of Whitmore now runs into 4th position.
There's another black and white car joining in as well. That's Hector Sadlowski.
Is the Origin team getting bigger?
They
more
are.
Origin carts all the time.
They've got huge representation in pretty much every class here in the NKC. Again, black and white, not my favourite colour.
Well, luckily, because it's not a colour.
That's true. That's true. As Daniel Minto now loses touch with...
What is going on there?
Well, they're just bunching up behind Minto. Jesse Whitmore's checked out from this lot. He says, thank you very much. Now Daniel Minto doesn't race normally on this Maxxis tyre.
Right.
And it was Daniel who was telling me about how to drive this tyre. You can't drive the tyre like you would normally, or what he's more familiar with is a Mojo. The Mojo is a different tyre completely. You've got to be much more delicate, much more careful. The turning, you can't ask too much from your front end, because the turning, you'll just start graining your front tyres, and they'll just start reducing in grip.
Oh, it really is a kind of, after you kind of get past, it's like round. Oh, that was a really interesting around the outside there. Is that Fenton Roderick just did that?
No, I think it was Fenton Roderick on
the
the
38.
Yeah,
that was a kind of like that was a move we haven't seen before.
Yeah, now he says, let's go. That's a Guy Cunnington cart there for Fenton Roderick, who has got past Hector Sadlowski, who's got a Coles team member, Liam Crosby, behind him. Just under 90 seconds to go then.
Yeah, top three aren't doing anything. They are staying equidistant from each other. There's been a break now by Whitmore in 4th, but he now is being followed up by Vizinikas and Minto. They've been swapping positions. There they are. That's the Vizinikas, Minto, Fenton Roderick, Hector Sadlowski and Liam Crosby. There's Crosby up the inside there, and Crosby picked up a position from Sadlowski. And then behind him will be, I think is that Dimbleby there in the 64. It is, with those Dayglow yellow tips to the various parts of his cart.
That's another Guy Cunnington cart there coming into the 4th, Jack Dimbleby. Didn't they have a supporter on the YouTube?
On the YouTube, I think so, yes. On the YouTube there was a supporter for him. On the tubes of you.
We are getting towards last lap board. It will be last lap board next time by, as Benjamin Malone crosses the line with about 30 seconds on it. Daniel Adamitis maintained that gap of 8/10 there between first and second.
Yeah, and it's just interesting. Adamitis has managed to just begin to gap wall at one point, looked like he was going to get through. Not happening now. Whitmore, once he got ahead, has instantly put a gap on Vizinikas. This is the battle behind Vizinikas and the rest of the gang, as once again looks like, yeah, it is Dimbleby trying to get past Sadlowski, and then just slightly ahead of them is Crosby, but this is battling down the lower reaches of the top 10. Just looking out the window, which is quite nice. But we can do this at Whilton. We can't always look out the window and see the entire track, but you can here, barring the area there, just going through Oblivion.
Final lap.
But we are on the final lap board, so it's a chance to have another look at Benjamin as he's going to take this one home.
I noticed Benjamin Long as he came out of pit bend there to start the final lap. He looked over his shoulder just to check where Adamitis was. He found that he wasn't quite on his bumper, so now he can have a controlled final lap of this superheat. This will put him on pole position, I would think.
I can't think any reason why it wouldn't be.
Yeah, 2 heat wins and a superheat win for Benjamin Malone, even though we've got another group.
No, he didn't win. He didn't
oh,
win.
No, he came second, didn't he?
Yeah,
because of that.
He's been second twice.
Bumper penalty for the first time.
He was second in the second race as well.
Why was he second in the second?
Someone beat him.
Well, that was simple.
Well, I think so. Anyway. I think he was
second.
Anyway. Definitely a win this time. Anyway, he had a win which didn't happen. Then I think he was second, but I think he'll be on pole.
Just read that result, Nick, while I check.
I'll press a button to get to the results page as we get some actual research going on from Joseph Bradley Esquire, who is obviously of the parish of Sunderland, and will soon have Stephen Mottram and his girlfriend living much nearer to him, possibly doing his windows or something, I don't know. Okay, so it is Benjamin Lawn who wins that one. Daniel Adamitis is second. I don't know. Daniel Adamitis is second. Freddie Wall's third. Jessica Whitmore is in fourth. Daniel Vizionikis is fifth. Then Daniel Minto crossed the line in sixth position. It was Liam Crosby and Hector Salowski who became 7th and 8th. Jack Dilby, Nico Verbers, our camera cart, was in 10th. Harry Wright, Joe Stonehouse, and then we had Lucas Hilton, Charlie White, Zach Cahill, William Spencer, Philip Jakowski, Harry Harvey, and here is the rest of the results spinning past your eyes as we speak.
You were absolutely right, Nick. He was beaten by Daniel Adamitis. This is going to be a cracking final if we add into the group the kind of drivers that we've got coming up next as well. So that I'm not really going to be able to call that. Then 2 second places for Benjamin Lawn and a first. That's
Adamitis has got a second and a first. I don't know what the other one was.
So that's going to be.
Jensen Hookie's got one win and one nowhere. So even he wins this, he won't be able to.
Because
by nowhere he's 13th.
Because that 15th place, isn't it? So Junior Rotax Superheat 2 is out next. And we have got the front row, you can just see there to the right of the screen, Jacob Aston and Barnaby Grubb. Jensen Hookie is actually third on the grid, the second row.
Fenton Roderick didn't get the trip, did he? He had a problem. So I can see Fenton there, about to get his cart loaded up on. It's quite a bit of cart rescue. We should have done this time.
We maybe should.
There's several carts to be rescued.
Yeah, we maybe should have. Let's have a look at the grid though, Nick. Jacob Aston and Barnaby Grubb. I'll take it off there. Jensen Hookie and Sam Green Gomez on row 2. Ethan Hunt and Ewan Scott are on 3. Tyler Rackham and Eden Salvage are on row 4. Elijah West and Harrison Matthews are on row 5. Hugo McCluskey and Sam Blamey are on 6. Callum Wilson and Bertie Hodgson are on 7. Finley Cass and Leonardo Pelaggi are on row 8. Row 9 is Amelie Davey and Lucy Lovell. Lila Fitzgerald and Logan Hartson are on row 10, with row 11 looking like Jacob Jarman and Aaron Maidment. And rounding off 24 carts, Jake Blamey and George Theobald. 24 carts then for this second superheat for juniors. For the final, the quickest lot will come together. The bottom half of the result sheet will take part in a B final.
Is the B final 8 minutes or 6 minutes?
The B final is 8 minutes.
I mean, do we have? I take it we have 3 B finals in all the senior road taxis. Junior, senior, and 177. You've got B finals.
Yes, that's right. The only inter road tax and the TKMs don't have a B final.
It's top 4 to bump, isn't it?
Top 4 will qualify.
Yep. Well, it's good we know what's going on approximately. Let's just see if anyone else is moving near to you. No. Come on, Jensen says Demi 1801. So Jensen fan. There's quite a lot of Jensens these days.
Yeah, is that Jensen Watts? Maybe?
Well, no, it's literally the most recent thing. I assume a Jensen in this one.
Yes, we have Jensen Hookie, of course.
There we are. That is where Demi is with. So, various carts. But they actually lost 3 carts in that heat. Didn't really see it because it was all going on in the middle of the field. But I think one was from that fish shaking problem we saw from right before the race started. I think 2 had mechanicals. I don't think it was actually accidents.
Yeah, the ones that started the race though, we had Ryan Sadlier who went out after 3 laps. Fenton Roderick went out at 12 laps, and then James Gordon right there on the final lap. He completed 13, so he went out on the final lap. So that's a bit unfortunate, isn't it?
You don't want to do that.
The Junior Rotax Championship is being led at the moment by Benjamin Lawn. Second in the championship after 2 rounds is Ethan Hunt.
Demi's just confirmed it is Hookie.
It is Hookie, yeah. A privateer, Jensen, being run by his dad. Hopefully you managed to catch the lunch break paddock show, or the brunch break paddock show, where we had a lovely chat. I had a lovely chat with Jensen. He had a miss. He missed. He was off doing another series, would you believe?
Sorry?
Yes, he was. Yes, lack of loyalty there from Jens. I said, come on. Well, he's in for the rest of the season, so I couldn't really be too harsh.
There was that Rower weekend was rather poorly organised by some. NKC announced their calendar first, so the other calendars were a bit poorly organised. And they ended up having all the 3 non-British Championship Rotax championships. Sorry if that doesn't make a lot of sense. On the same weekend. So you've got 4 champions. You've got British, you've got NKC and 2 others, and all 3 of them end up on the same weekend. So they were absolutely fishing off each other's entrance.
Yeah.
Which is just silly. I mean, it's like, having 2 football clubs playing at home on the same day, when they're down the road from each other. Just poaching off each other. Right, round the back straight, and they'll get themselves into a line. So these are the people who want to try and beat. Where is Jensen?
Jensen Hookie is number 33 on the second row.
Oh, yeah, I couldn't read that. Sorry. No, literally, because I thought I was looking too far down. I didn't start looking at things.
You were, yeah.
Here they go. Despite his first and 13th, he's got a third place start. Off they go. Oh, a very early break there, but they've taken it. And they sweep in, and this time, unlike the previous run, they are getting round through, breathing up the hill towards Christmas. And Hookie's in second, I know that. And he may be the man who thinks he can take on Lawn, but he's got dropped to third. A beautiful opportunity to move up the inside there by the cart in second place now, which I assume is Hunt, but I don't know for certain. But Hookie's taking him back again. It's all going on here. And Aston's definitely leading. I'm just wondering about who that second place man is. I think it's Hunt.
I think that's Ethan Hunt. He's with KGR.
Yeah.
Kieran Gifford Racing.
Yeah. And then there's 2 KGRs there in second and fourth.
Yeah, Hookie down the inside of the KGR cart. Moves him onto the grass there a little bit. Let's see what he can do about that, because he's going to have a wet set of tyres now, the number 23, Ethan Hunt. He gathers himself up and hangs on to third. We've got Jacob Aston, Jensen Hookie, Ethan Hunt, Tyler Rackham, Sam Green, Gomez, Barnaby Grubb, Ewan Scott, Eden Salvage, Elijah West up to 9th, and Harrison Matthews on the BM plate, with still places being changed and swapped around.
Yeah, the 77 of Sam Green Gomez has been in 3 different places in the last 25 yards. But he settles down, I think. Oh, no, I say he settles down. With that, he dives up the inside of the orange helmeted machine there and into, I think that's 4. I think he's just taken Rackham. So I think Sam Green Gomez, the 77 there with the green and blue helmet, picks up 4th place. Rackham's lost another place there, possibly to Barnaby Grubb. It's all literally going on behind the top 3 now.
Yeah, Sam Green Gomez has made his way through, though, hasn't he?
Yep.
And trying to break away from the melee that has been created by all of this swapping around.
It's very, very tight in the midfield, Joe. I mean, they really are scrapping for every single last half yard.
Well, Jensen Hookie has just put in the fastest lap there on lap 2, and his tyres aren't even up to pressure, I would think. There's a move there.
Oh, again, it's move 1, suddenly moved out, and then taking a really tight line that time was the 12 of Barnaby Grubb. He didn't quite come through, but we've seen this now a little bit of times, and through Christmas, with 2 are scrapping, they go wide, and somebody else comes up the inside and sneaks at least 1 position. That time didn't quite work, but again, Grubb tries up the inside.
It's the nature of the corners here at Whilton Mill. They kind of have open entries, late apexes. Down the inside has gone the 12. That's Barnaby Grubb for Nib Sport. Down the 12. He now heads that pack. Absolute chaos and melee there as the number 199, Elijah West, still carrying the Sushi Motorsport colours of the red, white and black. He is now up into 8th place as they cross the line. Jacob Aston is still being followed very closely by Jensen Hookie, but we cannot break away from this midfield scrap because there's all sorts of action going on down the pack.
Yeah, they're scrapping hard, it has to be said. Hookie got a little bit closer that time around. Just looking out the window, and they are, so it's now the first 2 are right together. Hookie now challenging and go through the boot. Let's see if we can get through to our leaders, please. And there they are. And they are now coming down through the chicane. And if you didn't know before, Jacob Aston knows now that he's got Jensen Hookie right on his tail. But there's a huge amount of the race left, Joe.
Yeah, massive amount. Still 6 minutes and 40 seconds. So, composure here by the number 6, Jacob Aston. 6th in the championship last year. Jensen Hookie is a very cool character as well. And he knows how to win races as well. He knows how to win them from way back in the field. We've seen him come through. We've seen he knows how to overtake it. I think at the moment, from the body language of these two, they're just playing this game of just following each other around, trying not to make a mistake here, and just following each other around in the wheel tracks. And then maybe at the 2-minute bell, we maybe see if someone's going to pull the trigger. We'll see who does.
Well, there was a bit of lap for Ashton. Lead last time was 0.185. He's pulled it out by about a 10th, I think. As they go across the line now, you're 2.400s actually. Now you're actually right. Is Hookie actually interested in getting past? Jacob looks over his shoulder 3 times just to make sure that Jensen isn't interested in getting past. And they sweep round now and down the hill run through from Inkermans to Ashby. And that's the right-hander. You can now take more curb now than you could at the beginning of the day because the water that was stuck in the grooves has been evaporated. So that's now a safe place to go wide as you go carrying speed at the exit of Ashby. Now down the back straight. It's called the back straight? Don't know. We'll call it the back straight.
Yeah, I think it is.
And then into the boot. And I think you're probably right here, Joe, that I don't think Jensen's actually trying to force the issue with half the race to go.
No, I don't think
I think
he
he's
is.
kind of having an idea. I'm going to sit here for a bit.
Yeah, I think he's quite happy to follow still. We are 9 seconds off half distance.
Yeah.
There is no need to start challenging. And as I say that, Jensen gets the memo.
Need. Doesn't mean you're not going to do it.
Jensen gets the memo. But look at how much he's dropped back there, just off track.
A couple of tenths.
Now I think that was probably a bit of a research mission, wasn't it? Well, there's no doubt about it that Jacob is a very, very quick junior driver here. And there's no need to maybe sort of chance things. But Jacob looks over his shoulder. He's now aware that Jensen Hookey might be about to mount a challenge and actually have a go at passing. But you've just seen there how difficult that's going to be. It is. Because Jacob Aston is absolutely on the limit.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, I don't think that you've got 2 places where these faster carts can really take each other, not easy, potentially. Up here, top of Christmas Corner, and then that lunge dive into Ashby at the bottom of the hill. Possible if someone makes a mistake onto the left-hander and Chapman, but that doesn't tend to be a 2 equally fast carts passing place. That tends to be a 1 fast cart, 1 slightly slower cart passing place.
Jacob Aston going very wide there,
mistake.
And that's cost him dearly. He went really wide at Ashby, went all the way out to the extreme of the exit curb. And let's have another look at it.
No, it's already happened at that point.
No, it already happened, yes. It already happened. And
it's unhappening. I'm watching now at the boot, and it's unhappening again. He got to turn up the inside. We watched that replay. It always happens sometimes. You choose a replay, it doesn't come. But he managed to get up the inside of the boot, did Jacob Aston, and completely undid Hookey's move.
Now look who's coming here. The KGR cart, the white and blue cart. As Hookey has a look down the inside, does he? Last of the late breakers? No. Ethan Hunt is coming. These two are costing themselves lap time. Ethan Hunt in 3rd place is about to join the lead party here. And if these two continue, and there's still over 3 minutes remaining, so still over 3 minutes of this, and if these two continue and they're down the inside, late apex.
The very place I said that equal speed carts don't go past, he's done it, and Hookey now has decided to take that lead into the back straight, so he dived up the inside of Chapman, and now through the boot, where I think he must have lost it due to a minor mistake last time, but now Hookey has the lead. Aston now has the work to do, and the absolute thing, Ethan Hunt is coming, so it's going to be a three cart train pretty soon, but they've really pulled out on Grubb, Green, Gomez, Scott and West and the rest of the field.
Let's see if Jensen Hookey can do what his job list says, which is now, having got the lead, pull out a gap. Or is Jacob Aston now thinking that pesky Jensen Hookey has taken the lead here? I need to try and get it back. It looks like that's not going to happen, though, because look, already that green and black cart of the privateer, Jensen Hookey, is pulling away from that 2nd place cart of Jacob Austin.
Yeah, he's put a good half second here. And that is... Well, it's as good as a mile, really, at this point, because he's taken himself out of the lunge area for Aston.
That's the biggest gap we've seen. That is the biggest gap we've seen all race long.
Yeah, 0.555.
And he's done it before the 2-minute bell, which has just sounded.
So they come through, and it's probably quite forlorn now for Aston, but 2nd place isn't a disaster.
As Jensen Hookey then consolidates that lead with inside the final 2 minutes of this superheat. The grid is formed for the final for Junior Rotax. This is when the groups will come together and form a grid for the final. We've got a B final to see first. That comes up after the short break, after the superheats are concluded. But Jensen Hookey now, with over a minute, pulls out a gap of, let's see where it is at the line. It was half a second. It's now 7/10 of a second. Ethan Hunt has fallen away because these two now are able to optimise their lap times and pull away. Behind these two, you've got Ethan Hunt, who we might want to have a look at. Barnaby Grubb, Ewan Scott, by the way, in 5th place, the 5th place cart in this train. And all of this, I've got to say, Nick, all of this is kind of spanning out, isn't it? They're all.
Yeah, I was looking for where is our next battle, and it really isn't anywhere within the top 15, to be honest.
There it is.
And that's a 77. So Sam Green Gomez was there, and then we're back up with our leader.
No, that battle there was Ewan Scott, Sam Green Gomez, Elijah West, Eden Salvage.
Oh, yeah, so you're right. 4, 5, 6, and 7,
If Ash stays there they are. Well done, Ash. Picked it up nicely. The number 77, Sam Green Gomez, was ahead of Ewan Scott a moment ago. Now he loses out. The number 199 is Elijah West, who's just come up as the vice champion for the Inter-Rotax class from last year. He's in his first season of juniors, and if anything, looking like he might be about to challenge Elijah West down the inside of Sam Green Gomez.
A big nudge from Green Gomez there.
And that is 6th place then for Elijah West, as Green Gomez tries to come back at him.
I think Elijah West now running about sort of half a season just under of junior, is beginning to find his feet. He looked a little bit. There was a lot of mistakes early on. Remember at Dunkerswell, his first round, he was off the track so many times in those mixed conditions. But it's a case, it's a big difference. Into Rotax to junior Rotax, bigger car, bigger tyres, more power, more aggressive people around you. Just got to get your brain in gear, and I think it's worked quite well for Elijah West. Well, my guess is he's going to spend the rest of this year learning, and I'm saying now Elijah West will challenge for next year's championship.
Yeah, absolutely, doing really well. As he
goes through.
Fifth,
yeah. That was, I think that was more actually a little bit of an error by Ewan Scott than anything else, as the flying ant comes in.
So the leader is just heading towards the boot now, Ash. The green and black cart of Jensen Hookie. There he is, picked up nicely. He's heading towards the checkered flag, and he's in amongst back markers, which isn't going to be a problem because the checkered flag is going to fly for him to take a win in the superheat. That'll put him up the grid as Jacob Aston comes through in second. A lonely third place for Ethan Hunt, Barnaby Group fourth, and then the rest of the field. There's that scrap there that went the way of Elijah West from Sam Green Gomez, Logan Hartson. Ewan Scott ended up 8th at the back of that field, the back of that group. Eden Salvage. I'll leave you, Nick, to take us through the official result.
You're not leaving for a long time again, are you?
Not a long time, no.
Ian McCarthy says, hello lads, the extra screens are out in force today. Outrageous amount of motorsport going on. Well, yeah, NKC front and centre. There are other races going on, but I can't think what you're talking about. Apart from MotoGP, F1, Classics, I think it's an IMSA race. There's a bit going on. Right, so the result coming up, hang on a second. And here we go. And the result is Jensen Hookie won that one. Jacob Aston is second. Ethan Hunt third. Barney Grubb is fourth. And Elijah West, a great 5th place for the young man. Sam Green Gomez comes in 6th. 7th place is Logan Hartshorn, Ewan Scott, Eden Salvage, Tyler Rackham. He's dropped back a bit from the start, didn't he? Sam Blamey and Hugo McCluskey. Then we have Lucy Lovell in 13th. Harrison Matthews in 14th. Finley Cass in 15th. Then George Theobald, Callum Wilson, Leonardo Pelaggi, Amy David, Jake Blamey, Alan Maidment, Bertie Hodgson, Lila Fitzgerald, Jacob Jarman, and then towards the back end of the field. That was the back end of the field, actually. So we now wait to see what's going on. So the next race out will be the first of the 177 superheats. I have a piece of information to pass on to you, I think. Let me hang on a second. My head. Harrison Crook has led all but 2 laps over the 2 heats he's completed. Who is going to stop him? Says Gaz from our Peterborough data centre. Will Murdoch heat 1? Ryan Taylor Truman. That's what I think. But yeah, so it's all to play for in the 177 championship. 2 slightly small ones. It's another complaint. It's quite amusing the amount of complaints that happen. Oh, we've got a very important update here. Leicester, up on the Christmas corner cameras, it's very windy. His bag of apples has blown away. There has been an apple disaster. I don't want to say that apples have been... Hope you recollected the apples, Leicester, in the wind. We don't want to lose too many apples. There's been a terrible incident. You've missed it, as you said. We had a terrible incident. Leicester's apples have blown away. his apples got blown away. He's got a second bag of apples. It's all right. There's a happy ending to that story. There's 2 bags of apples, and there's also a 177 race.
His apples blew. Is he in the Wizard of Oz or something?
Well, apparently there's a Tin Man Scarecrow line up there with him. I don't know what's going on.
I suggest they haven't so much blown away as rolled down the embankment.
I think that could be a situation. So we'll have an apple tree there a couple of years' time.
Yes, may do.
So the 177, you got the grid for this one because obviously Ryan Taylor-Truman is and Harrison Crook at the front.
Yeah, look at that. Ryan Taylor-Truman, Harrison Crook, Ethan Wyatt, Toby Case, George Walker, Cole Edwards, Louis Rees back out, Scott Clee, Scott Smith, Rob Simpson, Ian Brantfield, Carl Bryant making a return, Michael Cheek making a big return there, the 2019 177 British champion coming out of retirement. Jake Davis, Dan Millward, Harry Taylor, George Willis, Ryan Layton, Max Marston, Solomon Williams, 20 carts. And look at that front row. We are 2024 revisited here with Ryan Taylor-Truman and Harrison Crook here to steal the trophy and the O plate from everybody else.
Steal the
trophy. He comes across the line.
And he's leading.
Crook slices across to the right and defends that line and takes the lead into oblivion.
Taylor-Truman dropped into third, but I think he may get second by the time we get to Christmas Corner for the first time. And indeed, the TT giraffe-coloured livery is in second place, but look at the lead that Crook got there. Just again, that's absolute acing the start there. So it's Crook from Taylor-Truman, and I believe it's probably Wyatt in third.
It is,
but they are
on the
now,
red and white cart.
Is it all? Yes, absolutely. And then it's all. It's so orange on this camera. On this screen, it's so orange. I apologise to 7 daiquiris down, Louis Large, but that is orange on our screen. In fact, there we are. There is the 65, Ethan Wyatt, looking very orange indeed, and he's getting nudged aggressively by the blue and white machine behind him. But look at the top two. Look at the break. Are 2 big names in the big class.
Yeah, it's Toby Case on that blue and white livery of the Ollie Hancock team. Toby challenging for third place there as the two very talented 177 drivers, Harrison Crook and Ryan Taylor-Truman. They fought for a championship back in 24. They fought tooth and nail. Remember the old plate at Rowra where Louis Large made an appearance, and we had that stewardesses incident. I don't want to spoil his holiday, but I don't want to remind him of that one. Ethan Wyatt, though, has now got his tyres to come in on lap 2, and he's able to defend that cart not slipping around, sliding around as much as it was. He's still got a train of carts behind him in the form of Toby Case, George Walker, Cole Edwards. Where has Cole been all weekend? First time I've really noticed Cole up there in the top end. Scott Smith ahead of Louis Rees now for 7th. Scott Clee and Rob Simpson round off the top 10 there. Scott Clee being the first of the Masters.
Yeah, it's a good opening salvo. Over a second and a half between second and third at the end of the first lap. Just keeping out the window. There's still that sort of gap between first and second. This is the battle down for third, down over, and a little nose out there. Think about it from George Walker. Didn't go anywhere. And so he has to settle back into his position again. Wyatt from Case, from Walker, then it's kind of a shuffling behind. It's Edwards and Scott. And they come up and over the chicane. That 38 Scott Smith, he's got the all-white livery, or the all-grey livery. And as the rest of the field sweeps by. But there's your first place man, there's your second place man. That gap's eking out a little bit. Harrison Crook getting a bit more, and up the inside there goes Scott Smith, picks up a place from the 4 of Cole Edwards.
Yeah, again, another textbook run out of Crook. Edwards looks over his right shoulder, he's not there. So because he'd been a little bit sneaky there, hadn't he, Scott Smith? That was a cracking move. He went to the left-hand side behind Edwards. Edwards looks over his right shoulder, he's not there, and then he appears. Did a Mansell on Piquet in 87. Gasbier will be happy with that.
That's one for the kids, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, the British Grand Prix. As we've got a change for third, as Toby Case goes ahead of Ethan Wyatt, who, if anything, looks like he's struggling for grip there.
Yeah, he didn't. Suddenly, the way that Case has gone past and then just gone is remarkable. But he's got 3.5 seconds to make up on the leader, 2.3 seconds to make up on the second place, Ryan Taylor-Truman. The difference in his first two is about a tenth. So the answer to the question is that Taylor-Truman, in an open piece of track at the moment, he's not halfway yet, can't stand with Harrison. Harrison's got a couple of tenths on him.
Yeah, Ethan Wyatt seems to be struggling here. He's a bit of a cork in the bottle there, having had Toby Case just clear him there. Toby on the blue and white cart there of Ollie Hancock Competition, to give it its full team name. Ollie, a familiar face in historic car racing. He's been around the NKC running a team, and in fact was competing in this class not so long ago. As we've got battles raging out of the window here, and everybody getting on with their job. Ethan Wyatt having to defend.
That was very heavy defence. It's not worked.
No, he had to defend until he couldn't, and George Walker had a lot of speed there on the brakes. Look at this, moves to the left, and George Walker's still coming, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of. I think if you're going to defend, do it the whole way. Don't half-heart out it, because the end result is worse it could possibly be. He's down and lost time. Scott Smith, that's the Tony Kart machine. It looks grey on the screen, but it's actually green and white pinstripes with the 38. Just looking up the inside, trying hard, but no. But it's interesting how Case has managed to get away. He's dropping off the lead the whole time. He's got away from this chasing battle. Lost another half second to Crook, and another 3 or 4 tenths to Truman. Truman, losing a couple of tenths around. It was his fastest lap last time. Actually, in the fairness, in the last lap, he lost 300 of a second, so it wasn't too bad. But it's too late now. Damage is done, even with 5 minutes to go.
They're bunching up behind Ethan Wyatt. Now, remember, Ethan Wyatt is in the same team as Taylor Dixon. And Taylor Dixon, we saw with the same problem, have speed on the first couple of laps, and then the speed just drops away, and then you spend your time looking over your shoulder like Ethan's doing, and he's having a massive job here. He's with just a half a minute inside of the second half here, and it's not like Ethan can defend from the likes of Cole Edwards and Louis Rees now, as Louis Rees with the green and white overalls. Louis now coming back towards Cole Edwards, as Cole Edwards is being stifled by Ethan Wyatt. Surely Ethan Wyatt cannot defend for the next 4 minutes.
They'll give it a go, but I think he's going to have a job of defending for the next 40 seconds. But they are now bringing into play the rest of this train of karts. So that 3 is now very quickly coming an 8. As they go back down from 5th down over, and middly, and straight away 2 karts get him. Oh, beautiful double overtake there.
Louis Rees, as Cole Edwards went down the inside of Ethan Wyatt, Louis Rees says, hang on, I'm coming with you. There it was, he kind of held himself up in the middle of the corner. Ethan Wyatt's kart will not turn in. He can't get that front end to bite. And you saw there, he carried speed as 2 karts come together.
That's the 32 of Michael Cheek was the white kart, the unlivery kart at the bottom of that pile of despair.
That's the 2019 177 British champion coming back to karting here and finding that nothing has changed really.
Yes, people are still on top of you.
As Louis Rees there got ahead of Cole Edwards. Now Cole Edwards thinks, you cheeky thing. That was my move, and now you've just robbed it from me. So they are battling for 6th and 7th here. The blue and white Nib Sport kart with the black trim is Louis Rees.
Monster Truman actually is getting closer to Harrison Crook, not by enough to catch up, but he is just getting closer every lap now.
It's 1.6. I know we've neglected the 2 boys out in front.
We'll see him again if it gets closer.
Yeah, there is.
So he gained 3 tenths that time.
There's 3rd and 4th here. Toby Kiss and George Walker coming back towards each other. Let's keep an eye on this, because here is a challenge. The yellow and blue kart of George Walker about to go down the inside, and he does indeed take that 3rd place from Toby Kiss. We picked up that with as if by magic there. We just caught a glimpse of that challenge for 3rd, and George Walker makes that effort. 8th in the championship last year and on for more points haul in this Super Heat.
Top 2 aren't getting any closer this lap, unfortunately. So it was I think, in this meat of the race, you've got no idea how close the maximum Harrison Crook is. He may have 3 or 4 tenths to see in his pocket that he's not using. But Taylor Truman, who was slowly being dropped, then managed to thin it back up again. He's gained another 2 tenths that time, so it's down to 1.1 seconds. But I'm sure it's absolutely, completely under control for Harrison Crook. There's a couple of trios of karts sticking together. This is the 3rd, 4th and 5th. In the background, it's Scott Smith in 38. With the white looking kart, but actually it's a green and white pinstripe. And they come in now into Ashby. No one dives in this time.
Yeah, it's become a bit of a cracking one. This Scott Smith, remember, on the Tony kart, he is the leader. He's leading the championship after 2 rounds.
Well, these points are all good. Every place is a point. Every time they get on the track, there are points scored for the championship. It's not just all in the final. Every heat has points, be it a super heat or a normal heat. And at the end of the season, you can drop A Heat 1 and A Heat 2, and they can be from different events. So that's why it makes it impossible to work out who's doing what, because the drop scores in the NKC are very fair, but also incredibly complicated. There's Scott Smith out and goes and picks up off Cole Edwards. Toby Case. Chance of correcting myself. Toby Case. And he's up through and into 4th position.
Another textbook move, isn't it? Momentum out of Crook on the bricks into Christmas corner. And Scott Smith, championship leader after 2 rounds, moves up and into 4th.
This is the penultimate lap. So let's pick up our leaders who are about to start their last lap. They're going over the start-finish line now. And they are running together.
Yeah, Leicester will be able to pick them up coming up towards Christmas corner. Here they come, Leicester, towards you now. The blue and white cart of Harrison Crook. The TH Corsa team livery there. The TT Motorsport livery of Ryan Taylor-True is in 2nd spot. As Harrison Crook comes here, he's racing regularly in another series, but he decided to come to the NKC to steal the all-plate crown for the 177 class, and then he'll disappear into the darkness once again.
Darkness. It's looking good, but many a slip betwixt cup and lip. Let's watch this. Let's have a go. And there we go.
So it's last lap board for him, Nick.
Oh, did you get 3? Oh, I thought it was the last lap. We were on the last lap. Sorry, I didn't realise. I've completely misinterpreted where we were in the race. Now it's the last lap.
Yeah, last lap
for him. On to the last lap before.
And yes, he's managing the gap, isn't he, to Taylor Truman?
Yep.
He's in full control of this, and if anything, he's going to be a hard driver to beat in the final. And I'm not sure whether the other drivers who were campaigning the whole season in the Junction 6 NKC are actually bothered.
Well,
whether they might just, they're not going to chance their championship points by trying to sort of race Harrison Crook with the amount of pace that he's showing here.
Yeah.
Fully familiar with the Maxxis tyre as well. There's Taylor Truman, the current champion. So Harrison Crook takes the superheat, heading towards pole position for the final, no doubt. Harrison Crook wins by 1.5 seconds from Ryan Taylor Truman, and there's George Walker, Scott Smith and Toby Case finishing pretty much nose to tail, 3rd, 4th and 5th. We'll have a look at the full rundown of the results.
I'm so excited I dropped my lips out. Not the greatest race ever, but they can't all be classics, but it was a very good performance by the top 2. And they were, of course, Harrison Crook and Ryan Taylor Truman, George Walker, Scott Smith, Toby Case, Cole Edwards, Louis Reed, Ethan Wyatt, Ian Bramfield, Rob Simpson, Jake Davis, George Weir, actually top 12. And here is the rest of the field for your delectation on your televisual YouTube screens. Or Facebook, or the face mask. Did you see that Gaz liked your comment?
Yes, I got a big thumbs up from Gaz with my 1987 British Grand Prix reference. I'm going to make him who...
Sorry, he's the Peterborough Data Centre, sorry. He's the Peterborough. It's not Gaz. It's the Peterborough Data Centre.
Well, Gaz and Rachel are watching from the Peterborough Data Centre, and I'm gonna sort of get a double thumbs up here, because when I tell him I was actually spectating from Stowe Corner.
I wasn't that.
I saw that.
I did not. I was very much a Brands Hatch loyalist in those days, so I only went to the Brands Hatch Grand Prix when they were alternating.
When every Grand Prix from '79.
And then I used to go to all the ones in Silverstone from the early '90s. I used to go for free. It was great.
Oh, listen to you.
No, that's how I ended up doing F1. Because
have you done F1?
Because I knew the girl.
What did you do in Formula 1?
It's not important.
It is.
No, because I met the girl who was Bernie's PA in about '91, and she gave me free tickets.
So if anyone hasn't heard this story, I'll be amazed. But if anyone hasn't heard this story, what did you do in F1?
I was a pit lane interviewer. I was the Ted Kravitz of the digital TV world.
Right. So you did the pit lane interviews.
I did
during the races and stuff.
During the races, during the.
And did you also do the driver?
In the old-fashioned days when there used to be press conferences rather than interviewing by a celebrity at the end, I was the disembodied voice to ask those questions.
And you actually made Michael Schumacher cry.
Michael Schumacher cry.
And here you are at Whilton Mill for the NKC, as we've got the...
Yeah, but is that as big a drop as Sky F1 to fullback
in one weekend? In 7 days. We've got Rotax 177 Superheat coming out next, Nick?
I had to finish.
Moving on from you.
No, because I'm just
moving on
the
from
conversation. My last F1 race was in Japan, and the next thing I did was a Formula BMW at Thruxton.
Oh, sorry.
That's envy. That's envy. That's pure envy, isn't it? Try to pretend you don't wish you had my experience.
Will Murdoch and Ollie Ewan are making their way around to the front.
Just turned on the dodgy channel.
Will Murdoch and Ollie Ewan are making their way around at the front of the field. We've got vice-champion Archie Elliott and Josh Pickford on row 2 with Jason Gardner and Luke Oliver next. Ashton Parsons and Jack Taylor, Steve Gilly and Alexander Colinciano, Nathan Wells and Mark Gilly are next.
Lester remembers me on F1 when he was a kid.
When he was a kid.
There you go.
Lincoln Bailey
Making me feel old, but there we are.
Lincoln Bailey Arneson is starting on row 10, and he came into this in second place in the championship.
Here we go.
He's had a nightmare of a weekend. Here we go. Who's going to lead out of Crook?
No one's a full stop.
It's a full stop.
No one. So, time for wherever this is.
No, Lincoln Bailey Arneson, I've got to say, was very, very good at Rowra, and he's had, for some reason, he had a torrid time in time qualifying, and he's having a torrid time having to make his way up through the field on the number 9.
Did he not finish one of the heats?
I think not. I can't remember. But he came in here. He came into this round 3, second in the championship behind Scott Smith and ahead of Nathan Wells.
Gaz has just told us he still works in F1. Gaz is trying to one-up me with his F1 work, yeah.
Austria to Silverstone, thanks very much.
He's sort of F1 adjacent, isn't he? He's there after it finishes, then there before it starts.
No, he's there before it starts and there after it finishes.
The other way around.
He takes the stuff.
Yeah, so he goes from when it's after it finishes before it starts.
From Austria to Silverstone, yeah. Here we go then.
We can argue about anything, can't we?
Here we go then. Will Murdoch has it all to do here on the red and white LRG kart, the Rolf Racing of Ollie Owen alongside him. They head towards the red lights. The red lights go out. That's a tidier start now, much more to the liking of the starter, and it's Will Murdoch on the LRG kart that leads through Crook and up the hill towards Christmas. Can he defend? Does he have to defend? Because no, the second place Ollie Owens has to defend from Jason Gardner, the Masters driver, as we've got a cut. Oh, and I think that's the number 12. Jason Gardner ending up on the grass towards Inkermans. This is playing nicely into the hands of Will Murdoch, though.
Cracking break from the start.
Oh, no, there's the number 12 in second.
Is it Ollie Owen is broken? I'm just trying to work out who's actually out the lead. It's a 7, yeah. It's Will Murdoch, you're absolutely right, who's taking the lead. So Murdoch, as you say, has once again got away like a scalded cat.
It's the Masters, the first of the Masters, Jason Gardner on the number 12, who I think, yes it is, confirmed. And there's Archie Elliott, the number 2, in third place, with Luke Oliver right with him, behind him.
Ollie Owen first to 6th. That's not the result he wanted. Alexander Colaccino in 7th. But there we are, 2nd, 3rd and 4th on screen at the moment. 12, 2 and 6. So 2 of those from the top 10 from last year, and that is the number 2 of Archie up the inside and picking up 2nd place.
Now Archie Elliott's just given an indication there of, come on, let's stop squabbling and let's try and fight and catch Will Murdoch. No, he was talking to Jason Gardner, who he just overtook. Now you'll see Archie Elliott, he's wearing the red and black overalls of Sushi Racing, who's the team he was with last season. This season he's had a change of team. He's with Rolf Racing, who are a very spot-on team, very solid team, and invariably run at the front of whatever class they're running karts in. And here we have the situation of Will Murdoch leading by a margin of just on a second, but the fastest lap of the race has gone to Archie Elliott, who was chasing him.
Yeah, and there's still a lot of movement there at the early part of the race to try and make those early moves. The Lando Norris overalls there, and the Lando Norris, whole full Lando Norris car in its full run there with the orange helmet, battling hard to keep the position. I'll come down the back straight now, looking left, looking right. The 6 of Luke Oliver really hard on Jason Gardner in the 12. The 12 is the Lando Norris machine. The green, the blue, and a very relaxed bit of styling out there by the 6 of Luke Oliver. Go around the corner, 1 and 2. Murdoch being slightly caught up from Elliott. Elliott's made a little bit of break from Gardner. Gardner, he got Luke Oliver and Josh Pickford all together.
And Archie Elliott, another fastest lap as he continues to close that gap. The gap's about, well, it's just under half a second between the leader Murdoch And now Archie Elliott is, well, throw away the stopwatches, everybody, because the yellow and blue cart of Archie Elliott is now right on the rear end of the red and white cart of Will Murdoch. This is a battle for the lead. Are we going to see that LRG cart's speed and performance ebb away as we've seen what happened with his teammates?
And is it going to be more red than orange is the other question, of course. But they're coming through now.
Another strawberry daiquiri goes down down his chest as he continues to watch from the sunbed poolside. Hello to Louis Lodge. As we've got Will Murdoch now, that he will have to defend Archie Elliott very soon. Archie
didn't really make a move on that one. He was happy. Then we look at the orange cart there, the 56, sorry, Josh Pickford. Just under a little bit of pressure there.
Archie Elliott had a very, very strong season last season, going into the final round in contention for the championship. Ended up with the number 2. That's quite an accolade, as Will Murdoch already now beginning to defend. And we're about 1 minute and 10 seconds away from half distance, would you believe? So it's going to be a long time. And the more he holds this sequence of play up, the more that's going to involve more carts. Because, Jason Gardner, Joshua Pickett and Luke Oliver beginning to join in this.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness, he had he's obviously really under control. He had the presence of mind to check the temperature of the engine, open up the radiator flap, just cool it a bit more down the back straight. A little bit of think about it there, with the all grey and dark visor. Very menacing actual helmet effect there of Archie Elliott. But as they come now down to Ashby, no real moves being made. Everyone kind of settled down. But as you say rightly, Joe, it's going to be a top 5 very soon altogether.
Yeah, it is. Look at that. We've already got a train of 5 about to be. Alexander Colanciano is not that far behind this train as well. Now, whether or not everyone's playing a waiting game here, I think not. Archie Elliott beginning to trip over Will Murdoch slightly. It's costing him time, and Archie will be aware that behind him, Jason Gardner is breathing down his neck. Will Murdoch needs that cart to switch back on. He needs to have that performance that he had in the first 2 laps. He's having to defend, though, and that performance isn't quite there yet. We have just clicked by half distance, and that's a big ask for him to defend the next 5 minutes or so.
Yeah, looking left, looking right. At the moment, though, he's under relatively low amounts of pressure. I think Elliott himself only has a certain amount of extra pace, and he's almost thinking there now, is my cart going to come and can I get past? The problem he's got is there's now 3 other carts behind him who are going to start snapping at his heels, start reducing his pace as he has to defend. And even then he was looking behind him because Gardner was having a little bit of a think about a dive up the inside of the boot.
I think what Will's got to hope for is that the drivers behind Archie Elliott will start to challenge him. They haven't. They're playing a very intelligent race here because they're not challenging one another. They're just getting on with it.
Yeah, I mean, Elliott actually, Murdoch gained a few hundredths last time around. Elliott not looking and not made any shape to pass in the last couple of corners.
No, and I know they're flat out. I know they're absolutely on the edge of everything here, at the edge of every braking area, and there's no need to push at this point, but they are going as quickly as they possibly can. You see that slightly defensive early turn-in for Chapman, the left-hander there. That's so he doesn't leave the door open by taking the optimum really late apex here.
This is going to be a very long race. He's going to try and stay ahead the entire time for him. But
it's a cracking race, to be honest, Nick. This is really, really intelligent driving from all of these 5 drivers.
Well, they've all just put the hammer down and produced their fastest lap. Yes. The fastest lap of all, of 47.2. So suddenly they've been in a procession, but there's a change there.
Luke Oliver ahead of Josh Pickford there. Let's have a look. And again, Pickford's momentum into the braking area, and that allowed Luke Oliver to get through and into that position there of 4th place now. And now, he's got him back. He's got him back. As we went away for the replay, he's got him back.
He's got him back again.
And then, that's Gardner.
That's Gardner. Wow, yeah, up the inside there. That was a really opportune moment.
This is what Will Murdoch's been hoping for. This is what he wrote to Santa Claus for. Let's have Archie Elliott being challenged. And now he's being challenged. Gardner, the first of the Masters here on the number 12. He takes up the cudgels of catching and overtaking Will Murdoch.
Should we just explain that the Masters are only 35?
Yes, the Masters are really
old.
70. They're really old drivers, these guys. They're over 35.
You're absolutely right there. Look at Murdoch. Suddenly he's got the most air he's had since the first lap. There's a gap between 2nd and 3rd. Now, the question is, has Gardner got some basic ground speed to catch back up to Murdoch, or has he kind of handed that to him? It is actually interesting. It looks like Elliott's the one who's lost a bit of pace.
Now then, we've got an incident on the outside of Chapman that's brought out the red flag.
Okay.
Yeah, we've had an incident. I think there's been a cart over.
Yeah.
I'm just speculating
It's
there.
2 carts come together, I think.
Yeah, and there's somebody receiving attention.
So that's going to be it for this heat, because it's going to get called because it's been running for so long. That will be the result. They'll scroll that back a lap.
Well, they're pulling them in. They're pulling them in. They're not regridding them. They're pulling them into the pits, which will be, with the red flag coming out after 9 laps, the result will be called on lap 8, which means Archie Elliott will show as being in second place. Jason Gardner gets ahead going into lap 9. Archie Elliott showed in second place on lap 8.
Yeah, there's been a coming together. I'm not sure whether it was, I think it's from the exit of between Parker and Chapman.
Yeah.
Driver needs attention, so that's why we've stopped on the red flag.
I think that could be Martin Morrison and Tyler Fossey. I'm just going off the timing screen here. There was 3 drivers that didn't complete 9 laps. Morrison, Fossey and Billy Clark. So we'll wait and see. So while we tend to that situation, we'll get ready for our next superheat, which in fact concludes the superheat phase of this meeting. It's the final superheat that we've got coming up, and that's for the senior TKM class. We'll have a look at that grid in a moment. But this gives us an opportunity to just have a listen and a watch of Nico Weber's.
Give me no warning on that one, was it? Straight into an onboard lap.
And I'm not going to talk us round. I'm just going to let us watch and listen to the engine note. We've got engine note on this one.
Yeah, it had to be not too loud, so it didn't kind of upset. Here we go. Yeah, so still the red flag here. They're attending to the driver who got was unfortunately it was a flip over. Unfortunately, he is conscious, but I think he's probably at best winded, and unfortunately might be a little bit worse for wear. So just waiting for this, and then we'll get off with the next race, which will be the inter race. I'm going to have a macaron. You can talk to lovely people, Joe.
Yeah, it gives us a chance to just update everybody as to just how the season is faring. So we've already completed rounds 1 and 2, the North-South Challenge. Our champions in that were in the Intermax class, Ethan McNally Roberts. Junior Max North-South Challenge champion was Benjamin Lawn. Kieran Gifford took honours in the senior Rotax class, and then we had Scott Smith in the 177s taking that one. Senior TKM champion was Mitchell Ball. The Rotax 177 Masters was Mark Gilly, with delighted for Mark to have won that cup and that trophy. And the Senior TKM Masters was Michael Cornell. Top privateers in the North-South Challenge was Callum Miller in Intermax. Callum, a privateer, remember. Jesse Whitmore in juniors. Mason Perrin in seniors. Scott Smith in the Rotax 177. And Joe Booth in Senior TKM. All privateers, all being run by themselves or their friends, parents, family, etc. been running them. I've just been talking about the North-South Challenge, Nick.
Ah, that was fantastic, yeah. Rowra and Dunkerswell.
Dunkerswell and Rowra in that
About
order.
as North-South you can get, isn't it?
So we've now got the Midlands Double Cup that is being run. This is the first qualifying round for that. The second qualifying round is the 3rd to the 5th of July, and that's at Shennington. Old school track. The first time I think the NKC has visited Shennington. Obviously as well, round 3 and 4 of the overall Junction 6 NKC. Rounds 5 and 6 form the Andy Wagstaff Cup. And I've got some information.
Andy Wagstaff info.
Andy Wagstaff.
Should I read it anyway? Because I was just thinking you might take this opportunity to make some coffee. Because
Great idea.
can I make a point? The reason being, Frank's just drunk the whole of the last bit what was left. You know, very much Frank's. I'll have it. It was fine. It's me. Trying to find the information. Problem is that we've had information on 2 different things from Gaz. Yeah, I'm just looking at the Andy Wagstaff. The Andy Wagstaff is the name of the cup. Is the name of the cup up around 5 or 6. He was somebody who raced from the very beginnings of the NKC, and the championship. Unfortunately, he passed away very suddenly in 2024, and it was named in his honour. And that's why the last 2 rounds are the Andy Wagstaff Cup. Looks like the carts are being cleared away. Not 100% sure. It looks like the don't know. Yeah, so the cart's been cleared away. So we have the track is now going to be cleared very soon. They just got to. The driver has been moved away on the hospital. And I can see him now. He's hurt his hand. He's out the cart. He's sitting down below us. He's either got a wrist injury or an arm injury. It was nasty what happened. But the carts are coming back down, and we will be. Every time I play that video, it stops the rotation of the advert, which is slightly irritating. So. Next up, as we say, there we are. That's the shot of our... Waiting patiently are the TKMers for their superheat. That's the last of the superheats. And we then go into a selection of 3B finals, like with Senior Rotax B, Junior Rotax B, and 177B. They're all 8 minutes. And then the finals are 12 minutes, and it goes in the order of Intermax, Senior TKM, Senior Rotax, Junior Rotax, and the final of the day is the 177. Just watching as the carts are eased back. The marshals are checking everything's okay over on the far side of the track. I think we'll get a go ahead quite soon. TKMers, most of them standing up. Ollie, the organiser, having a chat with a couple of people just to make sure everything is okay to roll. We have Elio D'Alessandro, 7042, okay. Good luck to Sean Abbott in Senior TKM. Get the TKM grid in a minute. Ian McCarthy says, the time that Nick, that's me, made Schumacher cry was during the original Jensen, that's Jensen Button's first F1 season, 26 years, oh, thanks for that. Yeah, it was 26 years ago. Marvellous. It's a very, very long time ago. It's amazing, really, because I'm only 35.
I saw that in California.
So Frank tells you saw it in California. See, Frank wasn't even in the EU. Frank's been living off our coin in the UK for the last 25, 30 years, but not that long, 25 years. So Frank is our resident American from Texas, via Germany, sort of born in Germany and on an army base. Frank's got a kind of he's doing our production. Frank's got a kind of a very colourful background. But basically, he's now he's a good boy. He's now considering taking British citizenship, and I can't think why an American wants to separate themselves from America at the moment. I've got no idea. He's not rescinding. He's keeping the best of both worlds. He's a dual national. Shocking. So, just waiting for the go-ahead. Looks like the marshals are moving back to their positions, which will give us a chance to get this final race of the day underway. The final race, a completely ridiculous thing. Final superheat of the day underway. So Frank's now decided that the reason it's called super is because it's 2 whole minutes longer. He says no extra points. It's super because they've called it super, and they've added the word super to it. It's like Superman would just be man, wouldn't he? But because he's 2 meters longer, which can be quite good sometimes, he is now called Superman. Oh, there's a man with macarons. Thank you, by the way, to Matt Scott for the macarons.
Yeah, really, it's really saved our day, hasn't it?
Well, it saved you because you forgot the Jamie Dodgers.
Biscuits, yeah.
What are we going to eat in the car? What are we going to eat in the truck tomorrow?
Sorry?
What are we eating in the truck, in the transit tomorrow?
On the way to Le Mans?
Yeah. I don't want to say this is a busy weekend, but we are driving home an hour and a half north. We are reloading a completely different vehicle after having rejigged it. Then right now tomorrow morning we're driving down to Le Mans. It's hard life, isn't it?
You make that sound really like a bad thing. It's like everybody's going.
Well,
everybody's
I'll
like
tell you why.
Hating you
Because
right
suddenly
now.
I was thinking, this sounds like a brag. I better downplay it slightly.
Yeah, you really should. Yeah. Everybody's going. Yeah, and I've got to go to work.
Well, it is work. Being paid. Well, I hope
Shut
so.
up, Nick.
I hope
right
so.
Now.
I
Stop.
hope so.
Stop now. Stop. I'm going to have a macaroon. Is it macaroon or macaron? What's it say on the box? The box is in the
Well,
bin
no, it's
now.
French,
Oh, no,
isn't it?
there it is.
Macarons.
Macarons.
But it's French, isn't it? So it can be anything you like. Mais oui, Mr. Macron.
Oh, I'm going to switch my mic off while I eat this because it sounds horrible.
Well, no worse than your voice. Oh, look at me. Saucer of milk. Not quite sure we're not starting now, unless there's an ambulance issue, because everyone's back and actually the TKMs are all in. There we go. That's where we start. We're starting now. Here comes the smoke. Here comes the noise. Here comes the TKMs. It's like that. I think I should do more intros like that with my intro voice.
Please don't. Matthew Harris and Sam Johns then leads the field around. Would you believe Al Patterson has made his way up after a torrid qualifying session? He's fought his way up and he will start on the second row of the grid. He was the winner at Rowra, remember. Ben Watson starts alongside. Tom Johnson and Mitchell Ball, who's done another. Mitchell Ball as well, another driver to have a torrid time in qualifying. He's fought his way back up to the third row of the grid to start this superheat. We've got Jake Cox and Michael Cornell, who is Michael being the second of the Masters. Matthew Harris on pole is the first, would you believe? Incredible. Michael Cornell starts alongside Jake Cox. Alexander Lehman, who is the current holder of the O plate, he starts on row 5 with Sam King. And then we've got Matt Slate, Jamie Scott, Charlie King, who had a retirement in the second heat, alongside Ian Calichurn, Sean Abbott and Leo Crabtree, Matthew Orton, Dominic Pine, Joe Booth and Jack Morrison, Matthew Purcell and James King, Wilker Green, Chris Whiteside, James Hull, Dee Bolt, Nathan Bullock, Yelena Osbar Scott, Ryan Messer, Leanne Page and Molly Nicholas Biles, rounding off 31 TKMs.
Here comes the smoke. And they've got to go. And they're into oblivion for the first time. And it looked to me like Matthew Harris had a slight advantage, but he may have lost that as they swept through the right-hand side being up the hill. So it's going to be kind of a question, is it Sam Johns? Is it Matthew Harris? Or is it Ben Watson? Because they're all scuffling about that first corner. Well, they come down to Ashby for the first time. And they're still waiting to get some positive interpretation of numbers.
I'm just reading this this information from our Peterborough data centre there. That's on right. TKMs. We've only had one race for these karts to date. They had their first heat yesterday. We'll let the thing settle in for the first 10. But Jamie Scott set a lap some 4/10 faster than anyone else, starting from 12th. He could be the one to watch. Well,
he's not near the front.
Jamie Scott, remember, carrying the number 1 for a reason, and that's because he's very quick at a TKM.
So it's Johns from Harris, from Patterson, from Watson, from Johnson, from Mitchell Ball. That's your top 5, and it's all at the inside as the 27 of Al Patterson trying to make his way into second place, but it's cut across, and Harris takes it back again. So Patterson, I think, he appears to be Joe's favourite racer on the NKC.
Well, no, I'll tell you why. Because we did a great interview with Al, and he was.
You have favourites, by the way.
By his own admission, he was nowhere at Dunkswell. Here he goes down into second place, then into Chapman. He said to me in our interview, I've trained, I've lost some weight, I've got back into training, and I'm hoping to pick up some time, get back on the minimum weight, which he was way off. So he lost some kilograms between rounds 1 and 2, and it absolutely has paid dividends, because here he is winning the final after a great race at round 1, and here he is challenging for second place. In
No,
fact,
he's
he's
happily in
consolidated
second now.
second place.
What's happened is that last lap they all had a big scrap, and Sam John's got a 3 second and a half lead. Now they're carrying on having a big scrap, and I think it's actually playing into to Patterson's hand, and he's got a gap. And now this battle behind him, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth: Harris, Watson, Mitchell Ball, Michael Cornell. That is slowing each other up.
Yeah, Alexander Lehman there trying not to be delayed too much on the O plate, while meanwhile Al Patterson ducks down behind the fairing there. The number 10, Matthew Harris, slots ahead of Mitchell Ball as we bounce across the curbing there. Mitch Ball on the number 3 into 4th place now. Ben Watson has been demoted to 6th because Michael Cornell is up there as well. So it's Sam Jones, Al Patterson putting in the fastest lap on the 27 there. There's
Mitchell Cornell had a real think about. Michael Cornell had a real think about going for Mitchell Ball there. Didn't happen. That's the all white. It's easy to see if you're looking at Michael Cornell. As up the inside goes Mitchell Ball, and they've both done Matthew Harris there. As Harris had that. That's happened more than once, hasn't it? Going into Ashby, first one goes. It was. Thank you very much. I'll go as well.
It's that off-camber right-hand hairpin, isn't it? It the exit curb seemed to be like a magnet, and there we saw. And he's lost another one because that's Ben Watson coming through, the number 2. Oh, and there's another 2
more.
Oh, Harris has been hung out to dry. Hangs on to.
Who's the white one there? Who's just ahead?
I'm going to tell you. Look at this here.
It's the 16. It's the 16 of Sam King who's come. Samuel King has come through as well. That was incredibly opportunist from Samuel King.
Yeah, threw it in there, didn't he? Caught the slide. We've got the field of karts now behind Michael Cornell. Ben Watson, Sam King, Tom Johnson was the driver there. Matthew Harris doing all he can to keep Alexander Lehman behind. Alexander Lehman still in 9th. Jake Cox 10th. Charlie King making his way up the order. Charlie started in 13th. He's only made his way up to 11th after that devastatingly fast win in the changing wet conditions yesterday afternoon. With it turning dry, Charlie clearly wanted it to rain today. It hasn't come though, has it?
What can we see now in the sky?
It was forecast.
Now we're seeing sun, Joe. The sun is out. Look, it's lighting up your laminated sheet.
I have thrown my weather app out of the window, Nick. Unfortunately, it was attached to my phone, so I'm going to need to visit the Apple shop this week.
The 3 and the 5, that's your battle for third place. The 3 of Mitchell Ball in the brightly coloured machine, whereas the all-white car of Michael Cornell is in 4th, and these two have got a little bit of space themselves. Top 2, Patterson now less than a second behind Sam Johns, but they have 1.4 seconds from this gap here. So I'm wondering whether, I think actually, first and second are coming together quite quickly now. We've probably got another lap, but you're absolutely right. As Joe's favourite racer, Al Patterson, looking to pick up.
This season it changes. It can change from race to race.
Oh, no, it's at the moment. You're doing an interview with somebody else and go, I love Barry. Barry's fantastic.
No, I just think it's a great story. I'll really,
embrace it. You haven't got to explain
absolutely. He's gonna be catching Sam Jones and challenging here.
Now.
This is like a
they
battle
are together,
for the lead.
First and second. Here we go.
Yeah.
Our lead battle.
Here we go. Indeed, can Sam Jones keep Al Patterson behind him? Al Patterson, winner
No, he can't.
No, he can't. Down the inside of Ashby, uses the curb, and now he says, let's charge.
Let's go.
Charge.
Yes.
Let's extend the lead, because you know what? I think Al's going to pull away. He's going to pull away. The pace that he had to catch Samuel Johns, I know he's called Sam. Sorry, Sam. It is a Sunday, though. He's now going to pull away, because if he can and what he did there, Nick, was he had the momentum to catch the leader.
Yeah.
He got past the leader as quickly as possible and didn't stifle that momentum. It's so easy to start focusing on the rear bumper of the cart that you've chased, and you end up reducing your speed to their pace, because it's only fractions that are in this.
He's doing what he should do. He's getting his head down on the straights. He's choking the engine coming into the corners. He's not forgetting the basics. And that third and fourth has changed. So Michael Cornell has got Mitchell Ball, and so third and fourth has changed around as well. Still Samuel King in 5th. But that's what we're not seeing is our current O-plate man, Alexander Lehman, making any movements whatsoever towards the front. He's down in 10th. With another one of our interviewees, Jihan Kalachin, who's running in 11th with the E-plate. But, that's a lot of bouncing on that chassis.
And remember the story, Jihan Kalachin, if you caught up with the paddock show, Jihan just doing this as a one-off. He's off trying to put together a deal to do some Formula 4 car racing. So he's come here. He hasn't raced for a few months now, but he was a feature carrying the English plate from 2025. Sam Jones has not let Al Patterson get away that far, has he?
No, I think Patterson actually kind of had a bit of a poor run over the infamous Whilton Mill chicane earlier. He just seemed to be bouncing. And the thing about drive is none of your cars drive very well when the wheels aren't on the ground. So you can put the foot power down, but if they're bouncing about, they're not going anywhere. The car looks very stiff. Well, kart, so it looks very stiff. I think that's probably what you need in the dry weather. And he's gained a bit, it's 0.2, and he's gained a couple of tenths, I would say. Well, half a second, actually. That's come from nowhere. So he gained half a second on that Joe. So that's pulling away. So the battle now is 4th and 5th as Mitchell Ball slowly drops around and he's going to lose it. Sam King picks up that position. Yeah. So Sam King with those white helmet and the top of the white overalls is being scrapped about, and it might actually not stay as they come diving in. In fact, off camera as we watch the replay of it happening, it's unhappened down at Ashby. So then back in the same order again as Mitchell threw it up the inside at Ashby and has picked back up into 4th place again. There he is.
So we return to situation as it was. Mitchell Ball seemed to lose a bit of that momentum, a bit of that rhythm. That allowed Sam King through. However, he's gathered himself up. Ahead of him, Michael Cornell. Now remember, Michael was a winner at Dunkswell. Michael took the win in the final. He had a second, a third in the heats at Dunkswell.
And now here he is on the tail of our second place man, Sam Johns.
And now about to challenge for second place. So Michael is not just he's not just third place overall at the moment, he's first in the Masters as well.
So looking, is that okay? We'll work together. I mean, you're not going to catch Patterson up. He's got 1.1 seconds with a minute and 14 to go. So it's a case now of Will Cornell with the blue overalls, and in effect Cornell will with the blue overalls straight up the inside, not fought whatsoever by Sam Johns, though he's now going to fight it back up the inside. Two goes one over there, never.
Yeah, that he just thought, I'm going to go with this. The speed of me cart through the boot here is going to bring me back on the inside of Cornell.
That's the first side by side we've seen here, and it just two carts do not go through there. So backed out, didn't lose too much time, Sam, so not such a bad result for him.
But you know what? They didn't do what Formula One drivers do and clatter into each other. They compromised their lives.
Do you know why? It's because they pay for their own carts.
That's strange. That is a good point, actually.
It's amazing how a checkbook can really change your attitude.
Checkbook, how old are you?
We've established that earlier.
We've got Sam King and Ben Watson,
their own debit card then,
moving ahead of the number 7 Charlie King by the looks of things, or Charlie King challenging and then fending him off. We'll just come to this one. That is the 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th is what we're, in fact 5th place I think is what we're looking at there, as Mitchell Ball continues in 4th.
We have the penultimate lap the boys are on, and the girls, sorry, because obviously there's Yelena in the field.
Yeah, there's Molly as well.
Oh, 2, sorry, yes. Forgot about Molly. Apologies, Molly.
Yeah, there's Yelena Osbar-Scott. Dee Bolt. Dee could be female. I don't know who Dee is.
I think from memory from Rauer, I believe she is.
But Al Patterson is way ahead of this lot. Michael Cornell in second.
Very
Sam
scrappy,
Johns,
that one, isn't it?
It absolutely is. As Charlie King makes some good ground here. He's in the green helmet. He's gesticulating something here. He's wanting to try and get by.
But get by his namesake and
it's
probably
his brother.
Yeah.
It's
Charlie
his
and
brother.
Sam. That
Charlie
could be
and Sam.
difficult. But we now have our leader Al Patterson on his last lap with the black, in the pretty much all black machine coming up to a Christmas corner.
As the two Paul Classen Motorsport karts continue, we go back to the privateer. That is Al Patterson. Him and his dad. I think it's his dad.
Yeah, but is TKM not a class where you got more chance to privateer?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's very. TKM still hasn't changed much since the 90s. I know they've gone to 115cc, but fundamentally the kart's pretty much exactly the same. As Al Patterson continues, he's heading towards the boot now, into the boot, and the chicane for the final time, looking very composed over the curbs, just finding the kart bouncing around, and Al Patterson takes a superheat win and will very much look like he will be appearing on pole position if they pass technical inspection. As Cornell second, Sam Johns
that is
third,
the entire field,
and then Mitchell Ball fourth. The King brothers finally went the way of Charlie King, who got past Sam for 5th And then behind them, Ben Watson and Tom Johnson with a Paul Klassen inter-team battle there. There's your top 6 with 7th place Ben Watson, Tom Johnson, Joe Booth, Alexander Lehman 10th, Matthew Harris, Jamie Scott was 12th, Leo Crabtree, Matt Slate, Ian Calichurn, Dominic Pine, Matthew Horton, Sean Abbott 18th. 19th was Matthew Temple Purcell with Jack Morrison, Will Cregeen, Jake Cox, Chris Whiteside, Ryan Messer 24th. And then in 25th place, Yelena Osbar Scott, James King, Dee Bolt, and James Hull, which he only completed 3 laps, I believe. Or he's 3 laps down, so he completed 11 laps. That
lonely man there waiting for carts to check their noses for.
Well, everybody, that concludes our heats phase. We've had the heats, we've had 2 heats, we've had a super heat, and now we get onto our finals. And the first final will be the B final for the senior Rotax class.
All about the top 4, because they're the ones who bump up to the back of the grid. As people push past carts, looking, is the nose down? Don't think there's any nose downs in this one. I didn't remember it being that aggy, but you can't tell. Bit of damage on the front of that one, but I think that was from a previous race. So we have the grid for the B final. For some reason, I've lost Joe temporarily, but I shall read. I shall read the B final. So it is Finlay Underwood who will start on pole for the B. Then Josh Priest, Nathan Jensen, Ben Harper, Thomas Assoud, Luke Evans, Farad Ariane, Jack Theobald, Sebastian Benson, Leo French, Jamie Kidney, Isaac Reynolds, George Isgrove, Jensen Hartshorn, the other of the Hartstone Sean brothers, Jack Wilch, Ryan Shepherd, Grace Lee Davis, Robbie Rigby, Kai Pepperell, Callum Scrivens, who had a difficult day yesterday with the scrutineers, Cameron Davey and Via Maru, with Alexander Campbell, Zenzong Nim, Jacob Mockler, who I know we had some fans for earlier on the chat, Chris Yudnoff and Zach Fletcher. So theoretically there are 27 people who are lined up. We don't tend to in the B-Files get all 27 out because some have had really dreadful days and have decided this is just not my weekend. So but the thing is, at the front of the grid again, so 4 bump up. And those 4 at the moment, if we stopped and didn't have the race, we'd Finlay Underwood, Josh Priest, Nathan Jensen and Ben Harper. But we are having the race and there's more to be said. A bit of a rescue cart mission from the TKM. It's up at the run through from Inkermans to Ashby. But they have a quick exit there through a gate into the paddock, so it's not going to go around the entire track. So the track itself will be clear quite soon, and we'll be getting to get underway for the competitive B final. Again, this is to get to the back 4 positions of the A final. But anything could happen. You can still win. You can still be the champion, can't you? You just got to get into the A final. It's unlikely you qualify 31st, you will, but you never know. But there are extra points if you're in the championship.
Still be the champion? You mean still be the winner of the final?
No, I said there's extra points in the championship if you qualify up. You can still win the O-Plate. It'd be a bit of a call.
That's a bit massive call, isn't it? Have you been through the grid?
Yeah.
Excellent. Have you got your coffee?
Yes.
You want a macaroon?
I've had several. Thanks, Scott. Thanks, Scott. No,
Matt.
Matt Scott, yeah.
You were halfway right.
It's better than most times.
Right then, we've got them released. Here we go. The B final, as Nick has mentioned, all about the top 4. And at the moment, that top 4 looks like Joshua Priest, Finlay Underwood, Ben Harper, and Nathan Jensen.
So, and also after nipping up to 10 minutes, we're back down to 8 again for the B final.
Back down to 8, yeah.
8 minutes a lap.
Nathan Jensen has featured more than probably likes to mention.
Yes.
In our B finals.
So the 666, which is Josh Priest, has that kind of checkerboard blue and white livery on the front of the car. Obviously that's his own personal livery. It's not a team I know of. The purple cup we've been trying to identify entirely the whole weekend is 62. That's actually Ben Harper, we've been seeing several times. Very deep blue rather than purple and red and white stripes.
I'm not sure if that's not a private. If you know Ben Harper's team, it's the predominantly blue livery,
dark blue,
rich
blue. Here we go.
Here we go then. Oh, he gets a jump. The number 11.
It's allowed.
Whether they'll let them go, they have indeed. The red light stays out. There's no sign of any false
been left
start.
behind. It's a bit of bad luck for one of those drivers just drifting around the back. But here we go.
Finley Underwood leads into Christmas. We've got a spinner there. That's the 363, is it?
Thomas Assoud. Oh, and that was a man who was probably hoping to make the bump, and now it's going to take a miracle to get back through the field. The one time you don't want to make a mistake like that is on the first lap, because you lose so many more positions than any other time.
And that was purely down to the left foot, hard on the brake. 2 more karts off.
Off on the grass,
The 54 is...
And the 75.
Ryan Shepherd.
Sebastian Benson is the 75.
Well, Ryan Shepherd started 14th.
Oh, and that's taken. I'll tell you what's even worse for 75, because he even gets back. He's got a nose drop down. He's not happy with the 54, to put it mildly. But that's the excitement of the B-final. It's all or nothing. Top 4 have slightly broken away, which is Underwood, Jensen and Priest, and Harper in 4th. Luke Evans is 5th. Farrad Arian is 6th. And then George Isgrove and Leo French. That's your top 8. 4 bump up of those 8.
The thing is, Luke Evans is the kart that is in 5th place, and he's just moved up 3 places to get to that 5th place, so he's got pace. And usually what you find in the B final is you've got drivers that have had, attrition coming into play, they've had incident that they've had to deal with, they've had adversity.
They've been in trouble.
Yes, and so you get drivers who are experienced, you get drivers who are quick, that have found themselves in the B final. And already, look at that, we've got the 5th place kart moving on to the back of Ben Harper, and Luke Evans on the number 124. Now he's with Nibsport, and Luke Evans, we're more familiar with Luke Evans running in the mid-pack to the front of the senior grid. Here he is in the B final, and he's probably had a bit of a torrid day.
George Isgrove just got past Farrad Arian, and Farrad was kind of a bit of a cork in the bottle behind there with the second group, so I think there may be some people trying to bridge the gap, but absolutely now Luke Evans is on the back of Harper in the deep blue with red and white, and up the inside, 2 positions actually, well, I say that, but absolutely hung out to dry there, I think from 3rd to 5th, probably 2nd to 5th.
Is that Nathan?
I think that was Nathan Jensen. It might be Josh Priest. No, it wasn't Josh Priest. It was Nathan Jensen. Absolutely got hung out to dry. 2nd to 5th on a dive by several karts, 3 at Chapman. Not the end of the world. He's still got another 5.5 minutes to get himself back into 4th place again. Yeah,
Nathan, who is now running with Guy Cunnington Racing, was a privateer with his dad, I think, for a lot of time. He's got quite a presence on social media, on Face Mask, as well as other things. And Nathan he's got a lot to write about for the next week. Got a bit of a story, no doubt.
Does he do lots of messages on X and Y and Z?
I don't use X. Got yellow flags on the just after the start-finish grid.
Yeah, someone's off at the first couple of corners.
Yeah, an incident at turn 1.
Yellow, so it's being sorted out.
Yeah, I saw a cart just abandoned on the outside. As the first 4 then of Finley Underwood, Joshua Priest, Luke Evans, Ben Harper was the first 4 karts last time by.
There's something wrong with the radiator on the 124 of Luke Evans. It's slightly unmounted. Look close on the 124, Joe. The radiator's not mounted properly. Can you see it moving?
Yeah, it's moving around, isn't it?
Yeah. It's got his camera mount there, which he's obviously not allowed to have on, but the radiator itself is moving around. One of that little cap, the pressure cap's fallen off as well. No, but it's not mounted properly.
The pressure cap can't fall off because it's holding the pressure.
One of the wire cap fall off. So we can have some top action from some top camera work from Ash. Can you go as close as possible to the radiator to the 124, please? Here we go. There we are. You can see it moving left back. It's just unmounted on one side, isn't it?
Yes,
badly. Yeah. Thanks, Ash. That's fantastic.
It's flopping around.
So I think it'll be okay. You won't get called for technical for that, will you?
He might do. Yeah, he might do. Depends on how the officials interpret it. We've got a contact warning for the 67, which is down the order. Jamie Kidney, currently 16th. He's out of contention to qualify for the A final. This is very much the first 4.
Well, Finley Underwood's away, and he's a surprise entry into the B final, to be honest, so it's not a surprise he's pulling away.
He is, isn't he? And I'm wondering why, because he was up the order, and now maybe he's full foul of penalties.
My guess it's penalties. Yes, my guess it's
like
a nose has dropped in several positions, or he's had a bit of a row with someone.
So the blue overalls there, that's Ben Harper. He's the final qualifier here.
Ooh.
As we've got to move for second.
And that is Evans picking it up. Radiator or not, he's running through now. Up and past.
Just over 3 minutes remaining here. He's got to continue.
I mean, the 3 of them don't really need to scrap. They should just really trundle around as fast as they can without slowing each other down, even by a microsecond. And now they're in defence. They've obviously decided to have a race rather than a qualifier. This is people who decide to have a race breaking out rather than trying to get the top 4. And they're a lovely little move by Harper then. Don't see many of those on the into Inkermans, do we?
Well, they don't want to be 4th. because then you're vulnerable.
Catching up is Nathan Jensen again in the multicoloured machine.
Well, that's because these are squabbling. They don't want to be fourth. They want to be second or third. And because of that, because they're fighting over that fourth place, Nathan Jensen, who's got his head down, George's Grove following him through. Nathan Jensen, with 2.5 minutes remaining, could very well come in back into contention for that final qualifying spot on the back of the year final.
Oh, he's gone too wide though. He went very, very wide there, the 13 of Jensen. It picked up some dust off the infamous paddock turn rumble strips, responsible for my rib being broken, but I don't hold it against them.
That first place car is Josh Priest, by the way.
Yeah.
But the gap to Nathan Jensen is still there.
Do you think it's a play on his name that he's a Priest and that's where he runs with 666? Do you think that's kind of like an in-joke for himself? I
do not know. It's a good speculation.
Our Peterborough data centre has just sent us a diagram of the mountings of the radiator on a road tax. Thank you for that, Peterborough data centre. But there's a slight problem. We can't really show that to anybody.
It's for our own use, though.
Yes.
Next. Why has he gone to sleep?
Because he's too excited by all this.
It's not that he has a nap in the afternoon. It's because he's been driving a truck all night.
Yeah, but he's not been put down for a nap in case he gets cranky.
That's right. He's cranky all the time.
I've just dropped you a very expensive tape.
Right, okay. I'll continue talking as we've got a change for fourth. No, we haven't.
Yes,
we almost. Have. No, we haven't. We almost had. No, I got caught out there. That's the change for.
That was second
for
and third.
First.
Oh,
that's Underwood. That's Underwood who's gone behind Luke Evans.
Ahead. Oh,
he's gone
wave
behind
yellow,
Luke
wave
Evans.
yellow.
Yeah, that's at the boot. That's not significant at the moment. Underwood's coming back. We've got yellow flags. We have got yellow flags being waved everywhere. Slowboards. Right, Underwood slowed down. Luke Evans didn't. Now it's righted himself. Now it's righted. That's what happened there.
Right.
The slowboards came out and Luke Evans didn't spot them.
That's why Finley dropped so much to pay his
So
lost
that's
his
why
lead.
he dropped the pace.
Right.
Yeah. So what happens now on the slowboard? The slowboard, remember, the last few years has been the Battenberg flag, the black-yellow. That's been superseded now with rules in the UK. It's a slowboard. It's like a virtual safety car that you might be familiar with.
And they're going to have one more lap. This is going to. I'm not quite sure the problem is. Someone's sitting in the bushes.
Yeah, that's a cart that has gone off at Christmas Corner.
And they just left the cart. Not quite sure what's going on now. If they are still slow around the next lap, that'll be it because their time is out. Time is up. Currently Underwood, Evans, Harper and Priest. They don't get released. No, this is it. The flag has gone.
Go green.
The flag has gone. No, the flag's gone. They've called the race.
The
flag has gone. So this will be the order. So
we're dealing with it.
Our forced four qualifiers will be Underwood, Evans, Harper and Priest, and that's it.
There's your four. Finley Underwood leads them around with the slowboard still flying for an instant out on track. The rest of the field, other than Finley Underwood, Luke Evans, Ben Harper and Joshua Priest, they will continue on to the A final. Everyone else, unfortunately, have called that is their weekend racing sorted. They will be back to round 4 at Shennington, hopefully.
Give you the results
to continue.
Let's
have a look.
I think this is the result. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, there's the top 4 then. Finley Underwood, Luke Evans, Ben Harper, Joshua Priest. With the non-qualifiers there on the screen. I'm not going to rub it in and read them out, Nick. It's just rather unfortunate when you've had a hopefully, you know what? They've had a great weekend's racing. Yes, they've had a B final. Yes, they've had another chance at having a crack. Yeah, there's been drivers that have been out of position.
Yeah.
But there's lots of drivers there that are just starting off and just gaining experience. We've got another B final coming up next. This one's for the juniors.
I'm not sure what they're going to do with the driver who's out at the top of the. I don't know whether he's upset or whether he's injured. I think the members of his team were having a bit of a heated discussion about it. I think that's what was going on. There's a guy who's off the track up by Christmas Corner. But I don't know what's happening. It seems to be a weird situation's happened up there. I'm happy to look at it, Frank. So this is what we're talking about here. This cart here. I don't think there's a problem with the driver. I think he's a bit upset. He seems to be looking at the nose. He's been run over, I think. Oh, and the radiator's come off as well. So it's been a big accident. It's a 444. So that he's been clunked. He personally is fine. The cart not so much.
Spots of rain is being reported up at Christmas.
Really?
Yeah.
That's Leicester. Leicester attracts weather of a certain type.
I'm just laughing at Leicester, our cameraman up at Christmas Corner, who's giving us this picture of that cart being recovered there, the radiator being torn off completely,
and
which
it's
is
very squished at the front.
Yeah, a big sign that the tyre marks all over the front end of that car. I remember nicking F1 when I was a kid. It's so funny. So funny.
I can't help my age. I was born because of my parents. But yeah, so that's they're going to need to get a trolley to that because it's squished to very heavily, that cart. So it'll be fun. You can fix all these things. It just takes money and willpower.
We should really tell people where we're positioned here at Whilton Mill. If you're familiar with Whilton Mill, we're in the race control box, the glass-fronted box, and it's still race control. We are sharing it with race control.
Which is why we get to hear people shouting.
Which is why you hear in the background a lot of ambient sound of discussions that take place.
Disgruntled discussions.
Every now and then. Lester just wants us to know he's 42 now.
Is he? That's the life. That's the answer to life, the universe, and everything. That is
42.
42, Lester. And just think, this year, for the first year at your local Debenhams, he'll be Santa.
It's a bit young to be a Santa.
Oh, I don't think so. I think it's quite an open-ended thing now. I do think that Leicester could absolutely be Santa.
He absolutely could. And it didn't sound good, apparently.
Well, thank you, guys, indeed, for the description of how the radiator is not mounted properly.
It was Gaz who exposed Frank at fullback, wasn't it? So he's good. He's good at exposés from our Peterborough data centre.
That's true. Yes,
we need him.
That wasn't Frank.
That
was somebody standing by Frank's camera,
which is what I meant.
Who was also American.
Yes, with a Texas drawl,
with a potty mouth.
So what have we got in store on Karting Live TV coming up in the next few weeks?
Well, as I was saying, Karting Live TV morphs next week into something else entirely. It becomes Radio Le Mans Studio Vision, powered by Karting Live TV. And you get to see the whole of the Radio Le Mans studio, basically. As it happens, it's live studio shots. And there is a plus point, too. If you want to listen to Radio Le Mans, actually the highest quality sound you can get is actually through our feed.
On the YouTube.
On the YouTube. On the YouTube, it's better on the internet. And on the, what's that radio app called? I've forgotten now. TuneIn. It's better than TuneIn.
Sirius XM.
But you will get to see Joe and myself, as well as all the other members of the team, talking, walking about, looking confused, being told off for drinking coffee. And you'll get to see the special guests. Some of those are quite well known.
You'll not see Johnny Morland falling off his chair this year, though.
No, it's disappointing, isn't it?
It is very disappointing. I enjoy seeing.
So that's us for next week. We come Radio Le Mans, and then we transform back into Karting Live TV for the end of June, where we go to one of our events, which is one of our favourite. One of our favourite events. The favourite event because
it's one of our favourite. Well, I can't really choose my favourite child.
Yeah, but he's got the most cake at that one.
There is a lot of cake at the Gearbox.
And that is the Gearbox Festival in Fullbeck. So there'll be the club meeting, so you get all your road taxis and everything else. But then you have all the gearboxes. The old gearboxes, the 210s. You have the KZ2s, normally rock up with a massive grid, and it's just great fun watching the Gearbox cars around Fullbeck, which is a very good track for them, to be honest.
0 to 60 in
no time at all.
1.5 seconds.
That's right, and you have to be very careful when you put cameras there, don't you?
We do.
Anyway, that is going to be, and interestingly, only Leicester's not going to be there. The rest, because Frank's going to be on the camera, Ash is going to be on the camera, you and I are going to be there. Got the lovely Lara's going to be cutting it, and Paul's on the camera. So that's anyway.
Has Ash proposed to Lara yet?
No, he doesn't. No, useless. And then the following week we're doing Shellington for the lovely people at NKC. The week after that, I have very stupidly volunteered to do the Spa 24-hour with the team on iRacing, and I yeah, exactly. And then where are we going?
We're going to Scotland.
We're going to Scotland for the S-Place, up to the Grampian. It's going to be really exciting. Going to the Grampian, about as far north you can go.
Grampian Kart Club at Banff. A new track for me.
Can you track for everyone?
Yeah. We're quite privileged and honoured to be asked to do the S-Plate, the Scottish Championship.
Yeah.
It's a one weekend meeting, and we're bringing you all the action live from that. And then from there, we go as pretty much far
south as you can go. The following week, we're at Butmore Park.
Is what I mean, yeah.
So we've got 2 new tracks
top
in 2
of the
weeks
UK, the bottom of the UK.
Yeah. So back to my spiritual home of karting. Right, the track looks very different when I was there, but that's where I have all my karting stories. None of them are particularly happy endings, in fairness.
We have the first weekend in August we have free, no karting for you. But the second weekend in August, I can literally fall out of bed and be at the track because we're at Wardenlaw for round 5 of the Junction 6 NKC.
Here goes the B final in. I'm going to guess it's juniors next. I just literally
I
ramped myself up there. Which one is it? Oh, it's that one.
It's the B final.
Now, what's the grid, man? Give me the grid.
We forgot to mention that at the Gear Fest, you'll have the pleasure of the mobile Peterborough Centre being on site. He doesn't have to shoot off to Formula 1.
Oh, he's done it again. Formula 1.
Yeah. Bertie Hodgson and Leonardo Palaggi, William Spencer and Rhys Kelsall. They are your 4 top drivers in this B final. We've got a little bit of consternation there from one of the youngsters. Behind them on row 3, Logan Hartshorn and Zach Charl, Amelie Davey and Lucas Hilton, Cody Longdon and Libby Venus, Ryan Sadlier and Lila Fitzgerald, with Jacob Jarman and Philip Jankowski, Jake Blamey, Eli Mann, George Theobald, Aaron Maidment and James Gordon. 19 kart field here in the B final. We've got 49 karts had entered, 15 more karts, 15 more entries than round 2 at Rowrah. And hopefully that will continue on for the rest of the season.
I would hope so. Shillington's a very popular circuit. There's no reason why it shouldn't. Here we come.
All about that first 4.
Down there, Palaggi, Hodgson, Spencer and Kelsall. Logan Hartshorn is that 5 away across. Here they go, and are we going to get a yes? And we do. And they're off away and into Oblivion and round through into Crook. And they've all managed to get through. Slightly, obviously, not a completely full field. Because they only got it. No, they haven't. 3 of them are turned round. And no one's hurt. They're all getting going again, so that's good news. Oh, stuck on the curb. That's irritating.
I think that looks like Libby Venus as well. She was on an LRG kart. Libby, a newcomer to the NKC, as far as I remember.
Michelle Harper says, "Love you, Ben 62." I'm not sure if Ben's in this one, but she loves you anyway, Ben. So that's good news. And it must be true. It's on the YouTube.
Is that his mum?
Yeah, I assume so. I mean, I don't want to force any particular relationship on anybody.
Change for second place into the boot there, just ahead of this pack here, as the first 4 are now strung out as they come through in front of us. And across the start-finish line, it is Bertie Hodgson from Logan Hartshorn, Leonardo Palaggi, Rhys Kelsall. Outside of the qualification zone, William Spencer, Zach Charl, Jacob Charman, Amelie Davey, Ryan Sadlier and Lucas Hilton.
Go more shuffling of places in the lower reaches, but it's all about the top 4. That's what really matters, and there they are. There's 2 broken away, so actually the first 2 are away. Hodgson and Hartshorn have gone, and now it's this multiple different green colours of Palaggi holding back 3 other karts, but of course 2 of those are going to qualify.
Absolutely, the bright green coloured kart of almost Grello, isn't it? That 3rd place kart of Leonardo Palaggi.
What I say, get you with your references.
References to the
Nürburgring. The 22 there has got past the 66. So Spencer got past Kelsall. Kelsall was actually trying to get past Palaggi, and it didn't quite work.
Well, Spencer was across the line, so that was Rhys Kelsall challenging. As we get more of a challenge here, the 22 of William Spencer is under massive pressure from Rhys Kelsall on the 66.
I've just had the Peterborough Data Centre just to inform me that 62 Ben Harper is actually a senior road tax, not a junior road tax.
Ah, right, okay.
So it must be the previous seat that he was getting a bit of a go from his mum. Apparently he looks like Marco Simoncelli when his hair grows out. This is the sort of stuff we obviously need from the guys. Oh, 0. Oh, wow. That was enough contact for a stock car race, wasn't it? All them hitting each other all the time.
Yeah, just not enough track.
Look, straight there, then into the side of that one. Up we go.
Well, that was more of a trip over, wasn't it?
Yeah. It wasn't like nasty. It was just like everyone was falling into the wrong place. Oh, where are we now in the field?
There's more carnage.
That's the 22. That is Spencer and the 66 of Kelsall, who was scored fourth. I think this is the battle for fourth, fifth, and sixth. And then was Zach Gahill's come through as well.
Spencer's got a contact warning.
No, it's Jacob Jarman, the 251 now, who's with the.
Well, he's come up from seventh.
So
crossed the line in
going
seventh.
On now.
Will he cross the line in seventh? He's now in fourth.
Fifth, I think. I think he's fifth. I think so. It's a bit. 1 and 2 go across, 3, 4. Yes, he's in fifth. Is that a Rolf out?
Yep, it is.
I'm getting better. That's two teams I know.
With a very wobbly NASA panel.
There's a lot of wobbly NASA panels. It looks like some people think that wobbly mounting is some sort of tuning aid.
I don't know. And if you listen to our resident aerodynamicist, you want it to be stable as it can be.
Perhaps they've decided this gives us slightly different. I don't know. It's all the black art aerodynamics.
Or he might have been hit.
Well, that's another point, yeah.
Yes. We are approaching half distance, and this is not over by any chalk. That's the 66 of Rolf Racing. You can see there on his overalls. Heading towards the rear bumper now, through Oblivion, through Crook, and out onto the straight. Is the challenge going to come here? Slightly defensive middle ground being ran by Rhys Kelsall. Still 3.5 minutes and more as the challenge comes down the inside of Ashby for fourth place. He slides wide. There's a coming together there, almost touch, and Rhys Kelsall has Jarman down the inside. Kelsall has to make way for him. There was a little bit of an inadvertent coming together there, just a slight snag. However, Jarman is now clearing off, or is he? Because Kelsall's coming back at him. The rear bumper there of the multicoloured cart of the number 66 of Kelsall is now the first non-qualifier through to the year final. Can he keep on the rear bumper? It looks like Jarman is pulling away slightly, and he's timed it towards the last 3 minutes of this race, which is when you want to do it, really. And if anything, he's pulling away and closing the gap to Pelagi.
Yeah, Pelagi, who's sitting pretty in third, he thinks. But obviously the problem he's got is anything that goes slightly wrong, he's going to drop 2 positions. And now, absolutely Jarman going after him. Pelagi, one of the smaller of the junior drivers, but happy to hop that very aggressive chicane curb. Logan Hartshorn, who probably feels he shouldn't have been in this final, but he's been falling into bad luck. He's winning this one quite easy from Hodgson. This is his third, fourth, and in the background fifth. As you said, both these two multicoloured cars, the all green and the Rolf machine, they're both qualifying. The carts behind, including that one, the 66 of Rhys Kelsall and the 22 of William Spencer. Spencer trying to get to the inside. They are not currently bumping up into the A final. They are in the... Oh, and there's 2 carts facing the wrong way, having had a bit of a come together at Christmas, but they are at the back and it doesn't matter.
Well, there's a soap opera all the way down this field, isn't there, really? So everything happening. People having their own private battles, their own private races, and hopefully enjoying their day's racing here. Some people's races are going to come, or some people's race weekends are going to come to a conclusion at this checkered flag in about a minute and a half's time.
Well, at the moment, these 3 who are trying to be in 5th, 6th and 7th have dropped right off the back now. They are a long way from these guys who are 3rd and 4th and therefore quite happily qualified. So it looks very much like they're also having a lovely time. It's not getting them anywhere near the A final.
No, they're just having a race now. They know that they can't catch Jacob Jarman, and they're down the inside. Has gone. Who's that? Oh, and slides wide. 2 of them slide wide.
All momentum lost there, wasn't it? Well,
yeah.
He completely lost all his forward momentum entirely.
That is the...
Oh, it was 66, wasn't it? Wasn't that Rhys Kelsall? They're 3rd and 4th, enjoying themselves, but they are just 3rd and 4th. They're both bumping.
Well, they're about to change positions, and all that's going to do is change which side of the grid they start on.
I'm not sure. I mean, Pelagi... possibly at this point, Jarman thinks we'll have an extra position because we're a long, long way ahead. William Spencer has a contact warning from 6th place. There's a lot going on there. I'm not quite sure they managed to single out William, but there we go. That's the stewards, and they're going round. See, the one thing you don't want to do is come together, knock your nose off, spin yourself when you're both qualifying quite comfortably. But Jarman does appear to have more pace than Pelagi.
They've got 2 more laps after this one as well. So these 2 can just drive round in that order and qualify through. Their race weekend has not finished.
And it continues on
in that position. They will continue on for another race. They will be in the year final of Junior Rotax, which is the penultimate final that we have.
And it gives them a chance. I mean, you say, well, why do you want to be in the final? It's because you're in the final. It's more fun, more racing. But more importantly, if you move up a few positions, it's more championship points.
It's more championship points as well, and it's not about winning the championship necessarily.
No.
If you're a midfield to the back of the grid driver, then it's all about.
Everyone's got their own targets.
Yeah, absolutely. And you as long as you, if you and I were racing in this championship, it'd be you and I racing against each other.
Yeah, and we're not going to be in the juniors either. But if we were in the senior road tag,
the senior citizen category.
The thing is, though, the biggest problem would be racing against you is you're so horrible. So, it would be very difficult to race against you if you're not a very nice person.
What do you mean in general?
No, in a kart.
Oh yeah, I'm not.
No, you're fine generally.
Yeah, horrible.
But we did some racing over the UAE season, and it ended in all sorts of different ways. I think it was a draw at the end.
No, it wasn't. I was quickest.
Not in the two-man car.
We're on to the final lap as Logan Hartshorn continues on his way. Logan will be wanting to.
As I said, there's me offering a lovely draw, and you're so horrible. Even though
it's because we didn't draw.
You didn't get 2.5 seconds back on me.
I beat you fair and square in the last race, the third and final deciding round. I beat you fair and square.
Well, I'm a
by
champion.
2.5 seconds.
I'm a champion of Dubai.
4 seconds. In fact, I was 5 seconds quicker than you at Allian. Anyways, this
weren't.
is not about us. It's all about Logan Hartshorn. Bertie Hodgson second.
Anyway, here we go. He's had coffee. He realises he's checkered flag. The first two across the line. Well done. They've qualified Hartshorn and Hodgson.
And there's your last qualifiers.
Jarman and Pelagi.
Jacob Jarman and Leonardo Pelagi. As the rest of the field.
It's unlucky. Zach Cahill, William Spencer.
Charles.
It's not Cahill.
Charles.
Well, I apologise for calling him Cahill the entire time. Charles.
We did an interview with Zach at round one. Didn't Zach Charles bring us cake?
Didn't write down his name on it, but I do apologise, Zach Charles. I will never call you Cahill again. Well, I probably will actually, because that's a weird problem I have with names. Want to see the result?
So commiserations to everyone outside of the top four. There's the top four: Logan Hartshorn, Bertie Hodgson, Jacob Jarman, and Leonardo Pelagi. Zach Charles and William Spencer just missing out, and there's the result of the B
had a fun
final.
Time.
Yeah. Hopefully they'll be back for round 4 at Shenny.
Can't avoid Shenny.
That comes up on the weekend of the 3rd to the 5th of July. A few weeks away yet. Lots of racing though to get through in June on Karting Live TV. The Gearbox Fest at Fullbeck being the highlight of that, of course. We move swiftly on as we've got another B final for you. This is the last of the B finals, and it's the 177 class. And I will, in a moment, Nick, have a grid for us to check out.
That's exciting. I need to press one more button to get rid of that graphic. There's not a lot in this one.
No.
No, there's two races. Right, there's two sides to that. I thought it was just that. There's another side as well.
No, we've got 13.
I think there's 10 taking part, though.
That might be that I'm going to save me tyres.
Might only be 9, actually.
Significantly, starting third in this B final is the number 9, Lincoln Bailey Arneson.
What a bad day he's had.
That's the Coles driver there on the second cart from the front. There's the 22. That's Dan Millward. On the right-hand side of the screen is George Willis. Going back to the left, the Coles Racing, the red, white and blue, is Lincoln Bailey Arneson. Harry Taylor is 4th. Tyler Fossey is 5th. Martin Marison is 6th. Max Marston is 7th. Marcus Basley 8th. Billy Clark 9th. Solomon Williams 10th. Matthew Lambert. What on earth is Matthew Lambert doing in the B final?
The answer is, I've had a terrible day.
He really has. Taylor Bellini and Lewis Judd, who have scored 0 points. So I'm not sure. Is Matthew Lambert on the back there? I think that's Matthew in the collecting area. He's on the right-hand side of the grid, so he's just off our screen. So that, I mean, Matthew Lambert, if I get the championship up, Matthew Lambert was the winner on the road at Dunkswell, but then took a penalty, remember.
Oh, right.
And Matthew Lambert's currently 6th in the championship. Lincoln Bailey Arneson, 2nd in the championship. So there is 2 championship protagonists in this B final.
We have 8 runners for 4 places, so a few people decide it just isn't their day, and they've decided that's all they're going to do.
And Matthew Lambert is not one of the starters.
So obviously there's been a problem for Matthew, be it technical or be it perhaps physical, or just having a terrible day.
Can you take us through that? I'm just going to find out what's happened to Matthew.
Yeah, sure. So, waiting to get rolling now, as Joe forgets to turn off his microphone, puts it down, causes a horrible clunk for all of us, and they are drawing themselves ready. So it's a small field, but 4 of them will get through into the main 177 final, the last final of the day, I believe. So they are running through here now. I think Joe may have found out the information. I don't know.
Hang on.
So we better get started here. So 4 from 8. It's a 50% chance in some ways. Joseph, why?
He's gone home.
What, upset?
He's not happy. We're outside the tram lines there. I'm not sure if we're going to... We're happy with that.
They've gone,
yeah,
and
let's
they
get
are
on with it. That's
top 8 up and running. So there's people in different places. You've got to say Lincoln Bailey Armisen is a favourite for this one, but he's had a bad weekend, so who knows what.
He has, yeah. We've got 2 Coles Racing carts there in the top 3 already as we head down towards Ashby. I've just asked Matt Isaacs, the team principal at Nib Sport, where's Matt Lambert? He's gone home. All right. You don't need to tell me why. So he's not happy.
He should tell you why.
No. This is the B final, though, and the first 4 will qualify through. There's only 8 carts on the track, so only 4 drivers in 177s. As already we've got to move for second place there.
Yeah, the 22 of Dan Millwood, who started on the poles, already down to 3rd, and he's trying to fend off some of the other positions. All of them are relatively close at the moment. It is Bailey Armisen, who's just streaked into the lead of this one. So he should really go into tyre conservation mode as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
So second it's Willis, 3rd is Millwood, 4th is Taylor, and Taylor looking to move out there.
So the 4th place cart is Harry Taylor. He's on the Tony cart. You can see with a big green stripe down the front. Behind him and catching him, would you believe, is Max Marston and Billy Clark. Tyler Fossey, who was involved with the rollover.
Oh, okay.
The 2 carts coming together. He's repaired his car, whatever was wrong with it, and he's having another race before his weekend ends. At the moment, he's not qualifying. He's in 7th, but like we found in most of our B finals, Nick, anything can happen here. And this is the 2nd, 3rd, 4th place carts, about to be joined by 5th, 6th and 7th by the looks of things.
Yeah, we need that gap filled up. We don't want to have 2nd, 3rd and 4th breaking away. Not when our leader is so far ahead already. Solomon Williams currently bringing up the tail. He's the only person not really in contention to something happening as Willis controls it under the heavy braking into Christmas, and is heavy braking one of these machines because he's trying to stop a bit more weight as well as anything else, because it's 15 kilograms more minimum than a senior Rotax in the 177s. Obviously many of these are comfortably overweight because of the pilots.
Yeah.
Which would be the case if I was in them as well.
Yeah, some of them on right on the edge of the weight as well, and sort of needing to have a fish and chips to stay on that weight in the 177 class. However, this looks like a bit of a management job, isn't it?
But unfortunately, the breakaway has happened between 4th and 5th, which is the worst place for us as far as TV entertainment's concerned.
That's right, yeah.
Also, should I say, YouTube entertainment.
The YouTube. That's the gap between qualifying and not qualifying, quite frankly. Harry Taylor, Max Marston, Billy Clark taking up the... Harry Taylor's 4th. It's Max Marston, Billy Clark and Tyler Fossey, who were having a great end of the weekend. As Tyler Fossey, Fossey moves ahead.
Sweeps past Clark there.
Yeah, he's...
probably feeling his way after he's rebuilt the kart from the various bent parts he had to deal with. This is the 2nd, 3rd and 4th. 2nd getting away as well. Willis now making a Coles 1-2 and a Coles 1-2 with the Grap, the old black machine. That's the 22 of Millwood. He might be too tight to buy a sticker kit, or he might be saving the half kilogram. It's either or, isn't it, really, in this class? And then behind him, it is Taylor, and the gap is 1.3 seconds in 4th and 5th, and that is currently Max Marston. Tyler Fossey, as you can see with the red nose machine, is looking to get back up into 5th and then perhaps bring that battle, but we're almost half the race down already.
Yeah, we are 20 seconds or so away from half distance, so these 3 have qualified. They are 2nd, 3rd and 4th. With these 2, and I get a feeling, Nick, that they are following one another around because they are fully aware of where they are in the field, and there's no need to, risk anything really, because that Tony cart there, the green, the white cart, predominantly white cart, it's actually green pinstripes, but with a thick band of green down the NASA panel. there's no. The only thing that he would change is what side of the grid he qualifies into if he was to overtake the black livery car.
Yeah, and he's
Oh,
still going
and
to
he
do it,
has.
though. Yeah, you know, it's
Yeah,
important.
he has. Yeah,
I don't want to be on
Let's
that
have a
side.
go.
But then there is a possibility, though, and it doesn't look like it because they're losing time, that the fifth place man might come up to fourth place. Fossey has now got himself into that leading part of that chasing pack. So if Fossey, who has now cleared himself, perhaps he's feeling a bit better about life after having made sure that he screwed the car in the right direction. But with 3 minutes to go, last time around, the gap between fourth and fifth was 1.8 seconds. Can they narrow it down is the question. And my answer is yes, they have brought it down by quite a considerable amount. It's not 1.8 seconds anymore. I can tell you now, looking out the window. And the gap is going to go down to about a second, I would say. And it actually goes down to 1.4. Okay.
Harry Taylor has moved up to third after that outbreaking manoeuvre at this point of the track. And if anything, Harry Taylor looks like he's moving on to the rear bumper of George Willis. Dan Millward, he's the driver with the black, lacking a sticker kit, isn't it? It's all black cart there.
That tells me he's on the weight limit.
He's on one of our masters. He's one of our over 35s. And he is the that blue overall driver there, Tyler Fossey. The gap was 1.4. There's 2.5 minutes remaining.
It's down a little bit.
It's coming down, isn't it?
I know it's down enough, but it's down a little bit. I mean, it's probably down to about a second. But it needs to come about at least a third of a second a lap. It comes down to...
Oh, it's come down to 9/10.
9/10, yeah. So that's what he needs to do.
It took half a second.
He needs to take another half second, or at least 3/10. And don't forget, once he gets close, he'll get some free time from the slipstream.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's about to start picking up a slipstream there, isn't he? If he can get just maybe another half a second off that and then close it to a couple of tenths, he'll start picking up the slipstream, certainly on that stretch towards Christmas Corner. So the tension is building.
Yeah, to the extent now where, look, fourth and fifth are now fighting, but look, Foster's at the back of them. Fourth and fifth had a rout. There was a mistake, I think, by Taylor. That shoveled Millward back, and now Fossey's there, and we have a battle for fourth and fifth.
It's no longer half a second a lap. It's everything now for that final fourth place here. The blue overalls of Tyler Fossey and the white helmet is now right on the bumper. Not on the bumper at the right point of the track there. The red and white Birrell art cart of Tyler Fossey has just lost contact where he needed to have proper contact to maybe have an outbreaking manoeuvre.
He got given a free second there, and he then gave away about 3/10 with something through the first two corners, the Oblivion Crook complex. The three of them now, that's third, fourth and fifth, sweep round Chapman. There's still a minute plus a lap, so it's probably 3 laps. And up there, Fossey looks to the left. Suddenly he's much, much closer around the corners. He does seem to have a cart that's better turning than going straight, if that makes sense. And he's got right on the tail again. Now, can he hold this going through those first two corners? The left of Oblivion, the long sweeping right of Crook, and then up the hill. He's side by side. He's going to get the drive. He comes up the inside. This is to bump up to the A final. He's just not there. He's got enough. No one's sweeping across, and we're saying absolutely not. You're not going past this Millwood. It stays the way it was.
Still getting towards the last lap board. It's going to be right on the cusp of whether or not we get another 2 laps or indeed 1 lap here. 16 seconds.
We're going to get 2. We're going to get 2 more because they've got 51 seconds, and Bailey Armstrong's doing laps in 47.
Yeah, here we go.
Here he goes again. This time he's trying up the inside of the boot. No. And the 22 of Millwood holding him back. But interestingly now, they've been joined by Billy Clark. And Millwood, Fossey's kind of backing off and coming. He's not quick all lap. I think he's overthinking it at the moment. That's my feeling.
It was 2.1 seconds on the timer there.
Yeah. I think Fossey's overthinking this. He just needs to go for it.
Here he goes. This is a chance for Tyler Fossey. No, he just hasn't got enough performance to get him alongside the number 22. So he's got to follow him round. He's got another lap after this one. Literally 2.1 seconds was the timer for Lincoln Bailey Arneson crossing the line. He's making little tiny errors there and bouncing off the curbs here and just costing himself a little bit of time.
That's been the story of this race. He's got close, but there's been a micro error here and a micro error there. And in fairness to Dan Millwood, he might not have massive ground speed, but he is being very consistent.
We're on to the final lap now. Lincoln Bailey Arneson leads. George Willis, Harry Taylor. This is Dan Millward, who we're following round on that black car. Tyler Fossey loses contact at the point here where he needs to be in the slipstream.
Yeah.
And I think the challenge for the final qualifying place is just eking away from him now.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, when he looks at the this back, he's going to realise it was there for the taking.
Well, it's easier said than done, though.
I didn't say it wasn't easier said than done.
Yeah,
I'm just saying it was there for the taking.
It was there. He caught him, didn't he? He caught him. He certainly had the speed and performance to catch him. He was lacking any further speed and performance, but he's coming back at him.
No. Can you get the switch back? No.
Oh, nice try, Tyler. Nice try. I'm not sure you're going to make it now, though, mate. As Bailey Arneson qualifies to the A final with George Willis, Harry Taylor, and indeed Dan Millward. The final qualifiers that we will see in the A final. Unfortunately, Tyler Fossey, Billy Clark, Max Marston, and Solomon Williams will be ending their weekend.
5.5 second win by Bailey Arneson. I'm sure wasn't even going as fast as he could go towards the end. Taylor, Millward, and Fossey. Willis, Taylor, and Millward, and then because it was, as you said, Fossey and everyone else. So apparently, Frank's is the highest big game of chess. It wasn't really.
No, not really, Frank. No. You've got to use that in the right context.
Well, discretion is a better part of valor.
Discretion is a better part of valor.
What's he showing me now?
I'm just showing you something.
Oh, blimey.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Where was that?
I don't know, but that's why Paul Bainbridge insists on tyres everywhere. Right, everybody.
Ash says it's all about momentum.
It's all about momentum. Yeah, any more? Right, let's gather our thoughts, because next out is the first of our all-important finals.
O-plates.
There are 3 trophies up for grabs here for round 3, and there is an O-plate up for grabs. 3 trophies and 1 privateer trophy up for grabs now.
First, second, sorry, I thought we got 5 races. How are the 3 trophies? You were speaking in you were speaking in a weird foreign language then for a second, Joseph.
Yeah, do you want to get the coffee? So 3 trophies, first, second and third, and a privateer trophy up for grabs now for our inter-Rotax class. We have got a grid of carts that are already present on the grid. Let's have a look at that collecting area, can we, Frank? And just see who has turned out. As we've got, that was Ash, of course. And as we do that, we pull away and leave our collecting area behind. The Inter-Rotax final has rolled out. Alfie Phillipson, no surprise this. 2 Coles Racing drivers at the front of the field. Alfie Phillipson and Ethan Manzi. On the second row is Jack Daniels and Bradley Beggs. It's going to be a ding-dong, that one. And then we've got Callum Miller and Zane Williams, championship protagonists there on the third row. Cian Costler shares row 4 with Ayrton Goldsworthy. We've got Rishan Costler and Oscar Tarsi on row 5, with Freya Bond and Billy Barnes on 6, Max Tomzett and Travis Owens on 7, Aurelia Simpson and Lucas Greer on row 8, and then 18 Cart Field. Just pop it there, Nick. 18 Cart Field rounded off by Deacon Thomas and Mai Maru, the young novice driver who, Mai having some experience in the Fat Kart Championship. That's the electric Fat Kart Championship that she comes to.
We've got an on-starter from the front, I think.
We have. We've got... who is that?
Is it 22? Is there a 22 or 20-something? From about 4th or 5th on the grid, they've not started. You won't have unless you get the grid up, you won't see them. Here we go. Running up now across the line, and they are away. And we've lost, unfortunately, one of the drivers. Very bad luck. But they are running. Phillipson from Manzi from Daniels. They go sweeping round and up towards Christmas Corner for the first time. And it is the 2 Coles cart that lead, the Phillipson and Manzi pair, with Daniels in third.
As we get towards the field of carts, the field of Inter-Rotax carts sorting themselves out, it is situation normal at the front with the 2 Coles drivers eking away now from Jack Daniels. We've seen this all weekend long here at Whilton Mill in this class. The mid-pack there getting very, very busy indeed. We've got a string of carts there, the first 6 beginning to string out as the rest of the field come through. We'll be able to clarify exactly who is where. Still can't identify the number on that car.
I thought it was 20-something, but someone qualified about 5th or 6th or 7th. There they go. And it's much closer because we've been used to seeing Alfie Phillips just pulling away, but Manzi's staying with him this time, and more important, Daniel's staying with the pair of them. These are 12-minute finals, so we've moved up a distance, both over the B final to 8 minutes, and more importantly over the super heats to 10 minutes. So it's a long run for these youngsters. But we are up and running, and we are now just beginning to see Phillips just get a couple of extra cart lengths, get a couple of extra movements away. And they come round to complete the second lap as we're going to use eyes to work out who's not in the final because we can't quite read them because the fence is in the way. Okay, 1, 2 and 3 across the line. Line astern, a bit of a battle behind 4, 5 and 6 as Beggs, Galsworthy, Callum Miller, and it's Barnes, Tarsi, and Zane Williams. And it's actually Miller, Tarsi, Williams, Barnes actually. There's our second set of three. Oh, that's a heavy block, isn't it? There's the 1-5-7-8 and Galsworthy just said, absolutely not, Beggs, you're not going past me. And there's Miller as well. Oh, there he is, though. Up the inside. Beautiful. Oh, dear. Lucky block by Galsworthy. They lost 2 places there. He went too wide through Inkermans. And suddenly up the inside went little cheeky Bradley Beggs and Callum Miller. I think we now know who's not there. There's a bit of a challenge there between second and third, but it's no harm, no foul. Manzi now under a little bit of pressure from Danny. He doesn't really want, because what that's given is finally a bit of a real bit of breathing space for Phillipson. I think he's probably taking it out to almost a second, 0.8 of a second. Got half a second that last lap. Second and third running together. Now I wonder really whether either of them can do anything about Alfie, to be honest. But I said at this point, Daniel thinks he possibly could.
The non-starter, Nick, was to 22, Thomas Gulliver. Finally identified, so unfortunately for Thomas.
He was starting 6th or 7th, wasn't he, overall?
Yeah.
That was bad luck on young Thomas. It's one of those things that it's part of the learning experience. It's part of the thing you learn when you do motorsport. You sit there, you realise that things can just go wrong that aren't anything to do with your experience. Everything's great, and then it's not. It's a massive amount of life lessons you get from doing this.
You get disappointment followed by intense joy in this sport. Periods of...
Realistically, if you're doing motorsport, you're more often disappointed than joyful.
Yes. I once said
However, the joy, though, is well worth the disappointment.
I once said to Elton Julian, who was a former Formula 3, got to Formula 3000 level, and then ran the Star Works team, didn't he? Was Star Works?
Yeah, I think so.
And at Le Mans, and I said, I used the term character building, and he said, he called me out on that. He used a term that I can't use on a live broadcast with kids and listening in, and he said anybody who has been in motorsport for more than 6 minutes has got enough character that has been built in that 6 minutes to last them a lifetime. And I kind of knew what he was talking about. Here is a great race then breaking out for second and third.
Yeah, it's been the race of this entire situation, but Phillips has been getting away, but these two are so closely matched despite being from 2 different teams, and they've been battling the whole way through. I think so far Manzi's had a bit more success than Daniels, but this is the final, and they're fighting for the bottom 2 steps of the podium. And looking down, here goes Daniels, and as we said before, because it's Intermax, because you haven't got a break, you have to be a lot further alongside to make that move at Christmas.
Well, if Alfie Phillipson decides to join us for the rest of this season, having missed the first 2 rounds, then he very much is, the way that he's performed today has been pretty much emphatic. He's way above the quickest driver in this Inter-Rotax class. You get a massive spread of experience and abilities in this class. You've got brand new karters coming into the sport. You've got karters coming to this form of racing in the form of Mai Maru and Oscar Tarsi. And then you've got drivers that have been experienced may have come from Micromax.
Yeah.
And now moving into the even less restricted Intermax class, as we've got Jack Daniels looking down the inside. Just had a look.
The problem is it's really hard to overtake. As we were explaining, it's hard to overtake at Christmas on Intermax, whereas everything else, it's the best place to do it. But they are now really battling with second and third. They've broken over 4 seconds from Beggs and Galsworthy and Miller having a little bit of an argument.
And what Nick meant there was Christmas corner, not Christmas. Let's wait till Easter before we make the move. It didn't have enough speed.
How apt is it?
It's the same there. The entrance to the boot.
How apt is it? Leicester's at Christmas.
That's right. Well, he's got the bead for it.
Leicester is basically where he'll be working in December at Debenhams.
Yes, yeah, that is very apt. Very, very apt.
Here we go.
Jack Daniels this is a very, you see, Christmas corner for these Inters
Just isn't it
is
taking place?
very, very
Yeah.
fast. It's very, very fast for everyone. But what I mean is, there's very little speed. There's less speed difference in an Inter-Rotax through from the maximum speed on the straight to into the corner. It's a sweeping open corner. Remember doing the mechanics race 2 years ago?
It was raining as well.
Here, yeah. First time I'd driven Whilton Mill on a hire cart. And I was amazed at just how quick that corner was. You sort of think it's a really tight hairpin. It's not. It's an open hairpin.
Well, you've got the track map here, and it's probably only about 140 degrees. It's not even that.
Yeah, it's not
180.
it's not a full 180. Yeah, absolutely.
You know, and Ashby is tight. Ashby is actually much tighter than it looks on the screen.
Yes, Ashby is.
Ashby doesn't look as tight as it is when you look at it on the screen.
And it falls away from you as well.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's got a dodgy camber. It's got a difficult, not dodgy, it's a difficult camber.
We've got a contact warning for number 16.
Who's that?
Max Tom's it. He's down in 14th. I couldn't find him on the screen.
I think it was 61, did you?
Yeah, I did. I thought they might have got them. No, it's number 16.
Well, I've been enjoying the ambience of Whilton Mill. Looking out the window, there's a lot going on. It's great and everything else. I just realised what the problem with Whilton Mill is. No dogs.
No dogs
There's
allowed.
a dog ban, and that kind of spoils my entire. You know,
yeah.
I love a little, you know, small white thing or a Labrador wandering around having a good time. I don't know why have they banned dogs. You know,
MSUK.
You had dogs at Wooden Law.
Yes, but that's just out of because Matt Hunter says we're having dogs. Me and Matt are fully for it. Paul Bainbridge, alias Mr. Britas, says that we shouldn't have dogs, but he's outvoted on our management group.
Talking about carts rather than dogs, and I must admit, I reckon that Jack Daniels could read the part numbers off the axle holders.
He's certainly,
he's certainly
familiar with the rear bumper of that Coles Racing cart, isn't he? Ethan Manzi's rear end is rear bumper. How it's bolted together is what Jack Daniels is studying at the moment. What's happening down the field? It's pretty spread out, isn't it?
There's no real battles. There's a couple of carts which are slightly close, but there's no. This is the closest battle on the track.
Just stay where you are, Ash, because let's see Bradley Beggs through. He's got a very lonely fourth place. There's Ayrton Goldsworthy, followed by Zane Williams, who's a bit of a recovery drive for him. Then we've got Callum Miller and Oscar Tarsi, who are they coming together in that maybe having a
got
challenge?
The Coastal brothers might be together, 9th and 10th, but it's all kind of like.
Well, they're up at Christmas now. Let's head up to just coming out of Christmas. These two here.
That's 111 and 15,
got the 111 is Callum Miller.
He's dropping back, so actually probably Tarsi might have a chance of getting past him because Miller's dropped back from a more forward position earlier in the race.
Yeah, and they're about to be joined by Rishan Kosler.
Oh, he's got ahead of his brother.
Yeah, so let's see. Now, what can Oscar Tarsi do about that blue and white cart ahead of him? It's the...
Don't tell anyone.
Oh, yes. Don't mention that
No.
one. No. Absolutely. Funny you mentioned that, and then one appears.
I've mentioned it. I haven't seen one all weekend, and then... Do you think I've wished a dog into the place?
I think you have. Here we go, Tarsi looking round the outside at Oblivion. It's not a passing place there because there is no speed differential. It's absolutely flat chat. Up the hill towards Christmas. Miller goes to the inside, defends. Tarsi's going to have to hang out round the outside. Can he hang on to it?
Oh, look
through
at that.
The King? Yes.
Well done.
That was quite a brave and audacious move there from Oscar Tarsi. He had the momentum to pull alongside, but he was on the outside here, Nick. And he just hung on there. See the little tweak of the steering wheel there just to get the car to turn in a little bit more.
Miller was very fair as well, but that was a very good move there by young Oscar.
Yeah, and
getting
now
to enjoy I think he probably noticed that realistically you can sweep round the outside, and it's hard. Defending up the inside is perhaps also not a great idea when people aren't really braking. But he's away now, and I think he's going to have a very lonely rest of his race. He's quite a long way behind Goldsworthy, about 3 seconds, and you can see he's pulling away. So let's see if we can pick up our second and third again, who are just coming down towards Ashby. And they go round in a position they've been in the entirety. Now, we've had the bell, by the way. A 2-minute bell has happened. After our brief sojourn back down the lower levels of the top 10 to 6th, 7th and 8th. But there we go, down the back straight. Tarsi is scored in 7th. This is our scores of 2nd and 3rd. And it's Manzi really is now not quite under the same level of pressure from Daniels. With 1 minute and 18 to go. They're going to get probably 3 more, I think. Yeah, 3 more, I'm sure. What are they lapping in? 50s, yeah, they might even get 4. Anyway, so here we go. And again, With the aid of the slipstream, Manzi gets as close as she can to Daniels, but he can't get round him. Daniels holding exactly the right position on the track. Just want to point out that this is second and third. Alfie Phillipson is away and has been away from the first metre of this race. Slowly edged. He's got about just shy of 3 seconds, but that's all more than he needs. And I'm pretty sure he's in management mode as the 88 Billy Barnes breaks down on the side of the short chute. It's going to put some yellow flags out at some point. And they just go past him now. That's the orange jacket. That was the rescuing of Billy Barnes. Some complaints about to happen as people are coming behind us on the steps. And we are now down to, I think, the penultimate lap.
Yeah, I think so. It's going to be last lap board for Alfie Phillipson, who's been the absolute class of this Inter-Rotax field. He may have just come here to snatch the O plate, and we might not see him anymore in the championship. However, he's left it up to Ethan Manzi, and Ethan Manzi has just checking the. Ethan Manzi's another interloper, isn't he?
Double interlope.
Yeah, we've got a double Coles Racing interloper. Interlopees have come to the fore, so that gives Jack Daniels, who is currently 11th in the championship. He had a great first round at Dunkswell, not so great round at Rowra. 11th in the championship. Zane Williams is in 5th behind Bradley Beggs in 4th. Bradley Beggs is currently 7th in the championship. Zane Williams, by my quick calculation in my head, will take over the championship lead after this round as we head on to the last lap.
We are the last lap, and it does seem to be a bit processional, so I think we're going to have to take a risk and go and have a look at our leader. Alfie Phillipson is about to become the O-plate holder of the NKC. Look how far ahead he is. Absolutely superb weekend's performance by Alfie from the Coles kart. Show the Inter-Rotax field here how it's done. And he will be winning not only a big trophy, but he'll have hopefully he will display the O-plate on other NKC rounds. Perhaps at Shennington or Warden Law.
Yeah,
or
absolutely.
Clay Pigeon. Congratulations. Great performance, Alfie. You are O-plate winner 2026 for the NKC.
Just pauses for the camera there as his teammate Ethan Manzi takes second. Jack Daniels will join them on the podium as the rest of the field come through. And it looks like, who was that snatched third place? No, it's Bradley Beggs and Zane Williams who were side by side across the line. 22 thousandths of a second there.
Wow.
So that was a little scrap that developed there for fourth. Ayrton Goldsworthy was sixth, by the way, with Oscar Tarsi finishing a little bit off the back of him. Rishan Kosler was behind him, and Callum Miller was ninth. Sorry? What? Best.
Let's have a look at the whole finishing order. It's Alfie Phillipson and Ethan Manzi and Jack Daniels. Manzi and Jack Daniels we saw for most of the race. Bradley Begg, Zane Williams, who apparently is now in charge of the championship. Ayrton Goldsworthy, Oscar Tarsi, who we saw pick up at 7th. Rian Kohler, Callum Miller, Freya Bond, Kian Koshler, Lucas Gray, Rian. Where did we get Rian from? Anyways, Rishan Koshler. And then we have Travis Owens, Max Thompson, Aurelia Simpson, Mia Maru, Deacon Thomas and Billy Barnes are your other members into Rotax final. It's now time for TKM. It's TKM time, Joe.
It is TKM time. Wow, now this is going to be a cracker, isn't it? Let's have a look and see where they're going to line up. Let's see if I can gather my screens together and see what the grid is going to look like for this one. Senior TKM final for round 3, and the O-plate has the Rara winner, Al Patterson, on the front row, indeed, on the pole position, with Sam Johns alongside. Now, this was a retake, I should say, of the super final. Al Patterson and Mitchell Ball had a torrid timed qualifying. They ended up out of sequence, out of track position, found themselves on a changing wet, dry, wet track, and found themselves out of touch with the fastest karts on the track. They went down the order, so have started a rebuilding process pretty much from the outset after time qualifying in the heats, through the heats, into the super heats, and Al Patterson, Sam Johns, Mitchell Ball, Matthew Harris will fight it out. That's your first two rows. Al Patterson and Sam Johns, Mitchell Ball and Matthew Harris. We've then got a Paul Klassen Row 3 with Ben Watson and Tom Johnson. We've got the winner of Dunkswell, Michael Cornell. Second quickest Masters here, though, this afternoon. Matthew Harris is the first quickest. He's on the 4th place of the grid. Michael Cornell on 7th. Samuel King lining up alongside. The current O-plate holder, he took the win at Warden Law last season. He is defending that O-plate here from 9th on the grid. Charlie King, who had that DNF in his second heat, he is starting alongside. We've then got Jake Cox and the current reigning champion Jamie Scott on the 6th row of the grid, with Mike Slate and the E-plate holder, the English plate holder, Ian Calichurn, making a return to the NKC. Joe Booth is out of character in 15th on the grid, the number 4. Sean Abbott is alongside on row 8. Dominic Pine and Matthew Horton share row 9. And then we have Leo Crabtree and Matthew Temple Purcell on 10. Jack Morrison and Wilker Green are on 11. Chris Whiteside and James King are on row 12. Row 13 is James Hull and Dee Bolt, with Yelena Osbar Scott and Ryan Messer on 13. Row 14. Row 15 is Nathan Bullock and Leanna Page, with Molly Nicholas Biles rounding off 31 TKMs, 115cc, air-cooled, single-cylinder, 2-stroke engines, and that's what you can smell. And I'm sure you can smell that at home. The sound of 2-stroke burning oil.
You can smell the sound of 2-stroke. Yeah, Osborne Scott had a difficult start. She has got the back of the grid, though. She was off quite late. So just getting these things started isn't the work of a moment, as it is sometimes with the Rotax. But they are crawling down now. So Sam Johns and Al Patterson are your front row. Patterson, of course, won the, I was going to call it the pre-final, it was a superheat. Pretty convincingly, and they're up and running. There's a bad start, and they let it go, but there was a real problem. The number 10 and Matt Harris couldn't get going, and he kind of blocked the whole of the rest of the field behind him. So the top 3 made a break, then Matt Harris, but they are still away with the top 3 with a very slight advantage due to that kind of difficult pickup from the Harris machine.
Just to remind everybody that our finals here are 12 minutes long, remember, so slightly longer races here to finish the weekend off. And it's Al Patterson that leads from Sam Johns. Mitch Ball in 3rd here, carrying the number 3, 3rd in the championship. 4-time TKM champion, by the way, as I'm going to blow my nose, Nick, so if you want to continue.
I will continue, yes. I mean, it's good to know exactly what you're going to do. You know, he does other things. Luckily, he's only blowing his nose. Right, top 3 round the corner goes, and Patterson's already made a bit of a break. Sam Johns in the grey and the red. He is in 2nd and 22. And then in 3, it's Mitchell Ball, as Joe said, the 4-time champion. And the next group of 3 is Harris, Watson and Cornell. The next group of 4 is Johnson, Cox, Lehman and King, and that's Samuel King. That's the top 10 now. Move for 2nd and 3rd.
No,
Mitchell Ball wants to pick up 2nd place, and he
does. That was Sam Johns waving him through, Nick. Did you miss that?
I missed that, yeah.
Yeah, coming out of Crook, Sam Johns just waved to his right-hand side. Mitchell Ball, we've got a couple of carts coming together outside of Christmas Corner there. Not quite sure their identification. We'll be able to tell when the field comes through.
Yeah,
but right now, Sam Johns is quite happy to let Mitchell Ball stop hassling him and get off after Al Patterson. That's the yellow and blue flex cart of Mitch Ball there.
But Patterson's already pulled out a big lead. It was 4/10. It's now going to be probably a 2nd at the end of this lap. So this is an interesting situation where Al Patterson, who is, of course, we must remember, Joe's favourite racer at the moment, is taking the lead. So perhaps everyone needs to be Joe's favourite racer to get the big wins.
Well, he come to the 4 at Rowra, didn't he? After, by his own admission, an overweight first round at Dunkswell. It was hard to beat at Rowra, and he's proven to be the same. Remember, he's come from way back as Michael Cornell moves down the order there, the number 5
into 4th place,
into 4th, and takes the lead of Masters from Matthew Harris, who was leading Masters at that time.
So Cornell, he now has a little bit of a gap to make up for him. Johns and Ball are together. They were almost exactly a 2nd behind Patterson last time round. Now, whether the fact that it's a clear run, no overtaking, means Mitchell can get after him. You know, anyone can. It's Mitchell, your 4-time NKC champion. The leads, I think the leads come down very slightly. And it has, by 3/10, come down quite slightly. It's not very slightly. So they are now putting up a concerted effort to close down Patterson again. Just quickly dabs over the airbox, just chokes the engine, get a lovely fuel and oil, stop that engine from seizing. And they move forward now down towards Ashby for the 4th time.
This is a bit of a high-speed game of chess for
Oh,
Frank's
here we
benefit.
go. There we are.
Yeah, that's
one for your bingo cards, everybody.
We've got Mitchell Ball, who's gaining. The gap was 0.6 at the line. It's certainly come down from that. And the 4-time champion here, chasing Al Patterson, who is a very much on-form driver here. But behind them, Sam Johns is going to have Michael Cornell for company here as the top 4 go through. It's down to 0.4 of a second with green lap times. But the fastest kart on the track, Nick, is that white kart there with the blue overalls. Michael Cornell down the inside of Sam Johns and into third.
He's absolutely flying. I noticed he was so fast, he kind of almost had to ditch hook the thing round the exit of Crook as he came out. And they gave him a huge slingshot up the straight. And the grey and the red of Sam Johns could do nothing about it from the front row, but they are now all trying to close down Al Patterson. They are getting closer. The top 2 to go down the back straight now. They are right together. Well, I say right together. It's about 3 or 4 tenths. Mitchell Ball will be getting the advantage of the slipstream as he's going to try and get back up to Patterson. This is now Patterson's not had this pressure this weekend. How is he going to handle it?
Patterson's had to make his way up from a really poor time qualifying.
And he's not been at the front.
He's been always overtaken rather than being overtaken. And that's your point, isn't it? Yeah, good point, actually. He's not a nice little fan of the air intake there, just a little bit of lubrication into the cylinder. But Mitchell Ball is a canny racer, isn't he? And I mean that. I don't mean the northeastern canny, meaning he's a canny lad. I mean he's a canny racer because he's clever. And he knows that it's one thing catching that kart ahead of him, the number 27. It's another thing altogether. And at the moment, he's not able to quite bridge that gap. That just shows that flat out.
Yeah, exactly. Absolutely. I reckon that gap is going to be within the same tenth, perhaps even the same hundredth as it was. It's 44 hundredths is the current gap. Let's see where they go across the line after a whole nother lap. And it's got to 42 hundredths. So it's a 200 second difference. But you're absolutely right. It's Cornell who seems to be on the move at the moment. He's going to get some free time with the slipstream coming up the back of Mitchell Ball. So Ball, who's really got to fight from both fronts now. And this is absolutely what Patterson needs. He needs Ball to be concerned with the karts behind him.
Let's have a look at their lap times, Nick. Okay, Al Patterson 48.707, Mitchell Ball 48.687, Michael Cornell 48.521, and then Sam Johns 48.720. Sam Johns dropping off the tail off this top 3. However, the karts in second and third slightly quicker than the leader. And that's what we can see. We don't need to look at the timing screen any longer. We can see before our very eyes the gaps between the top 3 are coming down and narrowing every metre of this track.
Yeah, they are getting closer, and that's the wonderful physics that she's getting. He's bringing these karts together. Remember, these cars have slightly less power than the road taxis, and they produce it in quite a different way. There's an air-cooled 2-stroke rather than a water-cooled 2-stroke.
And it seems that the way these TKMs handle as well, there's a definite difference between a Rotax Max kart.
They are now on the
TKM.
same chassis, of course. They were previously. They used to be on different chassis. Now they're on exactly the same chassis. Well, there's no dimensional difference anymore.
You're thinking of Formula UK.
Yeah, but there used to be a dimensional difference between TKMs and Rotax at the beginning, but now it's not. They're all on the same chassis.
Yeah, the 1050 milli chassis, obviously bringing that's the only chassis that are available for senior karting, which is that is pretty much why Formula UK, which is the 100cc TKM class, obviously used dated chassis, as we got Michael Cornell now on the rear bumper of Mitchell Ball and down the inside. Ball trying to go around the outside, slots back in on the number 5, and now with half distance approaching, we are beyond half distance as that move has been made. And the question is, Nick, can Michael Cornell, I think we know he can catch Al Patterson, but can he overtake him?
Well, that move gave Patterson a free couple of tenths, which have already disappeared. So if you look at it now, that's a half-second lead basically around the back straight you're watching there. But Michael Cornell's pace, we've not really seen this so obvious at any other point so far this weekend, but he is absolutely flying. And in fairness, Ball's not really any slower. He's just been dragged along. John's slightly being dropped. These 4 putting on a fantastic show in the TKM O-Plate A final.
Let's see Cornell now. He's picking up Patterson's slipstream there. Patterson, for the first time in this race, looks over his shoulder. He will have picked up in his peripheral view there the blue overalls of Michael Cornell. He might be surprised by that. He was expecting to see a yellow kart of Mitch Ball. However, he's got Cornell ever closer. Cornell almost on the rear bumper there, using the steel chrome bumpers as well. on these carts rather than the plastic bumpers that we see in the Rotax. That's in another look over the shoulder. This is where the psychological game comes in. Michael Cornell's got the upper hand in this. I always liked being the chaser rather than the being chased, to be honest. And Mitchell Ball coming back in.
Yeah, I mean,
because now they're beginning to concentrate.
I wonder what Ball's going to do. I wonder if Ball's going to sit here, because he knows if he starts challenging Cornell, then Patterson's going to get away again. But is it a case now where Cornell will take his first opportunity? He's up this straight this time. Looks, no, not quite out enough.
Well, Patterson defended slightly there. He was in the middle of the track there. And that stopped Cornell moving alongside. He's going to have to do that for another 3.5 minutes of this final. This is a cracking TKM race as ever.
Ball.
And Mitchell Ball is not far off, Nick. He's going to take the crumbs off the table if he can.
I think he may even take the whole plate and the gold and the goose there, the golden egg. I think these other two get too heavily involved. Interesting there that Mitchell did throw a look over his shoulder, but saw that Sam Johns really isn't just quite on this pace. And they all softly take over the chicane and down the straight again. It looks like it was the same as last lap, but now can Michael Cornell get himself enough of a run at Al Patterson? Patterson now coming up towards the Christmas corner. No look at defence and no look at a move either there from the 5 cart of Michael Cornell.
Yeah, they are. They're lapping as fast as they can. They're not producing quick lap times because of the slightly defensive driving that we're seeing from Al Patterson. He's got to do that because he's got to stifle any kind of openings or gaps that might transpire for Michael Cornell in the blue overalls there on the white cart. It's a 1-2-3 here that we're watching, everybody. And it's Al Patterson, the winner at Rowrah, who won in quite strong fashion here, leading this race. But I get the feeling, Nick, that Michael Cornell is playing a little bit of a research mission here as to where the weakness is.
Now.
Here it is.
Oh, is it going to be 2 of them? Oh, is there a what happened to did Patterson have a problem coming out the corner?
That was purely momentum.
What,
coming
both
out
of
the
them?
corner. Yeah, purely momentum. Let's see. He didn't. He just, I don't know
I
why.
don't think it coughed. I think the engine must have coughed to lose 2 places.
I'm not sure why. He's looking down at his mixture, wasn't he? He had his right hand down at the motor. I'm not quite sure why. He's still there, though. He hasn't dropped off the back of Mitchell Ball. We've got Cornell now in the lead. Mitchell Ball second. Al Patterson third.
Back to where he's been all day, trying to catch up and pass people after a bad time qualifying. He led for 10 minutes of this main A TKM final. It's also just slightly bringing Sam Johns back into play. But the top 3, Cornell not breaking away. Mitchell Ball, your 4-time champion, right behind him. And now, if anything, Ball getting right behind. He's got a superb slipstream. They move left, they move right. Doesn't happen.
That's because Cornell was ready for it, wasn't he? We're inside of...
not this time, though.
There's
Mitchell Ball through up the inside. He's going to be the first. They've gone right through, so both through. Patterson got through as well. Michael Cornell led the race for a lap and a half, and now Michael Cornell is in third.
Because
and the scrapping is continuing as we carry on going. And Sam Johns off camera is getting closer involved. We watch the replay now to see what's going live. Sam Johns now moves into third.
Sam Johns has took, and that was Cornell's momentum completely bogged down. He absolutely lost all of his speed. So let's refresh here. 30 seconds on the clock.
2 laps.
Mitchell Ball, Al Patterson, Sam Johns, Michael Cornell, and Charlie King making an appearance as we almost go side by side down the straight towards Christmas corner. We go 2 wide for second. Around the outside has gone Johns. Patterson's got to get his elbows out and couldn't. He just couldn't find the elbow room to keep Johns behind. And now Johns is in contention. Down the inside at Ashby's.
Patterson's going back.
Sam Johns on the outside. Cornell coming back. So Patterson back up to second. It's still Mitchell Ball in the lead.
Where's
who
he gone?
defends into Chapman. Patterson round the outside. That's going to let Sam
Johns
Johns into the lead. Onto the back straight towards the boot. It's all changed at the front, and Sam Johns, as Charlie King appears in fourth around the outside of Cornell. This is down to the last lap board now.
1 lap to go. The most crazy TKM race that's exploded over the last 3 minutes. Everyone's had a go in the lead over the last few, apart from poor old Ben Watson who's been left behind, but they're all having a go. Coming up this way, Sam Johns, who looked like he was being lost by the field, has the lead temporarily. But there's Mitchell Ball now, going to take him inside. But they've gone too wide. Johns is off. He's really upset. Patterson's taken the lead, but that's...
Patterson,
what a moment was that.
They banged wheels, did Sam Johns and Mitchell Ball, and that has let Patterson through He's taken the lead back, the lead that he's held for so long, as Sam Johns regains his composure. Charlie King is through into third. He's going to be on the podium. He could be on the second step of the podium. Mitchell Ball has now been left behind. There's fists waving. It's going to get very busy in here as Patterson comes out of the boot and across the chicane for the final time. It will be checkered flag for Al Patterson. Al Patterson takes a checkered flag in perhaps the hardest fought final we've had all season.
Wow, amazing, absolutely amazing. I think this is what happened at Christmas Corner on that last lap. Johns and Ball come together. Johns gets run out wide, and skeeting through is Al Patterson being in the right time at the right place. I think that's made an easy decision for you in a few weeks' time.
Absolutely. I was already thinking that as I was watching it. I was thinking, mental note. Mental note. Let's have a look at the full result then. Let's catch our breath here as Al Patterson takes the win. It looked on paper like Al Patterson dominated that. He didn't, did he? Sam Johns in second. Charlie King snatches third. Mitchell Ball fourth. Michael Cornell fifth. Ben Watson, Tom Johnson, Ian Calichurn. What a great top 10 finish for Ian. Joe Booth in ninth. Matthew Harris 10th. And it will be outside the top 10, Dominic Pine, Leo Crabtree, Samuel King, Matthew Temple Purcell, Will Crugeen, Jack Morrison, Matt Slate, Matthew Horton,
do you want me to do it?
Alexander Levitt, Jake Cox, I'm trying to catch my breath, Chris Whiteside, Jamie Scott, the reigning champion, finished 22nd, I know not why, James Hull, Yelena Osbar Scott, then we had Ryan Messer, D. Bolts, Sean Abbott, and James King rounding off at 28 carts. Wow.
Well. That looked like it was going to be nothing, and it turned into more than something.
We've got 3 trophies, first, second and third. 1 Masters trophy. That will go to Michael Cornell, who we'll see on the podium, and 1 Privateer trophy, which will probably go to Al Patterson, as he is the leading privateer.
The leading privateer.
We have got 3 more races left. Can our nerves cope?
Well, there we go. You see Ian McCarthy, an early race a month there, I think. Well, last couple of laps, and N31 TKM gives us 2 applauding emojis.
Fantastic racing from those guys.
Well, here we go.
Big round of applause. It's not over yet, though, everybody.
Got loads more races. It's fine.
Do not go away. We've got seniors, juniors, and then the senior 177.
Well, nothing's going to happen in those ones. So it's seniors next, isn't it? Oh, I've lost Joe temporarily, and here is the grid for the seniors. On pole, it's Jensen Watts. Second is Ben Ballou. Third is Bobby Rosier. Ollie Varney, he runs in fourth. Dylan Morton is fifth. Riley Thatcher is sixth. Seventh is Blake Ticehurst. Eighth is Kieran Hammond. Ninth is Mason Perrin. 10th on the grid is Taylor Dixon. Then you've got row 6, which is Sean Rudge and Braden Hill. Row 7, John Hobbs and Charlie Hume. Row 8 is Joseph Mills and Samuel Wyatt. Row 9 is Oakley Garthwaite, with a massive comeback from problems early on, and Ethan Lomax. Row 10, Macaulay Austin's just had a difficult day, and Kieran Gifford. Kazuya Wisrutek is in 21st. 22nd is George Hull. Then Arthur Thacker and Jack Maidment, they're taking up row number 12. James Wood and Reece Green. Jacob Felton, Harvey Lee Whitteridge. Bradley Howes and Carl Dunford. And then our 4 bump uppers, Finley Underwood, Luke Evans, Josh Priest and George Isgrove. That is the 34 runners for the Senior Rotax A Final and O Plate, of course, here at Whilton Mill. So N31 TKM snapped with one of our competitors, snapped his frame in the first heat yesterday. Would have loved to be part of that. It's really unfortunate. I'm sorry, I don't know who you are, N31 TKM, but I assume you're one of our top runners in the TKM. So very bad luck to break your frame, that's for sure. Here we go. I'm just waiting to get underway. I think that obviously the road taxis, they take the TKMs, there tends to be a couple of bereft machines. Now I can see there's 2 over at the side. So there's a bit of cart rescuing to be done before we get the seniors off. Just say thank you all for being with you. It's been great for have us. Don't forget to tell your friends. Our next karting is in 3 weeks' time, which is the Gearbox Festival from Fullbeck. And then exactly in a month's time, we have the Shellington round here of the NKC. And we are, of course, next week turning into Radio Le Mans Studio Vision, powered by Karting Live TV. Exciting to give ourselves a completely new name. And that'll be a completely different thing, which will be fun for those of you who like full-size racing and who like the Le Mans 24 hours. Still one more kart to clear. That appears to have no friends, and no one wants to get it back. It's hidden over the side there, right by the end of the tyres on the run up to Christmas. So I'm not quite sure what's been left there. Possibly the person was so disgusted by it before, just left the whole kart there. Not too bothered about it at all. I'm joined by the erstwhile Mr. Joseph Bradley, who apparently, I've just heard, we've had 4 different people have come in and said they want to be your favourite, because apparently that means that you win.
I'm just eating a chip off Darren Large.
You've just eaten a
nice.
chip off
Yes.
Darren Large.
Yes.
Honestly.
That's Louis Lodge's dad. Who's,
who's not there.
Who's running LRG
So
this
hang on a second.
weekend.
So basically he gets a chip and Louis gets a selection of cocktails.
Well, Louis is too busy lying in the sun, isn't he?
Shocking. So I think they're going to get going and they're going to leave that other cart that's parked currently right over the top corner. We're going to leave that there. Seems to have no home for it to go to at the moment. It's a bit weird, but there we go.
This bodes well, doesn't it? Looking at that grid.
Oh, yeah. This is going to get going. I mean, it depends. I say that, but if Watts gets away, then we might be able to talk about the minor places.
It depends.
And it depends which Ben Blue turns up.
It depends on Bobby Rosier, Ollie Varney, Dylan Morton, Riley Thatcher as well, and Blake Ticehurst down in 7th as well. Mason Perrin 9th. Just looking at Taylor Dixon in 10th. Braden Hill, he'll be making his way through. Boats very well. Just Reese Green, I'm surprised Reese hasn't really been at the forefront.
Everyone has bad weekends.
Yeah, no, Reese is the number 4. And I'm not sure why. And of course the 4 B finalists, Finlay Underwood, Luke Evans and Joshua Priest, George Isgrove, obviously as well, they are going to enjoy their final. So 3 more to go. This is the senior Rotax class, the 162 kilogram category, with a minimum weight of 162 kilograms with the driver. If you are 161.5 or 161.9, you will feel scrutineering.
Here we go. Warm-up lap is underway. All carts are up and running. No one banging their steering wheels. They can't get the cart started from the collecting area.
So, right, we've got them out on track, getting some heat into the tyres. The rain has stayed away, dare I say it.
Shush!
There's nothing, there's nothing forecast, don't worry.
I'm not packing up in the rain.
There's nothing forecast. There was something forecast for 6 o'clock, but that's completely changed now. We've got 12 minutes of flat-out Rotax Max racing ahead of us now. And the drivers at the front of this field, Jensen Watts, 2024 champion. Ben Ballou, 3rd in the 2025 championship, carrying the number 3.
He also won a number of heats as well, so he's used to winning.
Bobby Rosier, the 2023 champion, at 17. Down the field, Sam Wyatt is currently 15th. He was the junior champion in 22. We've got Mason Perrin, who was the 2023 junior champion.
Here they go.
A parade of quality drivers about to go ahead and race. And the race is on, and it's Jensen Watts for TH Corsa. Leads through Crook and up the hill towards Christmas.
And has already made a little bit of a break. And there's a chance Varney now getting up to 2nd place there. Oh, and he gets a right nudge. That's a nudge that could dislodge a nose, I would say. It was such a heavy nudge
that was Bobby Rosier.
I'm not saying it has, I'm just saying it could.
Yeah.
But look at the lead that Watts has got already. He's streaked away from Varney.
That'll disappear, Nick, when the things settle down and everybody gets on their pace. That was probably because there was a little bit of, like you said, a little bit of nudging, a little bit of argy-bargy going on. We've got Ben Ballou in 2nd, Bobby Rosier now in 3rd, and their job now is to
was it Ben
settle
Ballou
in.
in 2nd? I thought it was Varney in 2nd. Sorry, I got the wrong.
No, it's number 3.
Same output.
There's
sorry.
the 25 Varney.
Sorry, it's Ballou. I went blue and white there.
Well, let's check it out. Jensen Watts, Ben Ballou, Bobby Rosier, Blake Ticehurst up to 4th, Mason Perrin up to 5, Ollie Varney 6th, Dylan Morton down to 7th, Riley Thatcher up to 8th, Sean Rudge down to 9th, and Taylor Dixon up 1 to 10th there by the looks of things.
So I apologise, Yvonne. It was Ben Ballou. It was he who made the excellent start and the move. But we're now looking around a bit further down the field, sort of 4th, 5th and 6th there, 2nd and 3rd together. Let's have a look at that 2nd and 3rd battle. Let's see if that changes a little bit, and whether Rosier now, who I think was a bit surprised by the early start, can get himself back past Ballou and then on to chasing down Watts, who had 0.8 of a second at the end of the first lap as they go around the boot for the second time. And then come over the... Look at that, look at those carts flowing over the chicane. But Ballou right up the tail. The lead this time has up by 1/10 of a second, so they've got to be careful. You don't want to let Watts get away. He's very, very talented at just leading races. But as they come in now, the Kieran Gifford machine of Ben Ballou, right behind him, it's Rosier, but they are separated by what's commonly known as a piece of paper.
And Kieran Gifford himself is down in 19th. He started 20th, so he's down the field after a torrid time today. So keep an eye out for him. The other mover up the field, Oakley Garthwaite, he's had a horrendous first lap as well. He started 17th. He's down to 23rd. And Reece Green, he's down in 24th. He's moved up 2. So keep an eye out for them. Macaulay Austin's another driver that we'll keep our eye on. He's up to 14th already from 19th as the field comes through, Nick.
Yeah, and the lead's gone out to exactly a second to the 1,000th, as these two perhaps aren't maximising their pace and they're allowing Watts to get away. 4th place is Mason Perrin, who's got himself a bit of no man's land, but he's trying to get back on the tail of these two. That's the 3, the blue and white of Ballou, and the yellow and the day-glow yellow and blue of Bobby Rosier. And then you've got Mason Perrin, easy to see him with the orange helmet. But they're not really gaining on Watts.
Yeah, and and they are working together, it looks like. I mean, Bobby Rosier is not challenging Ben Ballou. Ben Ballou can just get on with it, really. However, I'm not sure Ben Ballou has the pace right now, because here is Mason Perrin. The number 30 is coming.
Half a second they lost then.
He's coming towards them. That is that they're allowing Jenson Watts to fly away.
And that's enough of it. Is that enough?
Bobby Rosier says, come on, mate. I've let you catch Jenson Watts. You're not doing it as quickly as I can. Let me through. And he goes by. Here it is again.
Yeah, one of the with the faster, heavier carts. This is a classic Christmas corner overtaking, because you've got a brake, and therefore you can effectively outbrake and get up the inside and effectively block past in the second part of the corner. But what happens now is Rosie's got to find in himself 2 or 3 tenths over Jenson Watts. It's not like Jenson Watts is anything other than incredibly quick.
Yeah, I know. 46.5 was Watts' lap time last time by. It's a 46.5 again. The gap has gone out 4 tenths. This is the first time.
That was an overtake as well.
Yeah, now this is the first time that we get Bobby Rosier with clear air. Ben Ballou has not been dropped though. Ben Ballou is staying with him. Mason Perrin continues to come, and then just outside these 4, which is for the all-important podium positions, we've got Riley Thatcher, Taylor Dixon now up to 6th, Kieran Hammond, Joe Mills, Macaulay Austin up to 9th, and Ollie Farney back up 2 to 10th. This is a question, of course, isn't it, for these drivers, because all of these guys are full season entries. We're going to see them every week or most events. So, and that's a kind of move there. Who's that going through there? I think we're further down the track. We're down the order. But no, what I'm saying is, because you think about it, do they actually care about the O-Plate, or are they still going to play for championship points? They are playing for championship points. Yeah, it's a bonus, isn't the O-Plate for these guys? The O-Plate's just a secondary thing to bring. You know, whatever comes with regards to the O-Plate, this is about championship points. So, Rosier had his fastest lap last time out, and he gained 0.03 of a second on Watts. I would suspect if Jenson Watts wins the O-Plate at Shennington, he'll be carrying the number 93. Yeah. I think he is absolutely. He was 3rd in the championship, wasn't he? He carries 93. Carried 93 when he was 1. Yep. So it's hello, that shouldn't be there. Now that looks like a big accident to the 666 as we continue on. That might bring out a little bit of a delay. That's going to bring a red flag if he doesn't get himself up off the ground. He's lying on the ground. That's going to have to be a red flag. Yeah, I think so. No, slowboard. They've gone slowboard rather than red flag. Slowboard is out now. We've got that cart. So he's rolled. At Christmas. I think he's winded. He seemed like not too bad, but I think that's winded the Joshua Priest, who's very, very unlucky there. The cart's still running, so someone needs to turn that cart off, because running them upside down is not good for them. No, I would think not. No, it's still as the field.
There's a slow field going past him.
So the slow board comes out. That's effectively the virtual safety car.
I think they're going to be calling. Looks like they're going to be called potentially. I think for a red flag. Yeah, he's calling for a red flag. So this will be a complete. Will it be a complete run? They're halfway through.
No. It'll be a restart in grid in the order that they are now.
So that's really bad luck for Josh Priest.
They'll bring them to a halt on the back straight just in front of us here. Jensen Watts leading the field round there, as you can see on the blue and white with red trim. That's the TH Corsa colours. We've got Bobby Rosier behind.
And I take it, they go back a lap and check it's the correct order, or they
Yes.
just roll them off of this? Okay.
Yes.
So 5.5.
I don't think there's any change from what I can see.
No.
There's a little bit of change from 12th down, which was around about where that incident occurred. But they'll pretty much restart in the order that we see them lining up there. So Jensen Watts, Bobby Rosier, the number 3 there is Ben Ballou, Mason Perrin, and then just off the shot there is Riley Thatcher on the number 183. Behind them, Kieran Hammond, Joseph Mills, Taylor Dixon, Macaulay Austin 9th, Ollie Varney, that's your top 10. Blake Ticehurst 11th on the SW plate. And the karts that were involved, looks like it was Josh
Priest is unfortunately the driver who was upside down. And he is still unfortunately lying on the ground. They're waiting, I think, for the ambulance to come and the first aiders, paramedics to come and have a look at him.
Yeah, it's usually...
Everything was moving. He was moving all his
yeah.
limbs, but I think if he's been slapped on the back, it's probably really uncomfortable and he's probably heavily winded.
Yes. So, we await for an update. The clock is ticking, but it'll be restarted at something the timekeepers will decide.
There goes the ambulance.
So the medical team are off to check out the
I
issue.
assume they will restart with 6 minutes because it was about that when they went. It was about 6 minutes when it went.
Yeah, maybe 5.5 or something. So while we wait for an update, the Jensen Watts having a nice chat to Bobby Rosier there.
Look at me, I was
discussing
pulling away.
So I'll lead, okay, mate, and you try and catch me, is probably what the conversation is there.
I'm enjoying these championship points. I don't want to give them up.
Yeah, of course he doesn't.
So interesting, of course, when they do get rolling again, that second he had will be gone. He will have an advantage of 2 or 3 kart lengths, but not the whole second he bought out for that. They've told them it's going to be a few minutes. They're getting them out of the kart.
So it gives us an idea, an opportunity here to talk about the championship. I know we're here for an O-plate as well. So the senior Rotax, after 2 rounds, senior Rotax class, Kieran Gifford leading the championship from Blake Ticehurst. Now Kieran Gifford's had a nightmare of a day. He's showing in 16th place there. Blake Ticehurst, who we mentioned, in 11th. Bobby Rosier is 3rd in the championship. He's currently in good points gathering position there in 2nd place. Ollie Varney's 4th in the championship. Ollie is currently 10th in the field now. Points gathering exercise for him. 5th in the championship after 2 rounds is Mason Perrin. 6th is Braden Hill. Riley Thatcher 7th. Sam White 8th. Arthur Thacker 9th. And Kieran Hammond. Ben Ballou just outside the championship top 10 in 11th with Brodie Skinner 12th. And then Taylor Dixon, James Wood 13th and 14th. So it's significantly, at the moment, the way things stand, it's Bobby Rosier who looks likely to take over the championship lead after this one. Ollie Varney might follow him ahead of Blake Ticehurst and Kieran Gifford, but Blake Ticehurst is going to be gathering points, as many points as perhaps Ollie Varney is. And there's at this stage, as you would imagine, there's very little in it, points-wise. I'm not even going to mention it. There's very little in it. It's still wide
Just
open,
2
as
rounds,
you would imagine. Yeah.
So the paramedics are looking at Josh Priest, who was the unlucky driver who got thrown out of the car. I think it looks like he's probably hurt his back, unfortunately. But not sure there's a huge amount of concern overall. But they are now chatting to the drivers as we wait to see the recommencement. And of course, coming up after this one is the junior final. I think that's good news. Josh is on his feet. So Josh is up and walking. I think he was concerned. I think he wanted to make sure that we wanted to check out by the paramedics. So he's up and walking, Josh Priest, now, so that's good news. Always one of the good things, when you see an accident and you see the driver get up and walk away, even if they're really upset, it's fine.
Yeah, absolutely.
I really wouldn't go on there if I were you.
I'm deleting stuff.
Well, I would stay off your phone from now on.
Nobody sends me an email to tell me who's won the Monaco.
Well, I get emails from the F1 saying, not from that. You suddenly get a random email from the people who sell merch saying, "Celebrate Brian Smith's win."
Yeah, I'll be deleting them. A bit of contemplation going on there, isn't there? People keeping in the zone. It's a little bit of break of rhythm there, but these lot at the front of this senior Rotax field have been around the NKC and other karting championships for a while, and just they know how to deal with these truncations, let's call it. We've mentioned the calendar, Nick.
I have mentioned the calendar. Apparently what it is, it's a list of dates of when the races are on.
Oh, that's really not funny at all.
I laughed.
So round 4, the next one will be...
Ash has just sent the message. The message when when the day's trundling through really nicely, and you think, "Oh, it's good." Oh, right, just. Yeah. I didn't predict it this time. In fairness, the incident has been cleared. It looks like, so we should be getting going in a few minutes. But our next round is on the 3rd. It's the 4th and 5th of July at Shannington for definitely live on the 5th. Then we go to the backyard of Mr. J. Bradley Esquire on the 8th and 9th of August at Warden Law. And then we go to Clay Pigeon on the 12th and 13th of September.
We're already looking ahead towards the end of the
No,
the
we're not really. We're
round.
just giving information. We've got so much exciting. We are going to be broadcasting from 2 different countries.
Can I just say, at the end of today, we are halfway through the season.
For the NKC?
For the NKC. Well, of course.
Actually,
the NKC.
I just realised we haven't got a season anymore.
No, it goes through
the whole way,
the whole season, the whole year. We've got the on Karting Live TV. We are very much looking forward to the Gearbox Festival. We are very much looking forward to the cake. We're very much looking forward to the Scottish Plate.
Can't wait.
The S Plate up in Banff.
The Scottish Plate. I cannot wait. It's going to be so mainly because you and I've got the world's longest road trip to get there.
Yeah. Even from my house.
From your house is 7 hours. Well, I've worked out we're going to leave very, very early.
Are we?
Yeah, we've got to set up.
Why don't we go a day early? We could bivouac at Stirling.
Problem is, you've got all the stuff in the kit in the car, so you've got to take it all out, haven't you?
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, we've done that before. It's
worth thinking about. It's all up in the air.
It's worth thinking about.
Yeah. Well, of course,
we can have a nice walk around Lake Loch Ness on the way.
That's really not on the way.
It is.
Is it?
Yeah, it's at Stirling.
I've been to Loch Ness.
I've
done all that with my lovely wife.
Yeah, we've done. We would have to drive. I mean, we wouldn't. We would have to detour off to the left a bit to get to Loch Ness.
I just feel I want to go to the track.
I think we should go a day early. Anyway, we've got that coming up.
If you'd like to decide whether we should go a day early, now please vote day early or not day early.
Depends on the weather.
So I'm not quite sure what the situation we've got on this restart is concerned. I think we're okay for a second ambulance. I don't think he's gone anywhere. Has he been discharged from the ambulance? Just feeling a bit grumpy?
We've still got a lot of carts involved. Still, we've lost, I think, maybe 2 carts. One involved in that incident that brought out the slow board and the red flag. We've lost Dylan Morton, who we lost on lap 4, or lap 5 actually, completed 4 laps.
Are any of these the 135? Because the 135 is waiting to rejoin the race.
The 135? I've got the 335.
Oh, it's 3. Yeah, he's waiting to rejoin. He's come through the. I think he may have seen the red flag and gone through the side rather than stopping.
No, what happened was he went in the pits.
So he's going to come back and get 5 minutes of running.
He's going to be 2 laps down at least.
But
it's going to be 3 laps
at least
down.
he'll know if he's fixed what he needs to fix.
Yes.
Before he has to go and do anything else.
Yes, and he'd be wanting to. I mean, Dylan Morton, where is he in the championship? Dylan is. I'm way down. Yeah, Dylan Morton's down the order. He only did round 1. He missed round 2. That's why Dylan is out of contention at the moment. He's back for round 3. There's a few drivers, didn't they? Missed round 2
because it was clashing with everything. Because people can't organise calendars.
Yeah, absolutely. The O plate, current holders of the O plate. Alexander Lehman has, of course, just lost the O plate to Al Patterson. Buddy Hugo was the holder of the O plate at his home track at Warden Law last year. He's just lost that to Alfie Phillipson. This one is currently held by Alexander Kull, who isn't here to defend. So we are going to see a new O plate holder going into the remaining 2026 season. Ollie Goodyear, who's not here to defend it, is the 177 O plate holder, and Jaden Sherwood, who was here with, he was actually our junior champion as well, wasn't he? He was here with Coles Racing. He's not here. He's moved on to Pastures New as well. I'm not quite sure where Jaden is racing, whether he's gone to British Champs or whatever.
So just waiting to see what the decision is about the restart on this one, whether they're going to just roll them out and start the clock at 6 minutes or 7 minutes or 5 minutes, or whether they're going to do it for a grid start. There's kind of conversations and consternations up at the front, as you can see. Conversations with Jensen Watts.
He'll be just being, he's explained to Jensen what he's expecting from him, what sort of pace he'll want to be approaching the lights.
I assume they're going to do a lap and a half, not half a lap.
Yeah, they will. They'll not do hot. They'll come around and then do a full formation lap before they go green. So there's our chief steward, clerk of the course.
Tyres will have lost most of their temperature over the last, how long have we been delayed? About 12 minutes, 15 minutes?
I'm not sure because I didn't look at the actual clock. When I did. So I'm not quite sure how much time we've dropped.
Just waiting to see when they get going again. Still many conversations. There's another conversation about whether that 335 is going to be allowed back in, and the answer is no, it's not going to be allowed back in again. Helmet off for the Morton. So that's obviously a rule which I'm not aware of. Taylor Truman team not too chuffed about it. Lots of arm waving, but Ollie's completely to that. There's some various discussions about getting this thing back underway again. I'm not quite sure what the delay at this point is. So, as often happens when you get these delays, we obviously have no extra information that you do. We just have some eyes we can look at stuff with, but it's not really very evident of what they want to do. There's some conversation between the first and second, Watts and Rosier. It shouldn't really be a conversation about the drivers. It should be a decision made by the organisers.
Well, our clerk of the course, Gary Livesey, there is the man in the middle of the shot there, not the marshal with the red flag. He's having some sort of radio communication. He's making his way across to race control.
Really see what the issue is. But then again, I'm not an organiser of large-scale kart events, so what do I know?
Yeah. So we've got this delay continues. The medical team, the track is clear, isn't it? From where
it's fine. The track's completely clear.
Is the ambulance back in position?
Yes, ambulance back in position, yep.
Do you know what the hold-up is, Tom?
No, they're just discussing
procedure.
One whole rolling lap, 2
Right.
We're just waiting for the medics to get back.
Right, so we are waiting for the medical team to get back in their position, which is the norm. Gary Livesey has discussed the restart procedure, which is standard process, to be honest. With our grid of karts, Jensen Watts will be the man in charge of the pace. He'll have been told by Gary exactly what he's expecting. It'll be one formation lap. Obviously, they'll start on the back straight, they'll come around, and then one full lap, as we suspected it would be.
In single file is the key point.
In single file, yeah, absolutely.
Red flag came out at 3:08, so we've had a 15-minute delay so far. Thanks, Ian. Ian's very good at these sort of things, timing everything. So 15-20 minute delay. That's pretty much part of the course at some point during the meeting.
So we want to make sure that the process and the procedure is correct for everybody on that grid, doesn't matter where they are. Gary's there still having a conversation with his other officials to ensure that everything gets off fair and square.
Some of the karts have restarted, I noticed that. So there's a bit of engine rolling. They will have cold tyres, of course, or cooler tyres, and they roll off again for this lap and a half. We are off and running. That's going to involve Ash standing up. Yeah, well done, Ash. It's great for this run through, mate, but we kind of prefer you to actually follow the carts going round.
So Jensen Watts will
I think he's on ticky-tocky.
Yeah, he was doing something, wasn't he? He wasn't proposing to Lara, that's for sure.
No.
Frank's asleep as well.
Frank's all right. Frank's done everything he needs to do. He beat the toilet earlier. So that's a 15-minute break. There's nice relax. Let's get rolling again for the remainder, which is saying it's 5:50. They started to restart the clock at 6 minutes, including this warm-up lap. Now, I wonder where it's going to start at 6 again when they go across the line.
Tom might be able to tell us. We'll find out when they cross the line. We're expecting them to go green. As Jensen Watts single file formation for the restart.
Yeah.
And Jensen
Counting
Watts
down,
has got it all to do again. He had almost 2 seconds gap there to Bobby Rosier. Ben Rosier, Ben Ballou and Mason Perrin are thinking they've got another chance of snatching the lead here. So it's all about the composure of Jensen Watts at the start. He's a former champion. He knows how to do restarts and he knows how to lead the race.
They're starting slow, so there's going to be very, very little tyre temperature for the first lap or two. They won't have got as cold as they would have done when they, from just sitting there forever. The 15 minutes, they will retain some heat.
By about half a lap, they'll be back in.
Here we go. So it's all about the speed that Jensen wants to do, because this is a single file restart.
Now he gets going.
Here he goes now, and he's gone. And you can see from the smoke, the engine's not quite the temperature. They've gone to green. Is he going to reset at 6 minutes? It does. So it resets at 6 minutes. So half the race is still to run. It's a very, very good start by all three of the top of the podium sitters at the moment. Fourth place is Perrin. He's just dropped by a few lengths, but it's not going to be much of a problem in any length of time. So it is Watts from Rosier from Ballou, and they've got 5.5 minutes, and they fight for both championship points and the O-plate.
Not one of those 4 leading drivers didn't even bother looking behind. They're not interested in what's behind. They're focusing on getting the cart back up to operating temperature here. And by about now, I would think those tyres are going to be where they were. Yes, they had a lot of heat. Yes, we've had quite a delay, but they're not going to have cooled right off as Jensen Watts now leads out of the chicane through Pitts Bend. Just over 5 minutes of this final remaining then. So no change anywhere down the order, Nick, until we get to Macaulay Austin, who's moved ahead of Joseph Mills, and Ollie Varney has moved ahead of Taylor Dixon for 9th. Taylor Dixon now 10th.
So the question really is for Rosier, does he try and do it as quickly as possible? Can he have Watts ahead of him for more than 2 or 3 laps without that becoming a big gap at the moment? Watts is not able to pull a gap at all on Rosier. Rosier is not able to pull a gap on Ballou, and Mason Perrin is the same number of kart lengths he was behind at the end of the first lap. Up the inside there straight away. That was where it was. Rosier decided, I'm not sitting behind Watts, and more importantly, he's kind of blocked some of them for. Maybe Watts said, hey, I don't care about that. I'm going back past you again. So we've had 2 changes to the lead in the last 150 yards, and more. Oh, and they're coming together between 3rd and 4th as well. It's all kicked off on lap number 2 of the restart.
As we thought it would, Mason Perrin in that 4th spot, wanted to get ahead of the white and blue cart of Ben Ballou. We saw Bobby Rosier show what intent. We've got a problem with Jensen Watt.
Oh, it's a technical problem there.
Had all sorts of problems there as he came out of the corner.
Technical issue, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Engine's gone. He's got technically leant over the engine and get on the track, so something went wrong drivetrain wise there.
Was it a
chain? I would think.
He kind of had a lot of body
language. Oh, the nipple there.
Look at who's in the lead.
No, it's not. Perrin's in 2nd. This is 2nd and 3rd, I think, because there's somebody ahead of them.
Oh,
and it is Rosier who's leading. Now it's all got a bit nasty. Rosier's leading by a long, long way from the I think it's. Is it the 40? I think Austin's got into 2nd.
I think he has.
I think Austin's got into 2nd. All that melee.
He's got a massive lead now, Bobby Rosier. And into 2nd has gone Macaulay Austin. Into 3rd has gone the Origin Motorsport cart of Joe Mills, Mason Perrin, Ollie Varney, Ben Ballou down to 6th, Riley Thatcher, Kieran Hammond, Ethan Lomax and Blake Ticehurst. That's your top 10. It's all changed. It's like we've come back here for another day.
Yeah, well,
it's completely changed.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's something unfortunate happened there to Jensen. It must have been a chain. There's anything it could possibly be to just lose it. He was trying to get off the track. Obviously people trying to avoid him going left and right. Some chose the wrong side, and that was unfortunate. But that's just absolutely, force majeure. But away is Rosier, and Rosier has the pace to stay away. But this 2nd, 3rd and 4th, these aren't the karts that have been the fast ones. Austin has had a terrible day, really, going backwards. Suddenly he's gone forwards and at the right time. for the final, for the big points. The 45 Austin there with the red and white machine coming up now towards Christmas Corner. That's our leader, but it's second, third and fourth where it's at. And you say it's the Origin Motorsport, Joseph Mills. Have we mentioned Joseph Mills so far today? I don't think so.
I don't think we have. He's been there or thereabouts in the midfield. And now he's in third and he's on target for a podium. He's got 2.5 minutes to maintain that position. And it's going to be a big ask for young Joe. He's only in his second full season of karting as far as I can remember. And he's got Mason Perrin, Ollie Varney and Ben Ballou right there behind him. And the first one on the list is Mason Perrin. And we know how quick he is. And if anything, Joe Mills is challenging the DM driver, Macaulay Austin, through the chicane.
Yep.
He just needs to try and keep with him. He gives the indication of let's catch the leader. Bobby Rosier is leading by 2.3.
That's not going to happen. Rosier really, unless he has his own disasters, Watts had is not going to be headed by these three. Now Austin, as we've seen really from all through the day, hasn't got a particularly great ground speed, but he's done some great driving to get where he is. But he's not pulling away from Mills, and Mills is right on his tail now, and right on Mills' tail is Perrin, and Perrin goes to the inside, gets both, Perrin gets them both, he's out, and suddenly down to fifth, I think, as he gets really, Varney now edges his way out off the track. This has got all up there. There's 17 things happened there, but the main one was that Mills got shoved down to fifth, Austin got moved out the way as well, and it's Perrin and Varney who've picked up second and third, I think, as we go off the line.
Varney looked like he took advantage massively and got down the inside of Macaulay Austin. Austin now down to sixth, Joe Mills down to eighth, so it's all changed once again. Mason Perrin now into second, Ollie Varney, Ben Ballou, Riley Thatcher, Bobby Rosier has improved to 3.6 seconds.
I can't help feeling that we're going to get several visits behind us over the next, because there was a lot of stuff there that was has to be looked at. Might be fine, but has to be talked about.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the case behind us. That is an Origin kart. That looks like he's wanting to rejoin from somewhere. I'm not quite sure where. This is second, third and fourth that we're watching, because up ahead of these on the blue and yellow of Roalf Racing is Bobby Rosier, who has got 2 more laps of this Whilton Mill track to complete. This looks like it's settled. The number 183 of Riley Thatcher is getting involved heavily as well, with Ethan Lomax, Kieran Gifford, would you believe, starting 20th, now up to 7th. He's kind of snatched a little bit of championship contention back, led the championship coming into this after 2 rounds. Another driver that's benefited massively is Reece Green, who started 26th, and he's up to 9th.
It's been a weird second half of the race. It suddenly got very, very aggressive. If there's any word you can use for it. People just decided to go. And Varney now looking for second place, and finally getting second place. Just got drive there at the short shoot. Oh, look at that! 183 of Thatcher eases Ballou out. Ballou's have been bullied through most of this race.
Yes. Then I think you use the term aggressive. We've got some very aggressive racing going on out here, as Mason Perrin takes the second place back from Ollie Varney, who had it just momentarily behind them.
Unfortunately, we're going to have to move away from this in a second, because we are going to take Rosier across the line. So we can just pick up Rosier when he comes.
When we come back to that, Nick, that's going to be completely different.
Absolutely. I think second and third is set. I think it's going to stay.
I think that's the podium
with Perrin and Varney. Let's have a look. Let's pick up our leader. Let's pick up Bobby Rosier, who was running in second. He was before the red flag. He was a distance behind Jenson Watts. We didn't know he was going to catch him or not. But at the restart, some sort of massive bad luck for Watts, and then which actually confused the entire group. And suddenly, good old Bobby got 2 seconds. He's pulled away since then, thanks to the what should we say? Scrapping, shall we say, behind him. And here comes the rest of the field. Goodness knows what order. Ben Ballou's picked up fourth somehow. Kieran Gifford's fifth, obviously.
Yeah, Kieran Gifford moved up a couple of places there ahead of Riley Thatcher.
Should we just look at the result in a surprise way? You don't know who
we've got consternation.
On the incident corner
across the line.
Honestly, someone's nose has fallen off. That's definitely a nose penalty.
It's going to be busy in here.
No, it's going to be. Shall we ask them to form a queue of the 80 people who are going to come and moan to you? There's no early evening for our stewards after this one. Let's have a look at the result. Now we've seen the result of that thing is people facing the wrong way.
Exciting, isn't it? Bobby Rosier takes the win. Mason Perrin second. Ollie Varney will join him on the podium. Ben Ballou was fourth. Kieran Gifford fifth. Riley Thatcher sixth. In seventh is Ethan Lomax with Charlie Hume. Then we had Reece Green and Blake Ticehurst running off the top 10. Zari Visserek was 11th. Then we had Harvey Lee Wintridge, Braden Hill, Taylor Dixon, ended up 14th, would you believe? John Hobbs, Sean Rudge, George Hulme, Luke Evans, Jacob Felton, Sam Wyatt down in 20th, James Wood 21st. We had Finlay Underwood with Oakley Garthwaite 23rd, Kyle Dunford, Arthur Thacker, George Iscove, Bradley House, Kieran Hammond, and then Jack Maidman, Joe Mills, right at the back of the last of the finishers, with Macaulay Austin going off into the pits or off the track at 14 laps. We lost Jensen Watts, we lost Joshua Priest, we lost Dylan Morton. Jensen Watts, you know what? There's something about the term heat soak. When you have been running and then you stop, the way that the mechanics of these machines, the heat soak, the way that they cool down, there was something that delay had caused a problem on Jensen Watts' karts that brought about his demise from the front of this field. And that's unfortunate. I'll have to be asking questions at TH Corsa as to exactly what happened there with the kart of Jensen Watts. But that was unfortunate. He was absolutely on fire all weekend, and then to lead the final and go out with a mechanical fault after such a strong position was just unfortunate for Jensen. He'll hopefully come back with the renewed vigour. The problem is, of course, he missed out on round two because he missed round two.
You haven't got that message, by the way.
Who was that?
That's my lovely wife.
All right, I can find out for her. I think it's after we get there.
Mm-hmm. So unfortunately, it's going to be on a slight delay because that kerfuffle at the just over the start-finish line, one of the drivers I think has slightly hurt themselves, and they're getting some attention. Just in at the start of Oblivion, so it's always the way, isn't it? You know, suddenly there's it's all swimming along nice and rapidly, and then we end up with a race that's just a little bit more confusing. Last time it was into Rotax last time, and this time it's this one. So there we go. No, it was the Inter-Rotax. The last event, it was Inter-Rotax had 2 red flags and caused a delay, and this time it's the Senior Max. So, you know, they're taking it in turns. They're spreading around the love for the delays.
Yeah, lots of delays here.
Okay, the driver's now got out of there. I don't know which way he was sitting down. Looks fine to me. I think it's some... I don't know these, but sometimes, I'm just going to say this now, sometimes I feel some of these kartists are a bit like footballers.
Well, discretion being the better part of valour.
Possibly.
If you're winded, though, you're not going to get up in a hurry, are you?
Well, possibly.
And it looked like a big hit. They're flat out across the line, remember? So, yeah, I'm not going to be...
He's up and running. He's out anyway.
So, next up is the final for the Junior Rotax class. We've got 2 more finals to go to conclude round 3 of the Junction 6 NKC. It's Junior Rotax next. Rotax 177s will finalise things, but it's all about juniors. Nick, what have you got?
Just purple leak in Leon says he thinks it was a seized motor for.
Yeah, because
it's a lean seize. He thinks it may have been, but Rotaxes don't seize much, do they?
Very rarely do. Yeah, but you know what? The way that his body jerked, it looked like it could. You know, the axle lock.
Or did it just begin to seize?
Yeah,
nip up. Yeah,
I was thinking that.
That would be heat soak.
Yeah,
that would be heat soak.
That would be heat soak. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, because the wall of the cylinder would have dried off.
And you get around a bit, and then suddenly, as you put the power down, you just got some more oil.
Because
you can't. This is, I don't know. Obviously, with the old-fashioned air cooled and can you choke a Rotax?
Yeah,
you can. You can choke them.
Yeah.
There's a hand over the airbox. Yeah.
Actually, no, because the intake for the airbox is at the bottom of the airbox.
Yeah, you can't choke them. Yeah.
So you can't really. I thought you meant. You can't because of the airbox.
Manually
situation.
choke them. Yeah.
Yeah. No, you can't.
Interesting.
You could the early ones. The early ones just had a conventional airbox. But I'm talking way back. I'm talking 20 years. When Rotax Max engines first made an appearance, they've completely come on now. You know, and ECUs and electronic timing and what have you.
So it looks like the track is clear. And we may soon be receiving the juniors for their race. I think you ran. I think did we run the grid for the juniors yet?
Of course, I haven't. We've just been talking about heat soak.
I don't know because you.
Have you lost track of where you are in life?
Who am I?
Do you want to have a look at the grid then? Well, not look at the grid, but I can read it out for you.
Do you want to read the grid out?
Guess who's on pole?
Benjamin Lawn.
Yes. No.
Jensen Hookie next to him.
Yeah. No, not Jacob Aston.
Where's Hookie then?
I'm going to tell you in a moment. Second, so that's the front row. Benjamin Lawn, Jacob Aston.
Mm-hmm.
Front row, second row of the grid is Daniel Adamitis, and Barnaby Grubb. Jensen Hookie, who is one of your favourites, is alongside Daniel Wisniewski on row 3. We've got Freddie Wall and Sam Green Gomez on 4. Ethan Hunt and Hector Sadlowski are on row 5, with Daniel Minto and Ewan Scott on row 6. Jesse Whitmore and Tyler Rackham are on 7. Eden Salvage and Elijah West are on row 8. Row 9 is Nico Verbers are on board, and Liam Crosby, Harrison Matthews and Sam Blaney. Hugo McCluskey is alongside Fenton Roderick, with Joe Stonehouse and Jack Dimbleby, Harry Harvey and Harry Wright, Callum Wilson and Finlay Cass, with Charlie White and Lucy Lovell on row 15. Then we've got Bertie Hodgson, Logan Hartson, Leonardo Pelagi and William Spencer, who are the 4 that qualified up. Let's have a look at the onboard and get us a view of Nico Verbers, who will start this race in 17th spot. Will Nico. We had the opportunity to snatch his onboard footage from practice day on Friday, and we can see a lap of Whilton Mill. We're just starting here, entering the boot, and I'll just talk us round if you want it. Go on then. Through the chicane. All important this pit bend, keep the momentum up, use a bit of curb. Across the line here into the dauntingly fast Oblivion. Across the curb there, Crook, stay off the curb there. Use all of the extra curb. Keep the cart breathing up the straight towards Christmas Corner. It's an open hairpin, or not quite a hairpin, but it's a right-hander through the kink and into Inkermans across the curb there. Downhill here can be easily caught out over-braking yourself on the off-camber Ashby. Onto the left-hander at Parker. Little burst of acceleration there, keep the throttle nailed. A little bit of a lift for Chapman, and then back on the throttle across the curb. On the back straight here towards the boot, and then into the left-hander, and then the right-hander at boot. Change of line here since the chicane came up. Keep it tight. Use the curb on the left, stay off the curb on the right, and then let the cart breathe to maintain that maximum acceleration across the line. Thank you, Nico Verbers, for that insight as to the driver's eye view of the Whilton Mill track. We'll certainly try and do that again for Shennington and the rest of the season going forward. We'll get a look, see who else has got on boards, but we've got the junior category out for their final now, and the question is, Nick, who can beat Benjamin Lawn?
Well, I think not starting on the front row. My bet would have been that Hookie might have given it a go, but he's starting in 6th. I'm not quite sure why. He must have picked up another penalty for something, because I'm sure from my count back, he should have been like 2nd or 3rd at worst. Oh, it's spitting, says Leicester.
Leicester says it's spitting.
And it is. I can see it. There's a tiny bit on there.
He's up at Christmas Corner.
That's because you said some time ago there's no chance of rain.
I did, didn't I?
Honestly, it's fine being his favourite, but not being his weather forecaster. Has your wife not answered the question yet?
What was that about? Off Ash.
It's about how long he's having to wait before the end of the race.
Right, I see.
Because of delays.
Yes. Right then, let's go. Benjamin Lawn, Jacob Aston. That's our front row drivers as they bring those carts around. Second row, Barnaby Grubb and Daniel Wisniewski. Daniel Adamitis and Jensen Hookie are on 3. As we head towards the red light will go out, and it looks tidy-ish as Benjamin Lawn leads through Oblivion into Crook for the first time. The field followed them through, but it's definitely Benjamin Lawn.
Yeah.
As a couple of carts slide very wide there at Crook.
Is that Hookie in 3rd?
That is Hookie in 3rd, and around the outside and into the lead, it looks like Daniel Adamitis has gone through as we've got carts contacting at the back of the field, but very much the leader is the Roalf Racing cart of Daniel Adamitis.
And it's the same thing. Remember,
Hookie into 2nd.
Yeah, remember Lawn had a cart that didn't work for the first 2 laps last time.
That's right, yes.
So he's waiting to get going. Now, he has put Hookie through. A great stop Hookie from 6th through, but he's now got an issue. Lawn's behind him, and I think Lawn probably has a cart that in about a lap and a half time is going to come on and start being very, very pressurised. Certainly, he's not that bothered about not being in the lead. at the end of the first lap.
Yeah, that's a different engineering opinion coming out of Coles Racing.
Well, Adamantis is really pushing.
He is. He's pushing on, isn't he? He's got a gap of 8 tenths already. Hooky will want the win. I'm wondering if that spit of rain is increasing up there at Christmas.
Nothing on the windows.
Yeah, Jensen Hooky. Well, the wind's in a different direction today, though. Oh, no, it's not quite. As we've got the field coming round. Look at the gap of Adamitis. He's got a completely different setup there. His tyres have switched on immediately from the rest of the field, and he's already pulling a gap.
Nobody has 10.5 minutes to keep in the front now. Hooky and Lawn just getting a bit of a small cart length gap between themselves. It's Jacob Ashton. He's running in fourth. And then behind him, it's the Grubb Hunt Wall battle, which we've seen about 3 times already today. Let's hope they can all end up in a fair fight. We're not going to end up with more red flags.
We've got one change in the top 10 to report, and that's Daniel Minto has moved ahead of Freddie Wall and into 7th place. And that's Minto there in the black and white cart there with the orange helmet, who's wanting to tag on to the rest of the field ahead of him, which is pretty much from 6th to 2nd there, absolutely nose to tail.
Yeah, Adamantis currently just been reined back in again. That lead's disappearing, and Lawn's got through to second. Yeah. So Lawn now in second, from Hooky in third. So Benjamin Lawn, sort of hot favourite, with a co-favourite of Hooky, but Lawn there's got past. And actually Hooky now looks like he's under severe pressure from the 12 of Barnaby Grubb has got into 4th place.
Well, Benjamin Lawn has been very, very competitive in this year's NKC. He'll be wanting to retain the Junior Road Tax Championship for Coles Racing. It was a Coles driver who took last year's championship in the form of Jaden Sherwood. He's wanting to follow in the footsteps of Jaden. And right now, he's pulled that gap exactly what we saw in the Superheat, where his tyres were just not on. The cart was slipping and sliding underneath him. And he's just composed himself and he's got on with it. The tyres are switched on, and now he can absolutely maximise his driving. Let's see how quickly he can get past Adamitis. And this is pretty much a repeat of what we saw in the Superheat, isn't it?
Yeah, so Daniel there leading away. And then Lawn's gained a little bit on him, a couple of tenths perhaps, or perhaps a tenth, 2 tenths there. Hooky himself has been having to fend off the attentions of Barnaby Grubb. I'm sure he doesn't want to be that far behind Lawn. Lawn doesn't go for it this time. Using a little bit of the slipstream up a little bit closer for Hooky, but Hooky certainly, I think, had a bit of a poor lap, actually. I think he got overtaken by Lawn, lost it a little bit, and now he's trying to gain that gap back again and get himself right on the tail of Benjamin.
Right, there's no question of tyres being up to temp now. We're on lap 5. Everybody's where they want to be. Everybody's achieved, hopefully, the balance that they were aiming for. And if anybody, Lawn looking very racy indeed on the back of Adamitis. Adamitis has got his hands full here because that cart is not exactly handling magnificently. He had a little bit of oversteer through pit bend. If you've got any kind of oversteer here, it's going to pay you a disadvantage all the way up this straight. And Benjamin Lawn there was clearly quicker than Adamitis onto the straight there, and that's because I think that rear end of Adamitis' cart is not as sticky as everybody else.
And it just goes to show, if someone is ahead, does some superb defensive driving, all it does is cost everyone else behind them time, or if you're in 5th or 6th, it makes you time. Now the cart ahead of them is a back marker. We've got a back marker who's pulled out the way very well. Good driving by the Guy Cunnington around the outside. Oh, and there's a clip on the front there, and it's put Lawn back 2 positions. He just, I don't really see that one again, but that was, I'm not quite sure who that was. I just think it was Lawn perked his nose up, and then it got wiped up a little bit by 1-5. Yeah, that's just the racing instant. It's bad luck for Lawn though. He's gone wide. And then Hooky's back in the 3rd. I think Grubb got 4th. He did. So Grubb to 3rd, and Lawn's down to 4th.
Yeah, bad news for Benjamin Lawn. Great news for us, though, as who was that ended up in the air with their front end. Bad news for Benjamin Lawn, great news for us, because now we've got the chance of Benjamin Lawn having to make his way back through the field. That's the top 4 there, absolutely together. Adamitis, Hooky, Barnaby Grubb, Benjamin Lawn now. He's not that far away. And he's very soon. He's got plenty of time, though, Nick. We're not even at half distance here.
I think what Lawn learnt there is you can't half-heart one of these overtakes. You've just got to absolutely go for it.
I'm not sure there was half-hearted at all. I think he just didn't have the momentum to get him fully alongside. And Adamitis turned in, as he is allowed to do, on his line. But the race is back on. Adamitis with Hooky. Hooky, absolutely last of the lid breakers, locking the rear axle there. Benjamin Lawn looking like he's going to get past Barnaby Grubb, and Barnaby Grubb looking like he was looking for a way past Hooky. Hooky has another look at Adamitis. They all slot back in, out of Ashby. Lawn down the inside into Parker, and he takes third place back. Thank you very much, he says. Barnaby Grubb says, hang on, I'm not finished yet. Hooky has lost time to Adamitis. Now he's got Lawn to contend with, and Hooky already defending into the boot here.
Oh,
and
that
Lord
was the wrong
down the
line.
inside.
That was a mistake from Hooky.
He went in
that was a mistake from Hooky. He defended air and then found the cart where he didn't expect it. He's just drifted. He's drifted wide.
He's too tight on the right-hand bit, and when he tried to keep the speed up, it just washed out.
So Lawn,
this has allowed Lawn back into second.
And there he is at the top of the hill. They're still fighting. They've still got a gap to Adamitis, who's put something like 3/4 of a second ahead going around the last time. But Lawn already has put a bit of a gap between Hooky. And then, of course, you've got Grubb, then Minto, and then Hunt and Vishnuikas. But it's very much a case now. Can Daniel hold back Benjamin, who now has a clear run at him and 5 minutes to do it?
Well, Benjamin Lawn has experience of getting past Daniel Adamitis, and it didn't go very well last time, so he's got to do it all again, but in a different way. And I think it was more of an opportunity that was presented in front of him. And we've got other drivers joining in now. 5th and 6th is joining in. Daniel Minto and Ethan Hunt are now latching on. So we know how quick they are. Benjamin Lawn, Jensen Hooky chasing Daniel Adamitis. The top three beginning to break away ever so slightly from Barnaby Grubb as they come through Ashby, heading towards the left-handers at Parker and Chapman now.
Yeah, and it's interesting, isn't it, that already that gap, which was virtually 4 or 5 tenths, that's disappeared, and so now it's down to Lawn to see if he can actually get himself through and past Daniel. But it's interesting that Hooky himself has regathered his brain, and he's right on the tail of Benjamin Lawn as well. So Adamantis has led from the third corner of this race.
Let's see if Lawn can gather momentum. He's in the slipstream, but Hooky's in his slipstream as well. Defensive from Adamitis. This is going to allow Hooky round the outside, potentially not quite. And here comes back Barnaby Grubb. Down the inside.
Lawn's going to pick him up. Will he get the switch back?
He's got to stifle the momentum onto to wash out over the curb, and he has managed that.
Great move there, but the problem now is that if Hooky wants to get anywhere near Lawn, he's got to get past Adamitis, and that's not going to happen, I don't think, because that's the performance we're seeing. Lawn, though, I thought he was in a gap almost immediately. Adamitis is not having this one.
No, not at all. He needs a bit of fresh space here. He's not. He's equal with everybody. This is where he's got an advantage here, it seems. He can get through this part of the track really, really well. The kart is really well balanced there in the high-speed stuff, and he maintains that gap. Hooky has a look down the inside of Adamitis. This is where he's quick. This is where Benjamin Lawn needs to bear fruit. Adamitis is not allowing him to bear as much fruit as perhaps Lawn wants to. Towards Parker. And towards Parker, now into Chapman. Adamitis not close enough, Nick, to have a go at the boot.
It is a very slow drift back. Lawn's giving himself a lap of space, and it's more likely now that Hooky will try and do something on Adamitis or not. But it's still, with the watching brief there, it's Barnaby Grubb. And to be honest, so far the watching brief has been quite a good place this weekend. We've seen a lot of watching briefs end up with very good results.
Yeah, and this is not over, is it? Because Benjamin Lawn has not pulled any kind. He's pulled enough cushion to stop Adamitis having a challenge. But I tell you what, all it's going to take is a mistake, and it's all going to change again.
Yep.
Because, like you say, Jensen Hooky's not done for the day. Neither is Barnaby Grubb, and he is there.
I'm really surprised that Lawn's not pulled away. He's been doing that all day. Oh, and he's not pulled away, and he's going to put through, and he's going to be up to third. Hooky's got the run, so Lawn, who was looking comfortable, is now going to be down to third, possibly even fourth, as Grubb's using that waiting brief, and the watching brief has worked, and Grubb moves up to third. Suddenly, Adamitis is leading. Hooky is second, Grubb is third, and Lawn, who was leading and looking comfortable, suddenly finds himself in fourth.
And that was a case of completely having your momentum stifled there. And look at that, down to fourth now, as Adamitis gets his head down. Just over 90 seconds of this race as Benjamin Lawn down the inside of Grubb and back into third. He's now got to try and challenge Jensen Hooky, and Hooky has got his eye on that lead, hasn't he?
He has. It's now down to Adamantis. Can he stand and deliver a win?
Here he goes through Chapman and heading towards the boot. These drivers, these youngsters have to compose themselves, get back on it, try and optimise their lap times, not get flustered. Hookie has a little bit of a look down the inside of Adamitis. There is no gap there. Adamitis is under immense pressure here, this youngster. He will lead, and it's 58 seconds on the clock.
So
there's
there's
two more laps after this
so this
one.
is 3 laps to go effectively. Superb driving by Adamitis, but he's now got Hookie going left. Now Lorne may be able to make the most of the fact that Hookie was in the wrong place. He didn't that time. He got closer. So the three, and it was a kind of a feint to go through Ashby, and it didn't happen.
No, it was a feint. It didn't happen because Adamitis jigged to the right.
And
He's took Hookie out.
Hookie's gone now. That's the end of his challenge. I'm not sure how that's going to be viewed.
Well, Adamitis darted to the inside to protect the line, ended up on the curb, ends up off the track.
Is that Lorne in the lead now, is it?
And that's
no,
just
it's not.
unfortunate.
Lorne was
He
sort
is
of
now.
the lead. No, he's coming. It's all side by side coming through the...
No. Lorne is back into the lead. Just
it
as
was
you
side
said
by
that.
side.
Yeah.
And now they run through, so Hookie is out of the running due to that. Not sure how that's going to be viewed, but it is now Lorne who's not involved in that, so it's fine. From Adamitis, then it's got Grubb. Jesse Whitmore now moves into third for a podium shot ahead of Grubb, and they got Daniel Minto. So it's all completely different junior Rotax final than we expected to see. Admittedly, the leaders who we expect to see in the lead, but not the way it's happened, and not the story we've had so far the previous 12 minutes. And there is a lap and a few corners to go.
It's not finished. It's not finished because Adamitis is right there on the rear bumper of Benjamin Lorne. Lorne looks over his shoulder. Adamitis is still there. It's Barnaby Grubb now in 4th place as Jesse Whitmore is the kart that's moved ahead and into third. He's got himself on the podium here. It's going to be the last lap board. Chances and opportunities to pass are running out. Lorne needs to find his composure and get his head down. He's quick through here. He's going to be quick all the way up the straight. Chances and opportunity running out as Lorne takes the conventional line there, the max optimised line. He hasn't left any doors open though because he's massively quick through here. This is perhaps a danger area. Positions the kart on the middle. Gets a bang up the back there as he defends. The door is open through Parker. It's slammed shut. Chapman, he defends. Heading towards the boot. They're continuing up its first, second, third, fourth and fifth into the boot.
Oh, he's gone for it, and he's got it. Adamitis gets it, going through the first of the boot. Can he hold it? He can't. It's side by side. Oh, it's all come together, but it's going to be Lorne's going to get it, I think, at the end, of facing the wrong way as Adamitis, and it's going to be Minto in second. Well, that was all happening 3 times over.
Wow. Pick the bones out of that one. Let's have a look. This is where it all went. Adamitis down the inside. Lorne comes back at him. They are side by side. Lorne goes into the air. Adamitis gets pushed aside, not deliberately, just out of circumstance.
Wow.
I'm glad I'm not in the officials' hut to sort
They've
that
got
one
a
out.
very busy couple of hours coming up. Adamitis, he's finishing 16th in the end, Joe.
Incredible.
Let's actually get the full result because I have no idea who finished where apart from the leader in 16th.
I was about to say, Nick, let's have a look at how they crossed the line. Benjamin Lorne takes the O plate and round 3. Daniel Minto snatches second. Barnaby Grubb stays on that podium position in third. Jesse Whitmore 4th. Ethan Hunt 5th. Jacob Aston is in 6th. Then we've got Hector Sadlowski, Daniel Wisniewski. Jensen Hookie recovers to 9th. Ewan Scott 10th. Freddie Wall 11th. Eden Salvage, Liam Crosby, Jack Dimbleby, Harrison Matthews. Daniel Adamitis, who was pointing in the wrong direction at the boot there on the final lap there, finishes in 16th. Lucy Lovell 17th. Hugo McCluskey 18th. Then we got Bertie Hodgson, Sam Green Gomez, Nico Verbers, Leonardo Pelaggi, William Spencer. Pelaggi up from the back of the grid, remember? He was in the B final.
Well done,
Kurt finished 22nd. William Spencer, Callum Wilson, Finley Cass, Joe Stonehouse, Tyler Rackham, Logan Hartshorn. In fact, we've got Tyler Rackham, who completed 14 laps. Logan Hartshorn, 14 laps. 11 laps completed by Harry Wright and Harry Harvey, with Charlie White out on lap 8, Fenton Roderick on lap 5, and Sam Blamey we lost at the very start.
Well.
Drama.
Well.
Controversy.
Well.
Everything. And you know what? That race at some point looked like it was completely over.
Oh, I'm going to press the button once more. Sorry about that.
It looked like it was completely over, and yet it wasn't.
No. Another race that wasn't over, then it was over, then it wasn't over.
It was like the seniors, wasn't it? We thought, oh, well, Jensen Watts going to walk with it. No, we had that red flag, we had that delay, we had Jensen Watts then with a problem. That brought his race to a conclusion. The juniors, likewise, we thought Benjamin Lawn, he's going to get in the front, he's going to move away. Yeah, his tyres weren't there at the start. We saw that before.
Yeah, that's
he
fine.
moved through.
Yeah,
he's going to get through the lead.
Oh, he's in the lead.
Yeah.
Oh, hang on, he's
No,
not
he's
pulling
not.
away. He's not pulling away. He's not in the lead anymore.
And then he wasn't in the lead at the boot on the final lap, and then he was in the lead at the boot at the final lap. Incredible stuff.
Yeah, it was a move by. You can't write this sort of stuff. It was amazing.
I'll tell you what.
A couple of fantastic races.
If we'd put a script to the producers for that final in juniors, they would have said, "No, that's not realistic."
Don't be silly. I mean, don't want to have someone facing the wrong way on the last corner and go from second to 16th. Well, actually, first from 16th. He was first at that point. We got turned round.
Right, let's reset.
Last race of the day.
Last race of the day. This is the 177 kilogram senior category, and it is that ore plate thief, Harrison Crook, who's come here to steal the ore plate from the championship regulars. He's with the TH Coast Guard. That's the blue and white overalled, very tall Harrison, isn't he? That's why he's in 177s, of course. Alongside him, though, it's a Will Murdoch with having a cracking weekend, isn't he, for LRG on the red and white cart?
It's orange.
Will starting on the front row. We'll see where Will turns up. On the second row, big ask that to finish on the podium when you've got the likes of Ryan Taylor-Truman and Jason Gardner. Jason Gardner at the first of the Masters there on the second row of the grid, would you believe? We've then got George Walker and vice champion Archie Elliott, both seeded drivers. George Walker the number 8, Archie Elliott the number 2. Third row of the grid is Ethan White and Ollie Owen, with on the fifth row Toby Case and Luke Oliver. Cole Edwards starts with Louis Rees on row 6, and then we've got Scott Smith and Joshua Pickford. Jack Taylor and Alexander Colentiano start on row 8. Then we've got Ashton Parsons, Rob Simpson, Ian Branfield and Steve Gilly, Scott Clee and Ben Hitch, Nathan Wells and Jake Davis, Carl Bryant making a return to the championship in 25th, and Mark Gilly in 26th. Michael Cheek making a return to karting after winning the British Championships in this class in 2019. He had a retirement there, didn't he, in his super final. He's alongside Ryan Layton, and on row 15 we have Patrick Williams-Raj and Richard Evans. And then we had the 4 B finalists qualifying through, and that is Lincoln Bailey Arneson, the number 9, having a bit of a torrid time this weekend, George Willis and Harry Taylor, and Dan Millward rounding it off. But I just want to look in the middle of the grid there from 18th to 22nd. They are all Masters drivers at a huge gap before we've got Jason Gardner in 4th. So Jason Gardner the first of the Masters, and then we've got Rob Simpson in 18th, second in the Masters. So that's going to be
looking good for
the Masters.
The Masters side of things, yeah. Okay, so just they are having to clear the detritus from the previous race, which is several carts that had to be dragged back into the paddock from various different parts. The last one is still moving now, actually, just down the run from Inkermans to Ashby. And they're trying to rescue the various carts which have been abandoned around various parts of the track. And then they'll release the 177s for the final race of the day. Just waiting for that to happen. The final cart is being dragged off. There's no great momentum behind the dragger, to be honest.
So, as we have a bit of a pause on the proceedings, we've got the 177s lining up, getting ready for the go-ahead. Gary Livesey, our man in charge, in the middle of the track there, just making sure that the track is clear and we can go racing. Taking a few reports by the looks of things.
I think there's many reports.
Yes.
I think a lot of paper will be used over the course of the next hour or two.
Yes.
Just waiting to get this one rolling.
Not quite sure what the delay is.
Quite sure what this delay is, no.
Yeah. The track looks clear, doesn't it? Green flags showing at the marshal's point, so it's just basically making sure all the officials are.
There's a conversation happening over on the left. I don't know what it is. It's a bit. They're pointing at stuff. That's always important. There's an important amount of pointing going on. You can never point at too many things at a kart meeting. It's very important to do pointing.
No, it certainly gets the attention of everybody with your clipboard. If you've got a clipboard and you start pointing, everybody looks at where you're pointing. Now, Gary, with purpose, marching across the in front of us, talking into his radio headset. So hopefully he's giving us the go-ahead to get going. And we will be indeed getting going with the 177s. With the front row of the grid looking like it's going to be all about Harrison Crook, isn't it? Well named, actually, for this event.
Coming here, he's no plate thief, you mean?
Yeah, coming here right. To steal the O plate. Like to see him back in the season proper, actually, because we had a really, really good. And that,
here we go.
You know what? You know who that is sitting on the back of his cart there? Jensen Watts,
yes,
in the blue and white T-shirt.
Thinking about buying a new motor.
Yeah.
Or a new barrel and piston, at least. Here we go.
So as they go off on their formation lap, getting some heat into the tyres. We'll see some of the drivers. I mean, it's a warm day, isn't it? It's dare I say it. The sky doesn't look like it's about to deliver any rain or anything like that. We've had a beautiful day's karting here. Not quite over. We've got another 12 minutes of Rotax Max karting. We've had perfect weather conditions. Yesterday was horrible. One of those wet, dry days that you just hate.
Yeah, but you missed at the end. It finished very wet.
Yes,
wet, dry, very wet.
Yeah, indeed. Horrible day. A horrible day where you burn off at least two sets of wet tyres in dry conditions. However, today's been completely different with a fair playing field for everyone. As the blue and white cart there of TH Corsa, that's Harrison Crook. Alongside him is the red and white cart of LRG. That's Will Murdoch. As we get things going, we are indeed racing. And it's Harrison Crook going off into the lead.
Across the first.
And it's Ryan Taylor Truman.
Is it 1-2, is it?
It's Ryan Taylor Truman. We've got a car pointing
we've got all
the wrong
sorts of stuff
direction.
going wrong over there, but they are back and rolling again, so that's not going to be a red flag or anything more. So we are up and going.
I think Will Murdoch has been called the police because Will Murdoch has been robbed there. He's in fourth place here. I'm not quite sure who that is. Is that Jason Gardner who snatched that third place from him?
Doesn't really matter because our leaders are the battle we expected and wanted to see. It's the Harrison Crook, Ryan Taylor Truman show. We've seen it many times before. Last time, in the last heat, Ryan didn't quite have the pace of Harrison by a couple of tenths. Now he's hanging on his backside. 2024 is revisited here in the 177s because that is where we had the championship between these two drivers here. Harrison Crook on the blue and white cart. Ryan Taylor Truman on the orange-white of TT Motorsport. And I'm pretty sure Ryan Taylor Truman has been sifting through his toolbox to see what performance that he can gather from that kart as he goes off chasing Harrison Crook. Now then, the tyres will be coming on now towards the end of lap 2. We've got Jason Gardner, Will Murdoch, Archie Elliott, Ollie Owen, George Walker, Luke Oliver, Toby Kiss and Cole Edwards rounding off the top 10. Ethan Wyatt losing out massively there on the first lap and dropping to 16th out of the top 10. So the top 5 going round past the start-finish line now. They are equidistant, all about 4 kart lengths apart, or in time about 4/10 of a second. But that was a good lap for Harrison. He's pulled out a gap. He's began to do that thing he did last time, just ease away from Ryan Taylor Truman. Gardner now, the battle actually is this battle for 4th and 5th with Murdoch and Elliott. Elliott looks to see if he can compound Murdoch's misery by taking him out of 4th place.
Are we about to see 5 karts gathering themselves up behind Harrison Crook?
Sadly, no. We might see 4 karts behind Ryan Taylor Truman, but I think Crook's got the pace.
Yeah, he's on lap 3 here, isn't he? So
but I don't think he's gained much this lap. Remember, but we look at the gaps. It's 0.433 and 0.935. So let's say 0.4 and 0.9. I don't think that's changed this much. Ryan's managed to hold on to him, but as Jason Gardner has held on. Jason Gardner's a bit closer. So we have actually the top 3 are closer than they were. So it's another situation here, I think, where again we've got Harrison Crook is very good through the first 2 corners, but through Oblivion and then through Crook, and that makes you think, he's pulled away. But then the rest of the field get a bit closer. But actually, the man on the move is Jason Gardner, getting closer and closer to Ryan Taylor Truman.
And he is the leading Masters, so he's over 35. He's really old to be in the Masters category. But yes, he is latching onto the rear bumper. Will Murdoch is not able to really do anything about that gap between himself and the back end of that Lando Norris kart of Gardner, as we have got all sorts of things happening down the field as we watch these first 5 head through the chicane. That's Archie Elliott with the red overalls and black on his kart. Archie Elliott, the number 2.
Yeah, the
again,
lead.
not being able to catch Will Murdoch ahead of him. In fact, and they're not able to catch one another, are they?
No, the lead went out by 3/10 that time. So it's now a 7/10 lead. The second and third, you can see, are right together. But again, it's not looking. No one's really made even shaped for a move. So as Gardner follows Ryan Taylor Truman around. Ryan Taylor Truman with the, and that is definitely orange and white. And then he got the blue. Well, is it just a standard Lando Norris, or is it? No, it's a blue and green machine.
Harrison Crook has got that TH Corsa kart absolutely wound up. Fastest lap, a 47.063. Taylor Truman was a 47.3 last time by.
He's managed to only lose a few hundredths that time, so it's more an issue the previous lap. He lost 3 or 4 tenths. This time he's matching, but matching isn't enough. He needs to start to gain. Now, the superheat, which was a 10-minute race, towards the back end of the race, RTT started to gain on Harrison Crook, but how much that was Ryan's pace, and how much was Crook just taking it easy to get to the end, we did not know, of course.
Yeah, we'll wait and see. If anything, TT is pulling away from Gardner in third. Still got Will Murdoch there, not making any ground really towards that Lando Norris kart. He's still there just off screen. And then we've got Archie Elliott, who's kind of not really close enough to challenge Will Murdoch. If anything, Nick, this has become a little bit processional here, with them being equidistant.
At the moment, it's a very much processional. The whole field is streaking past us now, and they're all just in line astern, 2 karts apart.
Yeah,
Truman,
pretty
the
much
lead
the
went
whole
out
field.
by another 10th. And top 5 now are not really challenging each other.
Championship protagonist Lincoln Bailey Arneson is moved up from, he started 31st, having qualified from the B final. He's up to 19th already.
So he's trying to make the best of what has been, unfortunately, a very bad job. Not necessarily his fault. I think he had some issues. Certainly he broke down in one of the heats. Absolutely aced the B final by about 6 seconds. And now he's working his way through the back end of this final. But he's not going to score the big points he wanted to. As we have a look at Will Murdoch moving away, the lead still ekes out. It's a 1/10 of a second a lap. And that's how Ryan Taylor Truman is dropping off Harrison Crook. The 402, the blue and white of Harrison Crook is gaining a 1/10 of a second a lap. That's all you need to do. You gain 1/10 of a second a lap. At the end, you'll be a second and 2 seconds ahead, and it'll be a comfortable win.
It's a big ask though, Nick, because Harrison Crook, another fastest lap of the race. He's not pacing himself. He's pushing. He's keeping that focus. If you try backing off, you can lose your rhythm.
No, he's not going to do that.
He's not losing his rhythm. He knows exactly what to do. Ryan Taylor Truman, he knows that Harrison Crook isn't a championship contender here, so he doesn't really need to push that hard. He can see just how competitive that TH Corsa kart is. As the number 8, George Walker, gets a
from 9th place.
mechanical
Defect. I think he may have. No, he's carried on going. He's got a technical defect, number 8. So he'll be out of this, and he has to pull out the next couple of laps. And as the karts sweep down towards Ashby, we've got the 17th. This is the Murdoch battle, trying to catch up Gardner. Murdoch in the orange machine with the orange helmet, red machine with the orange helmet. But the lead is 1.1 seconds, and then the gap actually between Gardner and RTT that's also drifting out as well. So we're having a bit of a stretched race at the moment. We are now over halfway. There's 5 minutes and a lap to go.
Well, that number 7 there, Will Murdoch, the gap was 0.4 of a second. Last time by on lap 8, it's 0.4 of a second on lap 9. However, the stopwatch is deceiving me, because that is definitely a narrowed gap between 3rd and 4th. Will Murdoch's got his sight set on a podium position here, maximising his championship points tally as well. Just where is Will in the championship? Going to have to look further down.
No, so not really making any much of a gain at the moment. It's interesting how there's very little, given the stunningly exciting finals we've had. It's interesting how this one really isn't doing anything at the moment. I'm not going to try and varnish a a thing. I just think it's like it really is like this is not really happening at the moment. Now we have seen them explode to life, and in Jenson Watt's case, seize to life. But this one looks like a simple. Let's get out the start. Let's all go around in order and let's score some points.
Yeah, absolutely. Will Murdoch 7th in the championship, carrying the number 7. 7th in the championship after 2 rounds. It's where he finished 2025. 7's a lucky number in some cultures, isn't it?
It looks like 8's like a number as well.
In China, yeah. He doesn't want to finish 8th, though. He wants to finish higher up in 2026 than he did in 25. However, it looked like he was catching that cart there, Jason Gardner. I'm not sure that's the case now. And we are inside of 3.5 minutes and everything now stretching out. We've still got drama and controversy. There's the number 8 pulling in now. It was a rear bumper for George Walker.
Oh, dear.
Rear bumper being trailed around.
Lead at 1.3 seconds. I think last time round it went up by about 4 or 5 hundredths. On a good lap, Ryan Taylor-Truman would lose nothing or gain a couple of hundredths, but these laps every now and again where he's losing 2 or 3 tenths. But Crook has been metronomic in his performance, to be honest.
Yeah, getting his head back around the tyre here in the NKC. I mean, he has enough experience on them, but he's been off doing other championships on different tyres, and they have got a very different feel. But however, it all switching back on because he's been outstanding all weekend. He came here to snatch the O plate from everybody. He's on target to do that. That driver there on the blue and white cart.
Last time, yeah, I mean, he's actually doing a great job. Ryan Taylor-Truman the last time round, sort of, again, can hold him, but whether he can gain, and he's not. I think getting 1.3 seconds in the remaining 2.5 minutes. Sorry, it's going to be very, very difficult. But
well, they're both lapping in 47 zeros. Literally, as you mentioned, there thousandths of a second difference between RTT. RTT's objective this year is to retain that championship from a 3rd consecutive season. He missed round 2 for other duties. I'm not sure what his intentions are. He's down in 26th after 2 rounds. Ryan Taylor-Truman, of course, missing round 2. Back on course to gather points here as well, with Harrison Crook quite openly saying he's only here to steal the O plate. And then I said, well, what's the point of that? Because you're not going to be able to run the O plate, are you?
Yeah, but it's...
And he kind of looked and went, that's a good point.
And he took away, and he withdrew his entry and went home.
you might as well come back and do the last 3 rounds.
Well, he's got a set of tyres now he's got to use anyway. What's this? This is Ryan Taylor-Truman running down the back straight. He was 1.3 behind last time, and I think it's going to be not far different from 1.3 this time as well. Minute and so to go, about 3 laps I think that'll be. They're going to get a couple more at least. We're down to 1.2. We've got a 10 per second gain there.
Will Murdoch in 4th place will be kicking himself really for that first lap start there where he was caught out, wasn't he, on the perhaps disadvantage on the outside through Oblivion, where you kind of you lose momentum onto the long straight towards Christmas. And he hasn't been able to get back on terms with Jason Gardner for that final step of the podium here as we are inside the final minute of the weekend. Harrison Crook there, the number 402.
He's about to start his penultimate lap because he will get over the line before the clock counts to 0. So you've got 2 more laps to go of the round 3 of the NKC and the O plate here at Whilton Mill.
He lifts the radiator flap on that Venator engine to let some air in. He's got 2 more laps. This is the penultimate lap here. It'll be the last lap board as we look at that very, very little use of the steering wheel there, just coaxing the cart to turn. Look at that, very little movement on the hands on the steering wheel as he just coaxes the cart through the corners, keeping the momentum up. It's a similar style to Ryan Taylor-Truman. They don't look as though they are flustered in any way. And through the boot for the penultimate time, then he will be seeing the last lap to go aboard. Harrison Crook on target, mission objective almost achieved with 1 more lap of racing.
Yeah, superb performance by Harrison all weekend. As you say, I think it's your previous career makes you say he's stolen the championship. I think he's actually come here to win it. Ryan Taylor-Truman holding the 1 plate, the reigning champion of the NKC. He's gained a couple of tenths. He's kept Harrison honest, but he's not had just that last tenth or quarter of a second to be able to really pressurise the young man. And the blue and white TH Corsa kart carries on a serene way. He's led every single inch of this long 12-minute final, and he is going to take the O-plate. Ryan Taylor-Truman is going to take a hatful of points for the championship, which is going to be great news for him. And behind him, the podium will be completed by Jason Gardner. But 2 corners to go. The final race of the day, the 177, the heavy rotates chance, and the O-plate winner is Harrison Crook. And TH Corsa, second place, Ryan Taylor-Truman. And then third, it's Gardner, and then Murdoch. And that brings us, when these various other karts come across, to the end of our broadcast. We will, of course, give you a full rundown as soon as we get it of the final result. And then we will tell you all the exciting things that are going to happen in the future for us.
Yes, certainly. In the future, we've got our podium presentation.
And here is the result.
But first, we've got the full result here. Harrison Crook takes the win and the O-plate in the 177s from Ryan Taylor-Truman. Jason Gardner will join them on the third step of the podium, but will also get the trophy for third place and first place in Masters. Will Murdoch will be a disappointed fourth, no doubt. Archie Elliott an even more disappointed fifth, with Luke Oliver in sixth. Seventh place is Scott Smith with Cole Edwards, Jake Davis, Richard Emmons, Ben Hitch. And then in 12th, Jack Taylor with Ollie Owen next, Ethan Wyatt, Toby Case, Nathan Wells, Joshua Pickford, Leighton and Bailey Arneson, Alexander Conciano, Rob Simpson, Steve Gilly, Carl Bryant in 22nd. Mark Gilly was 23rd. And then we had Ian Branfield, George Willis, Scott Clee, Ashton Parsons, Louis Rees, Patrick Williams-Rohage, Michael Cheek making a return to karting, finishes 30th. And in fact, Michael Cheek went out on lap 14, as did Ryan Leighton. George Walker went out on lap 11. Harry Taylor on lap 11 also. Dan Millward we lost on lap 2. That concludes round 3 of the Junction 6 NKC, and indeed the O-plates will be awarded at the presentation. That concludes the coverage for the weekend, Nick. What have we got in store on Karting Live TV?
Concluding that happened there. It was doubly concluded, wasn't
it?
Everything was
a lot.
The conclusion of that conclusion was that we now have concluded. Well, Karting Live TV becomes magically Radio Le Mans Studio Vision by Karting Live TV next week, and we get to see people talking about a 24-hour race from Wednesday onwards, and it flicks back for the last weekend of June to become Karting Live TV again for the Gearbox Festival. That's on the 28th of June. And then on the first weekend, the 5th, I think it is the date of July, we will be here again, well, not here, but here with the NKC again at Sheddington, and a good time will be had by all. Man's walking in there is Matt. Thank you so much for the macarons. They were fantastic. You are a star, Matt Scott there. I get a chance to say thank you online because it kept us going. And thank you all for being with us. We will be back, as we say, in 3 weeks' time with karting, or in a few days' time with Le Mans. Until have a lovely time, and we'll see you all very, very soon.